Okay. Hello. Hello, hello, hello. Hey, some PGR. Gonna read the long goodbye, but only like half of it, because it looks like it's going to be a long chapter to read. So, I initially wasn't planning to read it today. I was mainly gonna do it tomorrow, but I just, when I went to check on how many nodes it was, it said 26. I was like, oh my gosh, this might be like really long. So that's why this one's part 1 of the reading. We're just gonna go through that. I've already went through my dailies earlier today. The only thing I didn't do was like Phantom Pancake for today, but whatever. I think I did it. Oh wait, I didn't do this either, right? I mean, I could do this later. Or you know what? Let's just do this really quick then. Screw it. Let's do this super quick. Yeah, do a quick challenge. That's okay. And then this, we'll just do dispatch. Okay. There we go. And these. Anything else here? What am I missing from here? Like that. And those. Okay, there we go. Ooh, music. Just got chills from the music. What's this one? Oh, I see. Oh, I see. Okay. This I can do in my own spare time. Went through this before. Oh, wait. Okay, no, never mind. Murder trials. I didn't claim these yet, eh? Oh, I didn't do the challenge stage. I'll do that in my own free time as well. Alright. Let's do this tutorial for the boy. And then we'll get into reading the story. Alright. Lucid Dreamer, certain skills grant calibration. Consecutive blue ping, summon a drone, detonates grenade, grants calibration. If within the explosion radius, he will also take damage from the explosion. I see. Tapping red after blue detonates the tactical grenade. Dealing damage, granting calibration. Oh, you have to be quick with that. Okay. Yellow, only consecutive. Use back strikes for it. Okay. Tapping red after yellow, point blank shots or cover fire. Press, hold, and then release. Condensation projectile, able to awaken enemies. Okay. Every condensation projectile consumed, one projectile will be granted. Or one correction projectile will be granted. Sig consumes all projectiles to increase damage.
逃げも隠れもさせないよ。
That's cool. When Frosty Barrage, Snowstorm are inactive, passing Sig, Superlink Flight will pull enemies with fire enhanced bullets.
逃げも隠れもさせないよ。
How to swap what? Okay, this guy has. There's a lot to this guy's kit. Oh boy. Okay. Oh, what? I have to dodge over into the circle, okay. Wow, alright. This guy's kit has... There's a lot going on for him. There's a lot going on for this guy's kit. Holy shit.
You can.
Wow, there's a lot. Oh my gosh. I don't know if I'm gonna be able to remember all of that. Complete damage output cycle. 2 blue bings. Okay. Hold, release, okay, you have to dodge in there. Okay, that's one cycle. This one's... There's a second one. Blue. Hold, release, hold. Tap, tap. Oh, I have to tap it twice. What? Oh, Jesus. Okay, that's... yeah. It's gonna take a bit of learning, holy hell, and practice. Output flow of his effects. That's... Press, hold, release. Okay. Yeesh. He has a lot going on. Holy. That's definitely going to take a lot of practice just to get used to what he can do. Holy. Well, I'm sure I'll be able to properly learn as I go through this. All right, time to go through it now. The Long Goodbye. I've been thinking I might just go through 13 or 14 nodes for today and then finish it off tomorrow. I guess depending on how long this actually will go. But alright. Long Goodbye 8-1 Scout. Monsieur turns his wrist, slowly clenching and unclenching his fist, just as he did years ago when he first awakened at the start of life. Puff and puff. Walk forward. Do you see it? The child lifts his head as a gust of wind disperses the mist, sending his white curls dancing into the corners of his eyes. Ugh, not yet. Keep going, Wansha. Don't look back. Keep going. Just keep moving forward. Yes. Keep going. Here we are. The child reaches the massive oak tree, gasping for air. The journey back here has all but drained him physically. The oak trunk blocks his view, leaving him blind to everything else. He reaches out with his skeletal hand to touch the bark, only to quickly withdraw it when the rough texture pricks his skin. Look down. Following his mother's guidance, the boy bends down and struggles to dig out a pale yellow stone from the soil beneath a tree trunk. It's amber. Amber? Is there something inside? You can't see it clearly. The boy holds the amber up to the sky, but with the sunlight hiding behind the fog, whatever lies within the amber grows blurry. A soft sigh drifts from behind, distinctly feminine. Once the sun rises, we'll see everything clearly. This is as far as I can go. This moment marks the beginning of your story, Wansha. Mother? Let me tell you a story. In this world, there are many people who travel between Earth and Eden, serving as messengers connecting these two realms. Now, they want to invite you on a journey to Eden. I don't want to go. They don't need me anyway. Last time you told me that Eden's travel screening is really strict. They only let you through if you're either really smart or really strong, someone who can fight and do lots of work. They know you're still a child. They'll give you time to grow. The journey won't take long. Just take a little nap, and when you open your eyes, you'll be there. The boy wrings his hands together. His fingers and sleeves are still covered in black soil from digging earlier. He's still at an age where he can't properly take care of himself. Will it be long before I see you again? I think so. But in the future, you'll definitely find me. Or I'll find you. I'm sorry. Cardiac arrest in bed 47. Bed 47. Wansha? How long has he been there? Get Dr. Melvi to check on him. I'm on it. Activate emergency response system for bed 47. Check tracheal intubation first, then establish IV access. I'll have someone contact the boy's legal guardian. No need for that. Set the DBS pulse frequency above 100. Neural stimulator settings shouldn't be this high under normal circumstances. I'm his temporary guardian, and I'm responsible for him. Now hurry. The stagnant air in the room suddenly stirs to life as doctors briefly check bed 47 before rushing away, only to return moments later with various life support equipment to hook up to the child. Just one more step, Wansha. Just one more step forward. Patient in bed 47 is awake. Confined to the hospital bed, the boy's small body trembles as he opens his eyes. He stares at the ceiling with an unfocused gaze. Yeah. What's that? Let's take it easy. Just do as I say and blink twice. Are you an intern? A child with a mental age under 1 can't even follow basic instructions. How do you expect to assess his consciousness? But the child in the bed, who appears to be 4 or 5 years old, slowly blinks twice, which immediately draws the doctor's full attention. Now blink 3 times? Yes, make it fast. Just close the hand I'm pointing at. And yes, that's it. Seems like deep stimulation therapy is effective. This is the second child I've seen wake up. Human life truly is miraculous. The doctor turns around excitedly to look at Melvi, who stands frozen beside the bed. In all her 3 months as an intern, she has never seen such an expression on Melvi's face. She actually did it? With a trembling hand, Melvi reaches out to Wansha and gently touches his forehead. Wansha strains to press his face against Melvi's palm, clearly wanting to say something, but the tracheotomy tube prevents him from speaking. It's okay now. Everything's okay. Years of rehabilitation in the Star of Life Pediatric ICU. After a moment's contemplation, Melvi decides to write this medical record in Wansha's empty dossier, making it the first entry in his files. In rehabilitation, Wansha is like a newborn child, understanding nothing, having to learn everything anew. With a portable respirator constantly by his side, he progresses from standing with support devices to taking a few guided steps with Melvi's help. Months later, he finally manages to take his own unsteady steps independently. Hello there, little Wansha. Where are you going? Aunt Melvi. Is Aunt Melvi here? I think I just saw her clock out. I'm not sure if she's scheduled for the night shift, though. I'm on duty tonight. What can I do for you? Melvi appears behind Wansha and bends down to adjust the ventilator strap at the back of his head. Ah, Aunt Melvi. I want to be your little helper again tonight. Not tonight, sweetie. I have work to do, and your job is to get some sleep. But I really want a wish card. The Make-A-Wish cards are part of a small reward system Melvi created for the pediatric ward. Children can earn these cards by being good, taking their medicine, getting their shots, going to bed on time, or by being Melvi's little helper. Only 20 wish cards are given out each week, and the children eagerly compete for them, like Freckle on the bed next to Wansha's. He's a freckled child who lost both legs to his illness, which continues to spread even now. What do you want the wish cards for? You never trade them in for toys or candy when I give them to you. Well, you're just trying to stay up late. Aren't you? Under Melvi's all-knowing gaze, Wansha stumbles through an explanation. There are monsters in my dreams. I'm scared. And Mom had something to tell me, but I can't remember what it was. Melvi's expression darkens. She takes Wansha's hand and leads him away from her colleagues who are preparing to leave for the day. In the corner, Melvi's voice turns stern. Wansha, haven't I made it clear? You're not supposed to talk about Mom when you're out here. Yes. Listen carefully to what I'm about to say. She left right after you were brought to the Star of Life. You've never been anywhere else, and I've been the one taking care of you all this time. But Mom told me I came from Earth. Possible. There's grass there, and flowers, soil, big trees, birds, and the ocean. None of that is fake. Enough, Wansha. You're just being delusional. Wansha clamps his mouth shut, his breathing quickening as he glares at Melvi with visible displeasure. I don't blame you. You don't understand, but you must never say these things to anyone else. Absolutely no one. You have no idea what kind of danger that could put you in. The nightmares? You'll get used to them. You'll forget them eventually, Wansha. Be a good child. Dinner will be here soon. You should head back now, and don't come to see me tonight. Wansha sniffles. Aunt Melvi. Perhaps realizing her harshness, Melvi softens her tone. Never mind. If you really want to stay with me, you can help me with the medical records tonight. Same as always, you can help move the stool. Don't touch any medicine though, and that goes for everything else. If you behave, I'll give you a wish card. How does that sound? Wansha's eyes instantly light up. I'll be good. Be good about what? Melvi pulls Wansha behind her protectively as she faces the middle-aged man with dull golden eyes. Ooh, this guy. I remember. The man leans down to greet Wansha, his name tag briefly flashing before the child's eyes. What's your name, little one? Seeing the man's white coat and name tag, Wansha decides to trust him. I'm Wansha. Hello, Wansha. What brings you here? Why are you out with the doctor? I'm going on duty with Aunt Melvy. Melvy. I've heard that name before. A colleague might have mentioned it. Kugawa Kurono straightens up and turns to Melvy. I'm Kugawa Kurono. You must be new to pediatrics. I haven't seen you around before. Who are you? What do you want? Under Melvy's glare, the man gently pats Wansha's head. White curls shift between fingers as Wansha looks up at the adult patting his head, only to find their gaze still fixed upon him. Wansha, there's something I need to ask you. He pauses for a moment before asking the question that matters most to Wansha. Do you remember your mother? Mother? The word strikes a nerve with Melvy. She instantly tightens her grip on Wansha's hand, ready to flee at any moment. So you're one of those people interested in the experiments. I don't know what she did after going to Earth. Nobody does. Wansha has nothing to do with her anymore, so stay out of this. Besides, this is Babylonia, not some place where you can hunt for test subjects as you wish. Wansha looks bewilderedly between the two people in white coats. Trusting Melvy more, he follows her instructions and answers the man's question in all seriousness. I don't remember. I don't have a mother. Wansha, don't answer him. Did Melvy tell you to say that? Please leave immediately or I'll have to call security. That won't be necessary. I just need to confirm something with Wansha. The man pulls a gun from behind his waist and raises it toward Wansha. Melvy lunges forward, screaming something inaudible. Wansha remains still. This is his first time seeing a gun. Probably. The dark barrel of the gun looks him in the eye. Then searing pain explodes through his head. Wansha sits up on the maintenance platform and takes a deep breath, feeling the vital fluids surge rapidly through his entire body. Wansha turns his wrist, slowly clenching and unclenching his fist, just as he did years ago when he first awakened at the Star of Life. The sealed laboratory is silent, with him as its sole occupant. It's an ordinary day. While the rest of Strikehawk carries out their mission on the ground, he undergoes compatibility testing for his new frame in Babylonia. The door at the back of the sealed laboratory slides open as someone drags in diagnostic equipment. Same old? Yes, involuntary memory data retrieval. The 7th occurrence this month. The adverse effects only show minor mind deviation, but the frequency is abnormally high. I've temporarily switched you back to your old frame. Looking sleep-deprived, Asimov connects the diagnostic equipment to an equally exhausted Wansha. His brow furrows deeper as he studies the displayed waveforms. Frame changes do typically cause mind deviation, usually resolved after an adjustment period. But you requested this frame quite a while ago, and the compatibility period isn't short either. These minor issues shouldn't be occurring anymore, theoretically speaking. Then the problem lies within my mind itself. I spoke with the doctor who handled your transformation yesterday. The situation was critical at the time. He had to seal away the memory data, causing mind instability, or the transformation would have failed. You were already aware of this situation, weren't you? Wansha nods. Such complications during emergency transformations aren't uncommon. Usually your memories from when you were still a human interfere with the process, and sealing them away helps maintain a degree of mind stability in constructs. I advise against awakening these memory data. We can't predict the consequences of forcing them out, although you've started accessing them already without yourself knowing it. I'll have your leader request an extended adjustment period for you. For now, avoid taking on any critical missions. We'll need a commandant's assistance later, whether to release or reorganize the chaotic data deep within your mind, or to reinforce its containment. Either way, your mind needs to be stabilized in a controlled environment. Sure. Go and get some rest. Wait. New frame compatibility. Let's give that another try. What do you mean? If it's just a slight deviation, I can learn to ignore it. It's like learning how to get used to dreams. The long goodbye. Lucid dream. Babylonia Combat Dispatch Center. A shrill alarm blares from the monitoring equipment, drawing the attention of nearby staff. Warning! Red Tide movement detected at Area AQ, establishing communication with local recon personnel. The operator in charge of the area immediately pulls up the ground communication feed. The video feed is distorted and blurry, only showing rapid movement on the other end. At least, the audio transmission remains clear. Reporting on Red Tide movement in Area AQ. It's been over 44 hours since the last Red Tide movement. 30 minutes ago, a new movement was detected. It has submerged an environmental monitoring station, confirming Red Tide activity. Red Tide appears to be targeting conservation areas 189 and 190. The Red Tide is moving southeast from the northwest at an average speed of 20 kilometers per hour. Speed is expected to increase to 30 kilometers per hour within the hour. Estimated arrival, conservation area 189 in 12 hours, followed by area 190 in 13 hours. The situation is particularly critical as both conservation areas serve as fuel supply units for Babylonia. Red Tide contamination would pose a severe risk. Based on the reassessment, I recommend immediate evacuation of all residents and engineering personnel. Acknowledged. Evacuation preparations for both conservation areas were completed this week, ready to proceed at any time. The operator's fingers move across the control panel as his eyes scan through multiple screens. He pauses when a particular note catches his attention and studies it for a few seconds. Do you require dispatch assistance? This is standard protocol, but I know you rarely need it. The rapid movement in the video feed gradually slows down. This time I do. Please dispatch 1 or 2 scouts to assist me. Copy. The nearest scouts have received a support request, but as this area has always been stable, it might take some time for them to get there. If necessary, we can redirect a team currently on a mission in 2 conservation areas. Not necessary. I'll wait for the other scouts to arrive. A brief moment of casual exchange fades as both the scout and the dispatcher quickly return to their professional demeanor. Maintain stable communications and continue monitoring the Red Tide. As the dispatcher ends the call, a figure suddenly emerges from the corner. Wait! Behind the new dispatcher, the monitoring equipment under his charge blinks with red warning lights. There's an abandoned building 80 kilometers northwest of Conservation Area 189, right in the Red Tide's path. We detected an unknown signal there 2 hours ago. I dispatched several nearby constructs to form a temporary squad for investigation, but I completely lost contact after receiving the support request. There's also an elite construct from New Sophiasburg who volunteered to join them. We lost contact with them too. So you're telling me the provisional construct squad has gone missing and their last transmission was a distress signal? The rookie nods vigorously while handing over additional documents. And there's this. Some data was transmitted along with the distress signal. We can confirm this building was once a research facility, but there's no record of it in the Science Council's archives. After glancing at the transmitted data, the usually stern dispatcher draws a deep breath before turning to check the information on other nearby teams. Report this data to command right away, then send me a copy of the provisional squad's roster. I'll coordinate the support. There should be 2 task forces and a commandant on standby in conservation areas 189 and 192. The closest one is... Information about 2 search and rescue capable teams appears on screen as the dispatcher initiates communication. Lore. I've sent the information about the squad needing assistance to your terminal. Can you confirm receipt? Copy that. The human sits in the speeding transport vehicle, setting the detailed mission briefing on their tactical terminal. With recent increased Red Tide activity near the conservation area, the Grey Raven Commandant and their squad are assisting with evacuation preparations within the zone. From last night until tonight, 2 partial evacuations have been conducted in the conservation area, led by Liv and Lee, respectively. According to the original plan, the Grey Raven Commandant would handle the last group of residents. Liv would return at dawn and escort them to the temporary shelter with the Commandant to rendezvous with Lee. Just now, as scouts issued a Red Tide anomaly warning to the conservation area, Babylonia also dispatched an urgent support mission to Grey Raven's commandant. You'll have to lead the 2 station constructs to provide support. The scouts over there will assist your team. The mission takes place in an abandoned research institute. Your objectives are to search for the recon squad members and gather any research data you can find. Most importantly, Red Tide will engulf the mission area in 9 hours. We have to evacuate before then. Roger. As the mission communication ends, the construct driving the transport vehicle turns her head back excitedly. I've been stationed at Conservation Area 189 for over a year, but this is my first time carrying out a support mission like this. Me too. Ugh, I can't take this. Sandy gives Greg an overly dramatic pat on the back. He gets nervous about everything at first, but he's actually quite reliable when he needs to get the job done. Commandant, I hope you can be patient with him. Don't worry too much. It's just a routine mission. I really can't. Sandy, open the window. Huh? You're actually gonna throw up? I mean, you're a construct, for God's sake. Sandy scrambles to lower the window while Greg immediately leans out and starts dry heaving. The cold wind rushes into the vehicle, but is kept at bay by your winter gear. Spring may have arrived, but this northern location still demands respect for its low temperatures. We're almost at our destination. Don't mess this up at the final moment. The Commandant's watching, you know? The transport vehicle runs over a rock, causing it to bounce twice. The jolting motion makes Greg's vision blur. Oh, what's that? Panting from his bout of nausea, Greg manages to recalibrate his visual modules and spots several shadowy figures lurking in the darkness ahead. Watch out! Swerve right! As Greg makes out the shapes clearly, he raises his gun while shouting. Hetero creature spotted! Sandy yanks the steering wheel hard. The tires screech against the ground, their sharp sound mixing with Greg's gunfire. On the right too. Spotting the danger, you raise your weapon and shoot back 2 hetero creatures, just as they're about to latch onto the vehicle's rear. There are over a dozen of them to the left. What's going on? The Red Tide shouldn't be here yet. Did it speed up? Why didn't I get any warnings from the scouts? No Red Tide readings on the surface either. I don't know where the count came from. I said I wasn't cut out for this. It's my first mission and everything's going wrong. Get yourself together. Too many hostiles. We gotta retreat. A hetero creature leaps onto the right window, its massive jaws gaping at you. Despite his agonized screams, Greg springs into action. Lunging past you, he shoves his gun into the hetero creature's mouth and unleashes a barrage of bullets. Nice going, Greg. Seizing the opportunity, Sandy weaves the car through a series of sharp turns, throwing the remaining hetero creatures off the vehicle. See? I told you Greg was reliable. Pretty awesome driving skills, right? Did I try applying for the support force once this mission's over? I think you're celebrating too early. Look in front. With a trembling finger, Greg points in front of the transport vehicle. A dense swarm of hetero creatures blocks the end of the road, ready to prey upon the lone transport. That's our target facility up ahead. No way around it. We'll have to fight our way through them to get inside. 2 constructs turn to look at you simultaneously. They've only spent a few days together, but they've already grown quite familiar with each other. We're forcing our way through. Roger that. The engine roars as the transport vehicle suddenly accelerates. With it, the inertia pins you to the seat. The transport truck plows through the hetero creature and crashes into the building amid a chorus of shrieks, the impact sending shockwaves through the vehicle. This is it. There's a door ahead. Let's rush in. Make sure the seal is shut behind us. I thought we were supposed to meet some elite construct at the target location. Where are they? The 3 of them leap from the vehicle with weapons in hand and rush into the building. While running, you check the information displayed on your terminal once more. The construct who should be meeting us here is... Don't look back, just keep running. A voice calls out from above the building, and the 3 of you instinctively dive forward. A moment later, a hail of bullets rains down from behind. After diving into the corridor behind the door, you finally look back to see a white figure leap down from above, firing freeze rounds through the fierce wind to immobilize the shrieking hetero creatures in place. Get the door shut! After dispatching the hetero creatures at the front, the construct strides toward the door while support drones provide a comforting blanket of covering fire from behind. You shout out the Okay, that went by quick. Wansha! Drycog Squad, Wansha. What did it say earlier? You shout out the construct's name when you see him. Okay. That dialogue went by so quick. -2, Shade. Let's go and be careful. Inspect all suspicious items and then a hidden one. He will. Phew, that was way too close. The Hera creatures almost had me buried. I'm the scout who sent out the red tide anomaly alert. I came here to be on standby after receiving the support request. Thank God you showed up. Really appreciate it. You're welcome. Masha eliminates most of the Hera creatures outside, buying time for the three of you to rush into the building. Everyone takes shelter in the sealed corridor of the research facility, using this brief moment of respite to check their equipment. You finally get a chance to look at Wansha's new frame. I heard you submitted an application for a new frame recently. Is this the one? Yeah, just got it recently. My current mission is to monitor red tide movements. Hold on a sec. This is where the last squad that came here was confirmed missing? Sandy and I tried scanning the area, but we didn't pick up their signals. It might be due to the facility's internal jamming system. Before you arrived, I did some preliminary scouting. I didn't pick up any signals either, but I can confirm they were here. We took the same path we're on now. Wansha points to the side of his ear. The Hawkeye system. It's a test device that the Science Council installed in frames. You can think of it as a portable version of the Spear of FOS. I can see there's more information in this corridor alone than I expected. So, you're picking up more traces than just those from the last squad. Yes, both the old and new information are layered together. The oldest traces were left by the research facility's personnel. More recent ones, from about 2 years ago, were left by deserter constructs from Babylonia. There are traces of Ascendants, too. So this place is an Ascendant stronghold? It used to be. Greg falls silent, and Sandy gives him a familiar pat on the back. And here I was hoping this facility's projects would be somewhat normal, without any mutants. Now we find out we're about to walk right into an Ascendant's nest. I'm definitely going to be a dead weight. I'm not done yet. Greg nearly faints on the spot. The anomalous signal the last squad was tracking remains deep within the research facility, but similar signals are scattered throughout other areas of the building. Perhaps there are hints inside that some other constructs have left behind, like this one. Wansha walks past Greg and Sandy to reach a cluttered corner, where he picks up a heavily damaged terminal that still blinks rhythmically with light. It's Babylonia's standard issue military equipment. Yes, but it's not the latest version. With nimble fingers, Wansha dismantles the old terminal and extracts the still intact transmitter inside. The signal light's blinking pattern changes, its color shifting to red. Someone made a makeshift signaling device from spare parts, telling us to press forward. I can't make any sense of this. It's not even a signal that Babylonia's constructs learn. What makes you so sure this was intentionally left as a hint? This makes no sense to me either. Wansha, we want to be careful if this facility was once an Ascendant stronghold. This could be a trap. Don't worry, I know exactly what this construct was trying to do. It's a special signal that Shorthalt and his team used. Only those who've been on missions with him would recognize it. Shorthalt? Shorthalt is the former leader of the Scarab Squad. He's been missing for quite some time now, though. Well, PTSD to Cradle Parade. While the Ascendant has returned Shorthalt's nameplate by the shore, the group was never expecting to run into this hint that Shorthalt had left behind in this abandoned research facility of all places. Everyone has sensed that there is something out of the ordinary about this. Wansha carefully tucks away his terminal and heads deeper into the research facility. Let's head deeper. This is the way to go. Unless Shorthalt's trying to screw with anyone following his trail. What? What do you mean by that? Hard to say. What Shorthalt is pointing to could be a clue, or it could be trouble. It might even just be his way of saying hello. Question mark? Though this signal doesn't seem like a friendly greeting, that's for sure. I worked with him many times when I first started going on missions. He had a habit of handling most of the difficult problems ahead, leaving signals behind and entrusting any unfinished business to those who followed. Whatever unfinished business he left behind would sometimes snowball into even bigger problems, and I had to work overtime to take care of them. But there were times when his unfinished business was nothing more than his lame attempts of being funny. While you never knew this leader from the Scarab Squad all that well, everything Lamia said by the shore a year ago has stayed with you. We took the nameplate ever since. You feel complicated listening to Wash's description of Shorthold while looking at the message he left behind. Can you detect when these signals were left behind? If it hasn't been too long, you might still have a chance. He's been there for a long time, left behind around when he was declared missing. If there was any chance to escape, he'd crawl his way out if he had to. Watch his bangs fall forward and hide his expression. Let's proceed with caution. Ooh. Oh, okay. Shade, episode 2. Let's look around first. Be careful.
了解。とりあえず探ってみようか。了解です。
Investigate. Scribbled drawings, messy brush strokes, and pages full of smudges reveal the mental state of the creator. Reading on, a fairy tale written in childlike sentences can be found. It seems strangely familiar. Several pages of the story are missing. Their whereabouts unknown.
人形や本が散らかってますね。それに空中庭園の構造体の残骸まで。ここで何が起こったんで。
まだパニッシングが残ってるから気をつけなよ。
昇格者の拠点だからでしょうか。
いや、昇格者だけが原因じゃないかも。
Not just the ascendant. Investigate. A lustreless teddy bear next to a small mangled body. That's not ominous at all. Open the gate. Oh, wait, what is this? All right, let's familiarize ourselves with it again. Oh, it's like a little tutorial thing. Okay.
急げ、逃げるんだ。
どうして研究所内部にパニッシングが。
あの実験室が破壊されて漏れてたんだ。
Has leaked out.
これが研究所壊滅の原因。
Leaked out. The gate. Oh, jeez.
状況を把握できてるかな。
Childhood innocence and dreams, abandoned and scattered. Dude, I really like Lucid Dreamer's design. It's really cool. I think like the coattail things do it for me. Investigate.
育成ポッドは全部壊されてる。生物実験でもしていたのかな。
There's a Hawkeye.
これは実験体？なるほどね。 当時の実験では子供をサンプルにしていたのか。
Well, that's pretty messed up. Oh, what the hell?
これまだいける。状況を把握。弱点見つけたよ。
Wait. There's Greg and Sandy. Oh, hell. Don't tell me they died already. Crossover. Well, let me see if there's anything else in here. Oh, I see something. I spy with my little eye. Lost page 6. That's a lot of reading. Let me, I'll read this here. Emon was clever. He knew the old lady had poor eyesight, so he always stuck a chicken bone through the cage bars. Every time she grumbled as she left, wondering why the boy never seemed to gain weight. She couldn't sell children with poor physical condition. A month passed and Emon still hadn't gained weight. The old lady grew impatient. He forged his health report and determined to send him away. When he came to Emon's cage, he said, "I have gained weight now, but my hands can't fit through the bars. You have to let me out to check." The old lady unlocked the cage. Instantly, Amon shoved her hand, and Glea pushed the old lady into the cage and locked her inside. The old lady shrieked furiously, and heavy footsteps thundered from upstairs. It was the caretakers. Amon pushed Glea into a hidden passage and said, "Run! Run as fast as you can." "But what about you, brother?" Glea cried. Then she heard a familiar answer. "Don't be scared. We'll see each other again," Amon said. Glea ran out of the bright welfare home without stopping. Her parrot found her and guided her down a safe path. From that day on, Glea never saw Amon again. Anything else? That's page 6. Okay, there's nothing else around here. Nothing at the tanks here. Okay. Let's cross over then. Perhaps when every tear is shed and every drop of blood is drained, the pain will end. That's grim. Change this. Investigate. Broken construct remains. A frail body is imprisoned here, undecaying, unable to find release even in death. Its remains endured, aging and fracturing, gazing at intruders with its broken presence, such is the fate of the children who couldn't escape. Oh no. That doesn't sound good at all.
逃げも隠れもさせないよ。
Oh, I'm stuck.
弱点見つけたよ。これが僕の状況を把握できてるかな。これが僕の選択だ。これが僕の選択だ。逃げも隠れもさせないよ。
Something's off. Hold don't. Greg and Sandy may have found something. Strongest in the list. To meet up at their location, I'm afraid this mission is way more challenging than expected. We can't oh, god damn it. Wait, there was way too much text to read there, holy. You okay, buddy? Oh. Can't afford to lose any manpower at this point. As you walk up to Wansha, wind rushes through the passage behind, carrying what seems to be the metallic scent of blood. You were right, Wansha. Greg and Sandy are probably in trouble. Acting on instinct, you carefully dodge aside and raise your gun at the darkness behind you. Only static crackles through the comms. Wansha doesn't respond. Sensing something amiss, you grip your gun and quickly back up 2 steps to Wansha's last known location, carefully peering into the room. The scene unfolds before your eyes. Something seems off about Wansha, when a corrupted suddenly springs from the pitch-black void behind him and drags him into the depths. Wansha! Pure reflex takes over. You lunge forward and manage to grab Wansha by the wrist just before he's dragged down. But the consequences of acting on instinct are all too clear. Both you and Wansha are yanked down into the void, from which a cacophony of crashing sounds comes. Despite your spinning vision, you stagger to your feet and fire several shots at the blurry shadows ahead. The corrupted fails to dodge. As the bullet finds its mark, the corrupted releases its grip on Wansha and rapidly retreats down the long corridor ahead. When you look into the direction where the corrupted disappeared, you see nothing but the marks carved into the ground by its exposed framework. Wansha, are you okay? As you slowly regain your vision, Wansha comes into view. With his brows furrowed and revolver clutched tighter, he appears distant and dazed. That corrupted. Something strange about it. Let's forget about it for now. I suspected there were mind fluctuations in you when we were up there. Is it because of the new frame? I should be fully adapted to this by now. Establish a mind connection with me now. Alright.
Kudo system. Tight junction.
Unlike the calm of the previous connection, you feel turbulent waves as soon as Wansha's mind beacon enters your mind. Apollonia would never allow you to descend in this condition. There were only minor mind fluctuations before, and even Asimov gave it all clear. This is the first time something like this has happened. This probably has to do with the corrupted just now. Wansha's memory data spirals out of control, throwing your mind into complete chaos. No, there seems to be something else in your mind. What? Cool. Defeat all enemies. Wansha's revolver. I'm still trying to understand how to play this guy. All I know is that consecutive pings and then, or consecutive blue pings and then hold down the button. I'm gonna have to like really try and learn Wansha here. But then again, I'm not gonna be pulling. Well, you can get him for free from the shop. Wait, hang on. That reminds me. Just quick intermission. Wait, that just reminds me. Maybe I should trade in right now. I haven't traded in for anything as of recently, so. Damn, I got him. Easy. Awesome. Cool. Okay, well now I have to work on him. Put him on my ice team. Now I gotta do it. No, OBS disconnected for a second there. Alright, back to the story. Correction. The rambling young doctor and the boy both gaze toward an unreachable future, both seemingly convinced it will come true, whether they're the deceiver or the deceived. So far it's been 1 hour. Drip, drop, drip, drop. In the endless darkness, water drips next to the ear. He wants to reach out and touch it, but not a single muscle in his entire body would cooperate. He can feel himself being dismembered. Ew. Skin peeled away, muscles slashed apart. Ew. And before his unsupported flesh can scatter across the ground, it's already been being remolded into something new. Ew. His entire body feels submerged in filth, yet simultaneously a new form takes shape. He tries to take a deep breath, only to realize that this new body doesn't breathe. He attempts to move his fingers, and finally, the joints at his extremities twitch slightly. Time blurs into itself as he raises his brand new head, while red light flickers through the joints in his through the gaps in his joints. Sorry. Mom? As he looks up, all the adults stare at him with visible tension, each wearing white protective suits that seal them completely, leaving not even the smallest gap exposed. Wait, hold off on the next step. The punishing is about to exceed the concentration limit. No, wait, it already did. The needle on one of the monitors rapidly swings past the safe zone, prompting the man watching the gauges to immediately press the nearest button. He suddenly finds himself unable to breathe, as if the constant flow of energy from the air into his body has been completely drained, leaving him in discomfort. The wide, thick metal clasps on his body slowly begin to tighten. He springs into action, flexing his new arm with all his might. He tears through the supposedly unbreakable restraints as an adult screams in shock. Emergency protocols have failed. We can't contain it. Stop. Stop right now. Everyone out. The adults seem terrified of his approach, frantically rushing toward the door. Outside the window, people are shouting. Don't open the door. The punishing concentration in there is far beyond what we can handle. He's gone haywire. Free from his restraints, he advances eagerly toward the adult in the room, as if answering to the voices from outside the window. Abandon the test subject. Everyone evacuate. Do not approach this lab. Hiss. Don't leave. Even the respirator can't muffle the child's terrified scream. Wansha jumps upright in bed, making Freckle in the next bed jump with fright. Melvi, doing her routine patient checks, turns to look this way. The child curls up on the hospital bed, still trembling from fear. It takes a long moment before he can find his voice. Those things again. Was that me? No, it wasn't me. Another nightmare? Long accustomed to such scenes, Melvi continues signing the children's bedside cards without even looking up. However, after signing the cards, Melvi pauses at the sight of tears welling up in Wansha's eyes. With a sigh, she pulls a colorful card from her pocket and bends down to place it beside Wansha's pillow. Since you didn't cry during your nightmare, here's a wish card as a reward. Wansha sits up and retrieves his collection of cards from under his pillow. He hands them over to Melvi. I want to use them all now. Let me stay with you today. No, Wansha, I have too much work to do. Melvi refuses without hesitation. Besides, you have a mission too. To rest well and focus on your rehabilitation. Seeing Wansha still silent, Melvi pushes another access card into his hand. Well, how about this? You can go to the VR rehabilitation room today to play some games. Your favorite treasure hunter. Here's the access card. Just go and say hi to the doctor there. I don't want to go anymore. Why not? You can get rewards, plus it'll help with your rehabilitation. I don't want to do rehabilitation. Wansha covers his head. It's all so crazy. Can't even tell if that was a nightmare or not. Chaotic memories surface in every dream. Try as he might to process them, each time he finds himself drowning in their depths. It's as if foreign memories have been crammed into his mind, leaving him unable to tell whether these dreams belong to him or someone else. He tries to tell Melvi about it, but she can't explain these bizarre dreams, just as no one can explain how a child who spent years in a coma shows no signs of mental regression. The child's distress makes Melvi pause for a moment. After a brief hesitation, she gently strokes Wansha's forehead. Wansha, try to forget about them. They're just nightmares. It's all over now. Even Mom was just a dream. Melvy's hand freezes mid-motion, and her tone turns serious again. Listen carefully, Wansha. You're just sick. Your brain is creating hallucinations, making up dreams where you see your mom and all those other things you mentioned. If you don't try to remember them, your brain will mark these as useless information and gradually throw them away. Melvy's terminal chimes. She glances down at it and immediately rises to her feet. I have to go now. Something's come up. I'll come and check on you tonight. Until another doctor comes, stay here with your friends, okay? I'm sorry, Aunt Melvy, for bringing up things I shouldn't have again. I'll be good. I'll forget them. I'll throw them away, Aunt Melvy. Seeing Wansha curl up again, Melvy seems to have more to say, but with the terminal ringing, she can only leave behind 2 pieces of candy. As soon as the ward door closes, Freckle struggles to sit up in the adjacent bed. She's so good to you, isn't she? At least you get to see her every day, and she even gives you snacks. Freckle points at the empty leg of his pants. One from my family has come to see me even when I'm like this. Here, have some candy. I'll share with you. Freckle accepts Wansha's kind gesture. He unwraps a fruit candy and pops it into his mouth. Whatever. It's not like getting better is such a good thing anyway. Once you recover, they'll ship you off somewhere else. Same thing will happen to you. What? Are you planning to live here forever? As soon as you're better, the Star of Life will transfer you to the youth center. What's the youth center? It's where they send all the kids who don't have moms. Freckle crunches down on the fruit candy with visible irritation. I heard over there, they wake you up before dawn for shots and medicine. They won't let you eat or sleep. There's even this mean old witch who punishes people. Really? I don't care if you believe it or not. Just enjoy your time here while you can. The moment you get better, the doctors will definitely send you away. Why not skip your VR rehab today? Nothing wrong with staying hooked up to the respirator and leg supports, right? Will Melvy let me stay? Do you think she will? She's not your mom, and you're not her only patient. She's got so many other patients to look after. Remember when her terminal went off earlier? Did she choose you or the other patients? Freckle's words grow more grating with each passing moment. Wansha tightens the strap of the portable respirator behind his head and hops down from the bed barefoot. Where are you going? My mom would never lie to me. She said I'd find her, so I definitely will. Wansha clutches Melvy's access card. The card opens more than just the VR rehabilitation room. If I can't find her in Eden, then I'll look for her on Earth. And I'm not coming back if I can't find her on Earth. I'm not going to go to some youth center. Inside the room, Melvy hands over a paper document to someone in work clothes. This is Wansha's file. He must have been born in Kalong, because Babylonia has no record of his birth, though he has all other documents. Let me see. This child has been in rehabilitation for so many years. It must have been quite challenging taking care of him. It's not too bad. Melvy deliberately avoids reacting to the phrase, so many years. She had falsified the timeline to conceal Wansha's unique circumstances. If she doesn't do this, those who refuse to let go of the project will soon notice something's wrong. By then, the threat to Wansha's life might be far worse than just a toy gun. Even now, Melvy still feels that same fear from when Kugawa Kurono pulled out his gun. She is still far too removed from the blood and fire of reality. Wansha! Come here! Ignoring Wansha's stumble, Melvy yanks him behind her. The commotion catches the attention of the nurse station. The scene startles Wansha too. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have said that. You didn't do anything wrong. What exactly are you trying to do? The man ignores Melvy's anger and continues questioning Wansha. Wansha, do you remember this? I don't remember. As Melvy covers Wansha's mouth, he waves the gun again. It's just a toy. It's just a toy. Before he can hand it over, Melvy snatches the toy gun away in anger. What do you want him to remember? To remember having a gun pointed at him? He just might end up remembering this, you know. Kugawa Kurono's gaze remains fixed on Wansha, studying him intently as if searching for something different about him. Melvi falls silent, as if sensing something. The nurses and doctors who rushed over ask with concerned expressions. Melvi? What's going on? I heard a loud noise earlier. And you are? Everything's fine. Please take Wansha back first. I'll watch over him during my shift tonight. Kugawa Kurono remains still, silently watching as the nurses take Wansha away. Everything looks fine. What's all the fuss? I just want to give the child a toy. Turns out I have a soft spot for kids. I already decided to keep him away from everything that has to do with Project Recall, including Wanshu. No, especially Wanshu. I don't know what you're playing at, but you need to stop checking on him from now on since everything's okay. He deserves his own life, free from burdens imposed by people. He will be an ordinary resident of Babylonia and do what he wants to do. If I see you again, I'll sound the alarm immediately. The inspection's complete. His records check out. He can be transferred to the youth center today. Has all the other paperwork been processed? Everything's been taken care of. Alright, sign in the temporary guardian field. Took us a month's worth of running back and forth to get this done. Babylonia's welfare system is quite a hassle, but you know that's just how it is, right? When it comes to children's rights, we have to be rigorous. Of course. Come to think of it, you weren't particularly close to his mother, so why did she grant you temporary custody of her child? We used to be colleagues. You won't see this in his record due to project sensitivity. Melvi signs the document. Meanwhile, Wansha comes out of the ward, clutching the access card Melvi gave him with sweaty palms, his nervousness evident in his every movement. What Freckles said still echoes in his ears, and he has made up his mind. He won't continue with rehabilitation. He doesn't realize he's already lost his chance to delay rehabilitation. Melvi hasn't told him that his recovery has been successful and has reached the level of a normal child, so he continues his aimless search for a place to go. He wanders the hospital corridors, his presence now a familiar sight to the doctors who see him as their most obedient patient and tacitly allow his freedom. Yet none of them knows what is running through his mind. Where am I supposed to find Mom? Where am I supposed to find this dream that Aunt Melvi talked about? Even if it's nothing but a fleeting dream, he still wants to chase after it. Because it's the only thing he has. He breaks into a jog, something he only managed to do just last week. The wind gently rushes past Wansha's ears, accompanied by the bustle of voices. He sees many guardians bringing their children here for treatment. He suddenly doesn't want to see these adults anymore, so he keeps running until their voices fade into the distance. Finally, he comes to a stop in a corner he's never been to before. Artificial sunlight streams through the slates of the Venetian blinds. He finds himself drawn closer. He tiptoes to lift the blinds and peers down below. Slats? Slats? Is that an actual thing? Oh, it is. I've never seen that word before. Huh. That's the thing with PGRs. That story, sometimes you get to learn some new words. Or discover some new words. Alright. He witnesses the other side of this world. He sees it. On the platform near the spaceport, several people in white coats sprinting with a stretcher, carrying a motionless person on it. Why are you so late? Hurry, hurry, hurry! Hurry up, you in the front! You think we got back late on purpose? There are several more still in the transport aircraft. The stretcher disappears beyond Wansha's view as people carry it away. The agitated construct covers their face, spins in the same spots twice, and then looks up aimlessly at the people rushing past. Wansha stares in confusion at their exaggerated movements. When the construct's gaze sweeps in Wansha's direction, he instinctively ducks down and hides by the window. His breathing, muffled by the respirator, becomes unusually pronounced. After a long moment, Wansha finally stands up and, carefully, steals a glance at the window. More people gather on the platform, and there's fluid pooling on the ground, but it's not the kind of blood he's familiar with. Wansha turns to look at the stairway behind him, knowing that the steps lead to the other side of this world. A minute later, the sound of a child's footsteps echoes faintly through the stairwell. Circulation system is completely down. I'll get the spare connection cables and vital fluid replenishment. Should be some in maintenance room 6. Don't bother. It's over. The two doctors stand in the corridor, looking at the construct that has lost all signs of life. After barely a second of silence, they pick up their maintenance equipment and move on. A massive assault on the ground battlefield today has strained the resources of the construct maintenance department. Many constructs can't even make it to the maintenance rooms, and are forced to receive emergency treatment in the triage hall. Notify your squad mates. Hurry up. Maintenance room 12 is free now. Prep for surgery, and don't forget to wash your hands. She has family in Babylonia. Her squad mates have been notified. As long as they're notified, that's good. Don't space out. Back to work. Just as the doctor finishes changing into a fresh medical gown, they turn around and feel someone bump into their leg. A child wearing a respirator stares at the doctor, whose hands are covered in vital fluid. Where did this child come from? Get him out of here now. A tall construct steps forward and covers Wansha's eyes. Is this child also a family member? We already had another one outside who wouldn't leave us alone. That can't be right. He's wearing a pediatric ward wristband. Another construct, whose head is covered in condensation liquid, approaches and gestures for Shorthalt to hand Wansha over to him. He must have taken a wrong turn. I'll lead him out. He shouldn't have come here. Xian, go ask around the inpatient ward if anyone's missing a child. I'll keep watch here. We've got several patients on maintenance stations that can't be left unattended. Roger. Amid the chaos, a flustered construct grabs Wansha by both arms and carries him out of the emergency hall like a small animal. Please put me down. Wansha recalls seeing something similar on Freckles' terminal, where the people kidnapped would struggle and scream let go. Following what he remembers, he makes his request in the most polite way possible. At the end of the corridor, another boy demonstrates the proper way of doing that with his shouting. Let me go! Let me go! Darn it, get out of my way! Xian's expression turns grim at the screams outside. After a final glance at the female construct who has lost all vital signs, he carries Wansha in the opposite direction, hoping to avoid the commotion. The boy with blue-purple hair lunges forward and grabs Xian's leg. His action is so desperate that it draws the attention of even the busy doctors. What did you do to my mother? Who's his mother? He's a family member of that construct from earlier. Both the husband and wife became constructs, and they sent their child to Babylonia when they enlisted. Don't bother. With injuries that severe, there would be nothing we could do, even if we used every medical supply in the maintenance room. I'm sorry. People wouldn't have died had I kept watch just a little longer back then. My dad disappeared after coming here last time, and now you want to take my mom too? Get out of my way. The new intern doctor strides over the tangled mess of equipment and wires and approaches the boy. He places a hand on the boy's shoulder. The corner of the emergency hall falls silent as everyone watches intently, waiting to hear what comforting words the doctor might offer. Her mother will be fine. She's just severely injured and needs to enter stasis. Stasis? Construct stasis? Yes. Our current medical technology can't restore her mobility right away. She needs to stay in stasis for a while before she can be treated. For how long? Well, many years. Or until you grow up. How old are you? The intern's doctor's voice trembles. 7.5. And in 8 years, 8 years and a half, 8.5 years. Maybe when you're 16, she'll wake up. The anger and sorrow in the boy's eyes begin to fade, replaced by a glimmer of hope, like a tiny flame struggling to stay alive. 8.5 years. I can wait. That's right. You can also do something helpful, like going to medical school to become a construct doctor and coming back here to find a way to wake her up. Career paths are chosen very early these days. I see so many young interns here at the start of life. But I'm not one of them. I'm not that young anymore. What are you talking about? Maybe you could go into research. Become a scientist. No, that's too dangerous. Some scientists go crazy from all that studying. How about becoming construct? No, that won't work either. It's even more dangerous. Vital fluid is dripping from the intern's unwashed hands onto the floor. That's enough. Take half a day off and go get some proper rest. The rambling young doctor and the boy both gaze toward an unreachable future, both seemingly convinced it will come true, whether they're the deceiver or the deceived. The other doctors turn away because they cannot bear to watch anymore, focusing instead on saving the constructs under their care. An unsettling serenity permeates the entire construct maintenance department. But a child's voice shatters the moment. No, she's dead. She's dead. Everyone's been lying to you. The spark of hope in the boy's eyes flickers out, leaving behind nothing but a cold stillness. Wansha has no memory of how he made it back to the pediatrics ward. His memories are a blur. He vaguely recalls breaking free amidst crying children and panicking adults, only to run straight into Melvi, who had been searching for him. Melvi scoops him out of the crowd and pulls him away just in time to avoid an incoming medical cart rushing past. What happened after? Melvi, trembling with fury, drags him back to the pediatrics ward. Why did you sneak out like that? I trusted you completely and you used my key card. Melvi stops mid-sentence, pressing her hand against her forehead in frustration. No, this is my fault. I never should have given you my key card. I'm sorry. Wansha knows he probably said something wrong again, but he doesn't understand why. That doctor not only lied to him, but also wanted him to become a doctor in the future. He lies, and Aunt Melvi teaches me to lie too. Isn't lying and deceiving wrong? In the window of this empty room, the Star of Life Emergency Center is visible. Melvi glances outside, seeing only the sea of flashing emergency lights. The day has ended, and even the artificial sunlight has gone to rest. Yet transport aircraft continue bringing back wounded warriors. How am I supposed to explain this to you at a time like this? Melvi turns away from the window and crouches down to Wansha's level. She places her hands on his shoulders that are still too frail to bear any weight. Lying may be wrong, but not everything is black and white. Sometimes, even lies can save lives. None of these makes any sense to you now, of course. You're so young, and how long have you really been in this world? But I hope you'll never have to face these choices yourself. That you won't have to learn to understand my words the hard way. Melvi brushes Wansha's curls away from his forehead and gazes into his bright golden eyes. What, Melvi? Next week, you'll be going to the youth center. It's a new place where you meet many new friends, and there will be plenty of caretakers looking after you. Aunt Melvi, I know I messed up. What's that? I'm sorry. Please don't send me away. Can I please stay with you? Melvi pulls Wansha into a tight embrace. You put too much burden on you. It's not good for you. I'll make this right by keeping you away from all of this, so you can live the life you are meant to have, the normal life you deserve. Life at Babylonia's youth center will be good, so you don't need to worry. Wansha rests his head on Melvi's shoulder, tears falling silently. He knows he has made a terrible mistake, one so grave that it has cost him his chance to stay with Melvi. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. This day burns itself into Wansha's memory. He cries for what feels like forever, until exhaustion finally pulls him into sleep. What happened after? He has no say in the matter. A week later, they take him to the youth center. Poor guy. Poor kid. Fledgling. He was like a fledgling who had accidentally flown into human society, curious and careful, yet seriously absorbing all the new vocabulary. As the volunteer gently urges Wansha forward for self-introductions, his eyes immediately catch sight of the blue-purple hair among the crowd. Evidently, he noticed Wansha too. More obvious still is how clearly unwelcome Wansha appears to be. During Wansha's first group activity session and communal lunch, the boy with blue-purple hair speaks his first words to Wansha since their second meeting. Get lost and go back to where you belong. Having nowhere else to go, Wansha ignores the boy's comment and scoops up food from his plate. In an instant, the boy reaches out and snatches away Wansha's spoon as well. Hello! A volunteer nearby notices the commotion at the table and approaches, calling out the boy's name. They retrieve the spoon and place it back in Wansha's palm. If it weren't for you, my mom would have woken up by now. Woken up? Wansha recalls the doctor's lie to Pello. But this time, he decides to keep the truth to himself. Pello, you've broken the rules twice today. If it happens again, there will be consequences. But he was the one who started it. What could Wansha have possibly done to you? He's only been here for a day. Not here, but at the hospital. The doctor said Mom just needed to rest, but he kept insisting. Just had to say that. The volunteer seems to understand what Pello wants to say and leads him away. For the rest of the day, Wansha doesn't see Pello again. Wansha and the other children his age are encouragingly ushered into a room filled with toys. The floor is soft, and there are many things he has only ever seen through Freckles' terminal, but never in person. As Wansha sits beside the safety slide, watching the other children line up for their turn, he can't help but think these activities pale in comparison to being Melvi's little assistant. Even as the artificial sky outside grows completely dark, Wansha never once climbs up the slide. On this quiet night, Wansha silently slips under the covers. As the first child taken in by the youth center after Pello, Wansha happens to be assigned to the same dormitory room as him. The room assignment doesn't bother him as he becomes completely absorbed in examining everything in the dormitory. Everything except the nightlight on the desk captures his curiosity. Pello finally returns, completely ignoring Wansha on the upper bunk as he goes straight to sleep. A faint creak of the door wakes Pello. Against the glow of the nightlight, a silhouette stands by the doorway. Huh? Pello snaps awake and shouts at Wansha in a whisper. What are you doing? I don't want to sleep. I want to go outside. Are you crazy? Haven't they told you that you can't leave after the lights are out? No. Fine. Whatever you want. Just don't drag me into it when you get caught, you pest. What did the volunteer lady talk to you about? Did she give you a piece of her mind? No, she just told me I could refuse to share a room with you. The youth center has empty dormitories. We could each have our own room. And you didn't say yes to that? She also said that I'm older than you, that you still have nightmares and never slept alone back at the hospital, and that you're really timid. I'm not timid. Ugh. Wansha lets out a yawn. Why aren't you sleeping? You're yawning. Because I have nightmares when I sleep. Oh, so what they said is true. Do we know this is going to be long? I saw... hi, by the way. Hi, Carefree. I saw that it had 26 nodes. So I figured that it might be a lengthy one. So far, this is node 4 or 5 right now. So depending on where we, depending on how long it'll be when we get to like node 13 or 14, it might be done in 2 parts. There might be a part 2, but we'll see. I just figured it might be long because it's 26 nodes. And the last time we had that number of nodes, it was like 6-7 hours long. I think the last time there was like that many nodes was, if I remember correctly, might have been source beacon, maybe? I can't remember. I'd have to check back on previous chapters. Pelos flops back onto his pillow. Still as grumpy as ever. I have nothing to say to you. Just go back to sleep. Today's a rest day. Probably been playing with them all day, right? Things aren't gonna be easy starting tomorrow. What's happening tomorrow? A lot of things. Bunch of shudders. Getting shots of medicine before dawn. Not being allowed to eat or sleep. And there's even a mean old witch who punishes people? Question mark? What are you talking about? It's just classes and activities at the Basic Education Center. They simply group children of similar ages from the youth center together for lessons. You're the youngest in our group, and I'm the oldest. As you reach 13, or 14 here, you can start thinking about your career path. I'm a bit older, but I'm still grouped with all of you. I'll probably have to leave this place when I turn 16. What are you going to do after you leave? None of your business. What's a basic education center? Is it just a place for classes? What's basic education? Oh, you sure are full of questions, huh? Like a fledgling that has accidentally flown into human society, Masha remains curious, yet cautious, carefully absorbing every new word encountered. Well, are you always this slow? Don't you find it annoying? Pella's voice keeps rising. During their brief exchange, Wansha gets pelted with various labels, none of which he feels are particularly flattering. The doctors never said that about me. I'm not stupid. I'm not a pest. I'm not slow. And I won't get lost. It's wrong of you to talk about me like that. Go away. I'm trying to sleep. This is your last warning. Why do you always talk to me like this? Little Wansha is so innocent. Wansha's expression tightens as well. Doctors. That's all you ever talk about. But weren't you also dumped here by doctors? Did any of them ever adopt you, even when you love them all this much? How are you any different from me? Everyone abandoned you. They sent you away. Tossed you aside like garbage. Ugh. Before Pello can finish his insults, he's violently interrupted. Wansha slams into him, ramming straight into his chin and sending him reeling backward, nearly causing him to crack his head. Pello freezes for 3 seconds. Just 3 seconds. Before leaping from his bed as if mortally offended, retaliating without a moment's hesitation. The two end up in a scuffle. Fortunately, the rapid footsteps of the staff on duty soon echo through the hall, bringing this little drama to an end within minutes. On only his second day at the youth center, Wansha receives punishment. Today was supposed to be their batch's enrollment ceremony. According to the other children, the boarding students like them would attend the same classes as the commuting students from outside, learning the same subjects. According to Pello, the difference is simple. Commuting students have parents, and boarding students are orphans. Wansha hasn't met any of the commuting students from outside yet, but he's quite curious about them. If he hadn't bumped into me, we could have attended the enrollment ceremony. It's already noon. Why aren't they back yet? Noisy chatter echoes from the other end of the corridor as the new students finally return from their entrance ceremony. Following their teacher's guidance, the students file into classrooms on both sides of the corridor. The group of new students gradually thins out until only the boarding students from the same batch remain at the corridor's end. As the children pass by Pello and Wansha, they stare curiously at the two hanging their heads in shame. Some who understand what the pair did wrong begin to snicker. Snickers bar. Looks like the new cake has gone bad with Pello. Shut up, Natalie. What do you mean by gone bad with Pello? Oh, not bad. Yeah, right. Why else would the dorm supervisor punish you? Natalie makes a face. Bleh. Alright, quiet down, everyone. Seeing Pello infuriated, the volunteer gives him a warning as well. Pello, stop causing trouble. I wasn't the one who started it. Weren't you the one who started insulting others? That's enough stubbornness for now. It's almost lunchtime anyway. Thank goodness neither of you got hurt. Don't let this happen again, Pello. Go on inside. The youth center volunteer exchanges a few words with the supervising teacher before waving to Pello. Wansha tries to follow Pello to the classroom, but a volunteer gently holds him back. Wansha, come with me. Wansha sits in the chair, wringing his hands. As Melvi's distinctive footsteps approach from behind, Wansha turns around to greet her, barely containing his excitement. Aww. Though they've only been apart for a short while, he already misses her deeply. The moment he sees Melvi's face, Wansha freezes. I heard you got into a fight, and you started it? Melvi questions Wansha with a stern expression. He has clearly rushed here for the Star of Life, still in her work uniform. Wansha apologizes instinctively. I'm sorry. Please don't be mad at me. Was there a fight? Are you hurt? He's fine. We checked and they are both okay. Neither of them went all out. Before Wansha can say a word, Melvi pulls him up from his chair, lifts his arms and legs for inspection, and begins examining him thoroughly. Do you have your portable respirator with you? If you're having trouble breathing, put it on right away. Your hair's getting a bit long. I should have given you a trim back at the department. Aww, she's so mom. That's so cute. Instead of scolding, Melvi frantically checks on Wansha and takes out a sky blue lunchbox. When she's done checking him and sees that he's unharmed, she sets the lunchbox on the table with a hint of anger. Rush out of the Star of Life and already picking fights? Like the troublemaker, aren't you? Well, never mind. Let's get some food in you first. Merv opens the lunchbox to reveal pitch black mass of chaos that emanates a terrifying smell. What? It might not look like much, but it should taste good. I cook like this at home sometimes, too, so don't worry about it. I don't know about that. Wansha sits at the table and takes a few bites before hanging his head low. Full already? You've only been here a day and you're eating even less than during your rehabilitation. Wansha? Wansha's tears crash onto the dining table. Is the food that bad? No. Hello started it. He said none of you wanted me anymore. You all wanted to throw me away. Oh. Mom insisted on sending me to Eden. I did everything she said. I ate my meals properly. Slept quietly. You all threw me away anyway. Oh, stop it. That's not true. No one wanted to throw you away. You just couldn't stay at the hospital anymore. You need more people looking after you. Volunteers, caring individuals, teachers. This is the best place for you. Besides, only with proper education can you qualify to be an ordinary citizen of Babylonia. You're the smartest child I've ever met. Even if you're a bit younger than the others, you'll excel in your studies. Babylonia is where you'll have a future. And rip Wansha, I guess. There's still a way. You could adopt me. If you adopt me, I can be a commuting student. I'll study hard, I promise. I'm not qualified to adopt. I shouldn't even be visiting you. I know it doesn't make sense to you, but this is the only thing I can do. Melvi is a busy person. Her visit today seems to be merely to check if Wansha is hurt, and she's quickly called back to the Star of Life by an incoming call. Having failed to secure adoption, Wansha trudges back to it with his lunchbox, shoulders slumped. No sooner does he sit at the boarding student's table than he notices Pello glaring at him once again. Having been caught staring, Pello quickly looks away and lets out a contemptuous snort. What is it this time? Pello takes a spoonful of soup, acting as if Wansha hadn't spoken at all. Wansha opens the lunchbox and takes a moment to brace himself. Despite being a brilliant doctor, he's a terrible cook, but he decides to eat it anyway. Whatever Melvi gives him, he treasures deeply. Just as he steels himself to dig up an unidentified object, Pello finally breaks their silence. Well, didn't think you'd have someone watching your back. What? You don't get it. Look, she wants to adopt you, right? The light in Wansha's eyes dims. No, she's my doctor. She's the one who brought me here. But she still comes to see you. That's what having someone watching your back means. She got that Lucia cooking. She learned. Besides, she's a doctor. That's the best profession there is. When I grow up, I want to be a doctor too, so I can save my mom. Kid, Wansha splashed you with the cold water a while ago. She's dead. Sorry to break your hopes and dreams, brother mans, but she's dead. You can't save her unless you become a necromancer, okay? I'm gonna hit you with that truth, all right? It's about as world-shattering as learning that Santa isn't real. She's dead. Sorry, that was a little too much. Sorry, kid. She's away for a very long time. Marsha knows which topics to avoid around Pello now, quietly wolfing down the meal Melvi prepared, barely even chewing. But the envy in Pello's eyes is impossible to miss. Remembering how Pello broke down crying at the emergency center that day, Marsha swallows a mouthful, steals himself, and pushes his lunchbox forward. With this punishing, I summon a mom. What? Want some? Damn, you're gonna make him eat? Okay. I don't want any. What makes you think I want that stuff? It's okay, you can have some. Just projectile vomits. Exhibition Hall. Mecca! Everyone this way. Our next stop is the Earth Hall. Remember what your teacher told you before we left? Stay quiet now and reach out with care to touch our home. The children line up and file through the door, barely containing their excitement. In the center of the hall, a projection of the blue planet slowly rotates, revealing her beauty and serenity to a new generation that has never set foot on Earth. See? The Earth is round. Go ahead, you can reach out and touch it. At their teacher's encouragement, the children gently touch the Earth's surface, creating ripples of aqua blue light. After a brief silence, white seagulls suddenly emerge from the surrounding darkness. The ground beneath transforms into coastal sand, and a hermit crab crawls past the children's feet, carrying its shell. Whoa! Babylonia recreates many of Earth's original ecosystems. The sunlight, the vegetation, every breeze, everything you see here originated from Earth. Humanity shares an unbreakable bond with Earth. One day, we are all going to return to our homeland. Mecca's kind of cute. The children reach out to touch Earth, their eyes filled with wonder at the beautiful yet unfamiliar sights. Alright, we have 30 minutes to explore this place. Be sure to assemble back here on time. We still have many other halls to visit. You haven't mentioned the most important part. What? The punishing destroyed everything. A mere decades it left Earth in ruins. Way to ruin the mood, idiot. Sorry, I had to take a drink of water. A middle-aged volunteer from the youth center waves his hand, manipulating the virtual Earth. As it completes its rotation, a dark crimson spreads across its blue surface. The lights of civilization fade away as black smoke rises from the craters. Wait, don't tell them these things. The volunteer gives Mecca a brief glance before continuing anyway. Your peaceful life here in Babylonia, your education, your very future, all of this exists because people have sacrificed themselves for you. They faced the enemies on the front lines without fear, fighting with mortal flesh to reclaim Earth's soil inch by inch. You're different from your classmates. Most of your parents sacrificed their lives on the front lines. Their comrades in Babylonia entrusted you to us, allowing you to grow up under public care. You must always remember why your parents gave their lives. Never stop asking yourself, will you follow in their footsteps and continue their noble cause? Or spend your life as mediocre beings in Babylonia's greenhouse? Somebody get this person out of here. She's not wrong, though. The children stare at the volunteer, completely lost. That's enough. They can barely understand what it means to lose their parents. Why are you forcing their predecessors? Why are you forcing their predecessors' fate upon them? She says as she's continuing to smile right there. I'm going to report today's incident to the youth center. If you can't take responsibility for their future, then stop giving them such irresponsible guidance, especially when they're at that young of an age. how about you wait a little while before you tell this to like a freaking 5-year-old? Once again, the children turn to Mecca with bewildered looks. Alright everyone, let's head to the next exhibition hall. The next one houses the Gestalt. There's me saying that even though just earlier I was telling Pello his mom is dead. You can't save her. Hypocrite. Mecca cuts the free period short, herding the children at the front toward the exit instead of letting them explore the Earth Pavilion as planned. At the back of the line, Wansha whispers to Pello, "My mom didn't sacrifice herself." Yeah, you're right about everything. My mom's in stasis too. Let's not talk about that. What does mediocre mean? Ordinary? So Aunt Melvie wants me to be mediocre. Useless? Well, I don't want to be mediocre. I couldn't care less. Okay. After returning from the exhibition hall, the children from the youth center gather for dinner as usual. The volunteer who gave the emotional speech at the exhibition is nowhere to be seen. Masha chews slowly as he recalls the sights from earlier today. Birds, soil, the beach. Everything seemed so real, if not for the exhibition hall's hard floor beneath his feet. He knows that both day and night outside are merely simulations of Earth's ecosystem, with weather limited to either sunny or cloudy. He has experienced so much more on Earth. He is pretty smart to know that it's just a simulation. An adult and a child sit atop a hill, sheltered from the wind and rain from a massive oak tree. The rain subsides, with leftover droplets trickling down from the leaves. Only when the sky completely clears does the woman turn to the boy sitting beside her, giving him a slight nod. The rain stopped. You can go and play now, Wansha. Want to play in the Wii field? No, you can't. The Wii ons are gonna break your hands. Wansha looks at one of his fingers where a small cut remains, a reminder of when he secretly snuck into the wheat field to touch the wheat heads. And what about the beach? You should be safe now since the tide is out. It's dangerous. That sea has always been and will always be dangerous. She gets it. Mom, do I have to stay under the tree today too? Never mind. Go play by the sea. All right. Having gotten permission, the excited child dashes out from beneath the sheltering tree. He runs across the damp, soft earth, carefully avoiding blooming wildflowers as he makes his way down the slope toward the beach. He lived beneath a tree with a silent woman he called Mother. When the rain cleared, Mother would speak to him, teaching him how to read and telling him about the various creatures of Earth. Mother doesn't like the sunlight on clear days, but he does. The sun warms the sand just right, making it pleasant to walk along the beach. Ugh! A stone rolls out of nowhere and trips him, causing him to fall hard onto the grass and scrape his knee. What the? Who are you? A child in white lies hidden among the grass, scrutinizing the fallen one's show with intense curiosity. You look just like her. So you're her real child. Who are you? Why are you crouching here in the grass? I've been hiding in the grass. I didn't want you to see me so you wouldn't know what I'm up to. Have you been in my and Mom's world all this time? The child hiding in the grass grows visibly upset at these words. This is my world. You're the one who is connected to here from the outside. I'm the one who has to hide from you. Wansha? His mother's voice echoes from nearby. Wansha gets to his feet and sees her searching for him. Don't tell her you saw me. The child shoves Wansha, sending him tumbling down the slope. For the first time, Wansha sees everything from a tumbling perspective. The sky spins above him. The flower petals reveal their varied hues, and the grass blades show their tiny serrated edges. Rather than feeling angry about being pushed, he focuses on committing everything before him to memory. You're being silly again. Haven't you been spacing out for too long? Wansha stops chewing, puts down his spoon, and exchanges an uncomfortable stare with Pello. You start trouble again, I swear I'm gonna... That's not what the surface is really like. Their conversation catches the attention of the other children who, too, are refusing to eat their meals properly. The surface isn't just beaches and seagulls. There are so many beautiful things down there. How do you know all this? Don't tell me you've been to the surface. I saw it from... I mean, I've never been there. I saw it on some grown-up's terminal. Halfway through his sentence, Wansha remembers Melvi's stern warning and cuts himself off. Stifled giggles ripple across the dining table. I know. There's the punishing dial in there. A boy with a quiet voice slowly raises his hand. Frank, my parents died in battle. Their sacrifice earned me permission to come to Babylonia. Haven't you seen the machines glowing red? Haven't you seen people's limbs blown off? Wansha recalls his own nightmares, which also feature machines glowing with that same red light. The boy turns his clouded eyes toward Wansha. Wansha, is the surface world you see in the terminal really as wonderful as you think? Mustering his courage, Wansha stands up from his chair. As his feet press against the padded floor, he tries to imagine the feeling of real soil beneath. Yes, there must be many good things left on Earth besides the punishing. The child begins to speak, stumbling over his words. He begins with the seascape he glimpsed today. Beyond the shells, fish swim in the briny waters. The sand isn't all soft and fine as one might think. Some mudflats are too dangerous to walk on barefoot. They tell us about eternally golden wheat fields and warn us never to touch their sharp awns. They speak of towering trees with thick canopies, of deep beds of fallen leaves. Beneath these trees grow not just the same vegetables as in our greenhouses, but also morning dew, wild flowers, wild grass, and ladybugs with 7 spots on their backs. And there's rain, and when the rain stops, birds fly through the trees. Not seagulls. These birds have gray-tipped wings and beautiful patterns on their bodies. Do they shed their feathers? Yes, I've heard that feathers feel soft and light to the touch. More and more children turn to Wansha to listen to him describe landscapes they have never truly experienced. Do feathers have a smell? Why would anyone press their face against them to find out? No, of course not. The children burst into laughter. Artificial sunlight streams in from outside the youth center, illuminating a frail child at the dining table as they eagerly discuss the sky, the earth, and what real sunlight and moonlight must be like. Are we ever going to see what Earth is like with our own eyes? I think my mom and dad are down there. Of course, I'm definitely going down there. I'm gonna need to find... Remembering Melvi's words of caution, Wansha holds his tongue. He gazes at the artificial sky beyond the youth center, wondering once again if his mother, whom Melvi sees as a terrible threat, is still waiting for him somewhere on Earth. That was all one node. That took like half an hour. Okay, now we're on node 5. That was a long read. Dreamer. Rosetta! After a moment of contemplation, all the memory data streams gravitate toward the beacon. Oh my gosh, it's Rosetta. Several months pass as Wansha settles into a routine life. On this day, after classes and activities end, Wansha heads back to the dormitory alone instead of walking with the others. Juan, what? Early in the dormitory hallway, he spotted several constructs walking awkwardly behind a volunteer, interacting with children under the volunteer's guidance. The youth center has recently started accepting commissions, occasionally bringing constructs here to carry out assigned tasks. Wansha recalls the constructs at the emergency center and the fluids. He has learned that it's vital fluid. It's just like human blood, and losing too much of it means death for a construct. He opens the dorm room door and notices the items on his desk aren't where he left them. Hello? No one... Did they come back here? He closes the door and hesitantly sits at the desk, except all the lights in the dormitory go out as soon as he sits down. He hears rapid footsteps approaching from outside the door, while rustling sounds echo from all corners of the dormitory. He snatches the nightlight from the desk. Bang. Happy birthday! A group of children jump out from the corner as party poppers explode above Wansha's head. Glittering confetti bursts into the air, gently floating down to sprinkle across Wansha's hair. Birthday? The dormitory door slides open as the screen on the desk lights up and starts to play a message from Gestalt. Today is November 5th, your birthday. Gestalt remembers this important day with you. Based on a comprehensive analysis of your reading preferences, I have prepared a gift for you. Imagine getting a happy birthday from Gestalt. Now sending 100,000 questions and answers. Complete guide to basic education. Science Biology Unit Review. Academic Excellence Series. Professional Certification Exam Preview. Those will seem a little bit much for like a 5-year-old. The protagonist, who knows nothing of his own birthday, stands silently with a nightlight in hand, gazing at the crowd before him. There in the wide open doorway stands Melvi, who hasn't been seen in ages, holding a cake with Wansha's name written in chocolate in the center. Happy birthday, Wansha. I probably never mentioned your birthday before. Sorry. From now on, we'll all remember it together. Don't worry, I have a great memory. A mischievous girl from that day steps forward, setting off another party popper above Wansha's head as she giggles along with the other children. Here's her gift. My teacher once said that the livelier your birthday celebration is, the luckier you'll be in the coming year. The other children join in with cheerful voices, presenting their gifts to Wansha. Though the handmade presents rest lightly in his arms, they carry a weight that touches his heart. Hello steps out from beside Melvi and awkwardly shoves an item into Wansha's palm. Here's your birthday gift. It's not from me specifically. The teachers had everyone prepare it together using the things you talked about. Things I said? Wansha carefully examines the gift in his hands. It's a dream catcher. Sky blue ribbons are woven around its hoop, with sparkling stones hanging below, and beneath those a few feathers. The tips of the feathers are gray, just like the ones from birds in Wansha's memories. What is this 2000s teen coming of age for the holidays? As the dream catcher sways gently, its feathers brush against his wrist with a ticklish touch. The constructs that can go to the surface helped collect these. If you want to say thanks, make sure to include them too. Wansha notices the constructs standing behind the crowd. Thanks. Shall we blow out the candles and make a wish now? I brought you a bento box too. It's a big one. After you're done with the cake, you can share it with your friends. We can talk about the lunchbox later. Let's let him make his wishes first. Wansha? Wansha clenches his hand, keeping his expression mostly neutral. Am I dreaming? What do you mean dreaming? Everyone's waiting for you. Did you think you were sleepwalking or something? You're not dreaming. This life belongs to you, and it's all real. As long as it's all real. That's nice. Amidst the chorus of blessings, Wansha closes his eyes. What should I wish for? This is his first birthday ritual, and his first time making a wish. If wishes really could come true, he'd want to know why his mother sent him to Eden, and what she's doing down on the surface. He wishes to never have nightmares again, to prune away those tangled, chaotic memories from his mind, just as Melvi suggested. He wishes that people would stay by his side forever. He may be young, but his dreams are endless. The world falls into darkness, with only the faint glow of birthday candles flickering dimly ahead. The candlelight illuminates fragments of memory data. He recalls his mother's promise when she brought him to Eden, the moment he first opened his eyes at the Star of Life. And in the depths of darkness where he never dared to dream, a beacon shines. A sudden pain shoots through his head as a message transmits itself through the power of the wish. The beacon transforms from blurry candlelight into crystal clarity, taking only 20 seconds for the vital fluid to course through his entire body. After a moment of contemplation, all the memory data streams gravitate toward the beacon. Gotcha. We're back to reality. Or back to the present. The construct's eyes remain closed as you detect sealed memory data deep within his mind. Something's wrong. A deep mind connection would be best, but that's not possible right now. The mind beacon strives to calm the rippling waves of consciousness, attempting to probe deeper into its depths. Without warning, the chaotic memory data reveals its massive volume and launches a counterattack against the human mind beacon. Damn it. Watch out! Who could that be? Someone pulls you from behind, and just in time. In that moment of clarity, they sever the mental connection. Masha's eyes snap open as well, and together you turn to face the figure that has appeared. A construct. Rosetta? I didn't expect our next meeting to come so soon. What's going on? Your name isn't on the temporary squad's roster. I wasn't part of the temporary squad. That's right, I joined them of my own accord. Conservation areas 189 and 190 provide energy for New Sophiasburg. I've been staying in the vicinity lately. The mission to explore this abandoned research facility isn't high level at all, but I remembered the experiments from the Arctic Union routes, so I just... Rosetta shows signs of fatigue. You must have come because you received my message, and you should know what's happening. Everyone on the team except me has lost contact. I need to find them before we can leave. I understand. But you guys don't look so good either. What's happening out there? Probably similar to what you've encountered. You Rosetta frame. Give the ARU a go. I believe we'll get a new Rosetta frame. I believe one day. Same thing with Sophia and Kamui and Kamu and Noan and Changyu and Kulao and Roland. Masha stands up and adds a clarification. It's not safe outside. The red tide is spreading rapidly and will engulf this research facility and the two nearby conservation areas. We're running out of time for rescue and search operations. We've lost contact with our other two squad members, and as you can see, the Commandant and I were dragged down here too. Dragged down? Did you notice that it's only half corrupted? Rosetta shakes her head. How did you get down here? Bad luck. Question mark? I accidentally fell down here. Rosetta closes her eyes wearily. Oliver, this temporary mission has been pretty straightforward. All the documents are in plain sight. Oliver, this device is still operational. See if you can create a backup of its data. Right on it. But I found a terminal. I'll take a look at this first. Terminal. The terminal in Oliver's hands is nearly destroyed, but it's still recognizable as a Babylonian military tactical terminal. Lamau. Rosetta Big Heavy. Looks like constructs from Babylonia have been here. It could be rogue constructs. The scans show no one's inside the building, but we should still proceed with caution. I would imagine the constructs at this moment in time have like really good material that makes them like light on their feet and shit. Like at least light enough for like a regular human to have like them over their arm over their shoulder to carry them or some shit, or even by like a piggyback ride or some shit. But Rosetta is like old, right? So I'd imagine she's like heavy. The terminal suddenly crackles to life, its screen lighting up as a stream of corrupted data flows across it. I'll do you one better, Rosetta can literally fly. Okay, true. But imagine... if Rosetta's really that heavy, but she can lift herself like that, and can move fast, while like flying and gliding through the air. Imagine she just charges right into you. That would hurt. Like a lot. It's like you're about to get hit by like a freaking car or some shit. I would imagine. Meanwhile, the same sound echoes from behind a piece of abandoned equipment nearby. Acting on instinct, Rosetta stops Oliver from investigating. Stay here and back up the data. We'll go and check it out. Soon after, Rosetta spots numerous terminals in a dim corner, stacked deliberately into what resembles a small mountain. We need to report this immediately. This must be a stronghold for deserter constructs. Strange. While the terminals have similar marks, they have been slashed by a scythe. Nani? Freaking flashbacks to Cradle. Rosetta frowns as she picks up 2 terminals for inspection. The deep slash marks are clearly what rendered them inoperable. What kind of weapon could have done this? Oliver, do these marks look familiar to you? Oliver! Hearing the shout, Rosetta rushes back, only to find Oliver gone from where he was standing just moments ago. She tries to contact the team members scattered across different areas, but each attempt is met with nothing but an endless silence. Why would you all split up like that? Do you recognize these marks? Without lingering, she swiftly reports the incident to Babylonia. Emergency. We have lost contact with all team members. She misses her footing and falls into a hole hidden beneath piles of scrap paper. Was she not like... Oh, is she in like centaur form or something? I guess she was in centaur form. That's how she fell. But it's already a blessing that you're safe. Maybe. I did a quick survey of the area. There's a pile of construct remains over there. Someone deliberately gathered their terminals together. I found this. Rosetta pulls out another heavily worn terminal. This one is still transmitting signals at regular intervals. Marsha takes the terminal and fiddles with it for a moment, causing it to emit its familiar red glow once again. He doesn't have centaur form. Babylonia doesn't do hybrid constructs. She doesn't have it anymore. I guess I just don't remember. The hell she... I guess she's just standing then. I'm just so used to seeing her just hovering in midair, hovering in the air. So it's like on some Looney Tunes shit. I'm trying to remember. I know she showed up during Kowloon Metropolis, and that she got patched up or something. Was that when she didn't have her centaur form anymore or something? Can't remember. Obviously she had it before, during Frozen Darkness. I remember that. I don't remember when she stopped having the centaur. Yeah, she lost it after Frozen Darkness, after she went to Babylonia. Oh, I see. Okay, thank you. Was it short hold? I gotta remember, this isn't the same Commandant from... I gotta remember, this isn't the same Commandant from... He doesn't know... This Commandant doesn't know that short hold is dead. They turned the horse part into her cub. Oh, okay. That's cool. So she really... Okay, so... Again, I guess I'm just so used to seeing her hovering that, just hearing her say, hearing it say she lost her footing and fell through a hole, kind of just, was kind of funny to me. Short Halt, the one that went missing from the Scarab Squad, is here too. Yeah, but this time he left behind a lot of information. It's rather unlike his usual style. The terminal contains numerous voice messages. Marsha's finger hovers above them for a moment before finally tapping the screen. That's why it's so peppy. Like, why are you walking? Yeah, and yeah. When she said she accidentally fell through, I was like, that's how? You can fly. After an unsettling stretch of static, a somewhat familiar voice finally comes through. It definitely would have been better. It definitely would have made a lot more sense if they said something grabbed her and pulled her down into the hole or some shit. That would have been way better. Like how Wansha got grabbed. It would have made so much more sense. But it's just funny when she just loses her footing. There's an egg here. Egg. Upon hearing that familiar term after so long, you grow alert. Wansha furrows his brow. What? They're voice messages. So these must have... Okay, these voice messages must be old or something. This voice sounds different from Shorehalt's usual tone. I'm not sure if this is another one of the research facility's twisted projects, but the fact they're experimenting on children tells you everything you need to know about this place. Child experiments. Just as I suspected. The egg has hatched into a creature that now roams these halls. If anyone finds this place, exercise extreme caution. I need to avoid that creature and get the test subjects. Get those children out of the cultivation area. Hard to say if we'll make it. I haven't run into that thing face to face yet, but there are dead researchers and security personnel everywhere. All its handiwork. That's all for now. The voice message cuts off, leaving the three in contemplative silence. Could our missing teammates have been attacked by this creature he mentioned? I've seen strange battle marks up there. Cultivation. Not necessarily. Something's off about all the information. For one thing, neither the Commandant nor I have directly encountered this supposed enemy. Second, while it could be due to signal distortion or a damaged voice module, this voice definitely sounds different from Shoreheart's usual one. I am the Emerald Jade Master of the 8th Heaven. And then there's what he mentioned about the researchers and security personnel. The research facility's destruction by punishing happened many years ago. By the time Shoreheart arrived, no living humans remained, only the Ascendant and the constructs temporarily following them. No one would set such a lame trap. I don't understand why Shoreheart would say that. Perhaps there are areas we haven't investigated yet. Then he's an imposter! Imposter. If there really are undiscovered children out there, then in addition to finding our missing teammates, we must add this to our mission objectives as well. Because he's dead. Yep. Nod. But they don't know that. They just know that he's missing. I'm familiar with the routes in this area now. The next phase of our operation should go more smoothly. If you encounter the monster, eliminate it. Rosetta tightens her grip on her weapon as Wansha nods in silent agreement. You point at the dim corridor ahead. Let's press on and find this cultivation area Shoreheart mentioned. We don't have much time left. The red tide will be here soon. But not everything is beyond saving just yet. You know, speaking of red tide, like I play Nikke. Like all I ever do is log in and do my like dailies and shit. And right now they're having their second like Evangelion event. So when I went into the event area, I saw the water, I saw like the ocean being red. I sat there like, oh no. I'm talking nonsense. I haven't even met Shoreheart yet. I have no idea what's happening right now. Oh. The LCL fluid. Yeah. I don't know much about Evangelion, and I don't really read the event stories in Nikke. I kind of just skip them. Not kind of. I always just skip them. I don't really care much about those. So I don't know what the fuck's going on. But when I see the red, but now anytime I see red ocean, red waters, I have a little, like I get a mini heart attack. I'm like, oh no. Say it ain't so. Nikkei has a really good story. From what I haven't played the story in a while. Like, I'm on chapter 26, but I haven't continued from there for a long while. The story is good. It's similar to PGR, where it's like apocalyptic setting, humanoid androids fighting against machine entities that want to get rid of humanity and all that shit. It's quite similar. Hell, even the JPVA for one of the main female characters, Rappy, is the same VA for Lucia. And Rappy is kind of like seen as like the main love usually seen as the main love interest in Nikkei. So the similarities are pretty funny. But I think I've seen someone say that the difference between the story in PGR and Nikkei is that Nikkei's is a lot more it flows better and not super out of all over the place or something like that. Me personally, the story is good. I haven't been really paying attention to it too much though, because this may be like a hot take or whatever, but because Nikkei on the surface is a very fan service game, the fan service is completely like I can't take the story seriously because of the fan service. You know what I mean? So more linear, yeah. And it is similar with how PGR does its storytelling a bit as well, because you got main story, and just like PGR, there's also like event stories that are also kind of like canon as well. But usually those event stories usually the more story-oriented events are like take place in the past. Usually some of them. It's kind of like how PGR has like floating records or extra stories. Things like Grand Blue or Inscription of Labyrinth. Go guys, the place is dying. Why is she naked? But yeah, no, that's just a me thing, I think. But like, it's first and foremost, it is a game of fan service. So despite it having like a really good story, I just can't take the story seriously when I got like boobs and ass just shaking all around on the screen. I just can't take it seriously. And this is just another personal opinion of mine, but like I remember when people were like, when people first play Nikkei and they go through the prologue and they're like, oh my god, it's the most depressing shit ever. Even my friend was saying that. He's like, you're gonna get depressed from the prologue. I'm like, okay. So I see it, and then when it happens, when the depressing part happens, I kind of sat there like, oh, that's it? I didn't really have much of a reaction to it. It was sad, but it wasn't like major depression moment. I think that's mainly because like it was a character that we only knew as a player. We only knew for like a few minutes, a few seconds. That's why it didn't have that much of an impact to me. At least, what was her name again? From when I think it was When Day Breaks or something. Or no. Source Beacon. That one blonde chick we saw in PGR. Who died in the same chapter. Leonie, I think. Like, at least Leonie did a lot of shit throughout the chapter, so that her death was a bit more impactful. Or Lucille, sorry. No, Leonie is someone else. Sorry, Lucille, thank you. We lost Diesel in chapter 1. By losing Mango after a full arc. Yeah. Oh, it wasn't Diesel, it was Marianne or something. I think it was Marianne. Yeah, we shoot Marianne in the head because she was like corrupted. And I kind of sat there like, oh, okay. Like we only knew this character for a few minutes. It's not that, it's sad. It's sad. It's still kind of messed up. But like, it's not like super depression mode. So, But yeah, no, Nikkei does have a good story. So if you're someone who likes PGR story, I definitely would recommend Nikkei's story. It's also just as good. Just try to like overlook the whole fan service stuff. Try to ignore it. Back to the story. But not everything is beyond saving just yet. There's still hope. I have Nikkei, I just barely touched the game. I only ever log in for dailies. Myself. My favorite character is Scarlet. Samurai girl. You know how it is.
ここは上よりもパニッシング濃度が高いから急いで通り抜けた方がいい。
See, look at her, she's
こ
floating.
こにも異合生物が。こんな形態は見たことがないけど。
See, girl, you're floating. How do you fall through the ground? These branches, sprouting out of nowhere, appear to be entirely formed from punishing. So now punishing is just like black and blue. Have a sense of... Oh, what the hell?
また。気をつけて。どうやら暗闇に飛んでるみたいだ。意識界はまだ完全に安定していないみたいだ。
Crap, these monsters are poisonous. Hang in there, Masha. I'll be right there. Oh, it's Rosetta. Hey man, you alright? Oh. I got you, bro. I got your back. It's Rover with white hair.
だいぶ良くなった。もう大丈夫だよ。
Open the gates. Oh! Seeing Rosetta spin a little while like that? That's kind of
ま
funny.
たいける。見つけたよ。
この程度なら大した脅威にはならない。探し続けよ
でも勝手に動くのはやめよう。特にあの扉には、扉の向こうにはかなり広い空間があると思う。
う。時間がない。行こう。
What's the rest of Strike Hawk doing? Maybe they're on some other mission. Isn't Strike Hawk's specialty like recon missions and shit? Like recon, scouting. Lost page 2. Change my mouse here. The next day before sunrise, the mother came into the children's room to wake them. Get up, you lazy bones. Today we're going to the city for supplies. On the way to the city, Amon kept stopping to look back. After a few times, the father couldn't help but ask, "What are you looking for? Hurry up and keep walking." "Dad," Amon replied, "I'm looking for my kitty." He didn't say goodbye to it. But Amon wasn't looking at the cat. Instead, he was dropping pebbles from his pocket along the way. When they reached the edge of the city, the father said, "Listen, we're going to look for supplies. You two stay here. I'll light a fire to keep you warm so you won't get cold." The children sat by the fire, listening to the sound of their parents rummaging, which made them feel safe. In reality, however, the noise was made by a corrupted dismantling a person who happened to pass by. The siblings waited and waited. Finally, they fell asleep. Their parents never returned. When they woke up, Glea cried with fear. "How will we get out of the city?" "We'll wait for the moon to come out," Amon comforted her. "When the moonlight falls, we'll find our way home." As he spoke, the full moon rose, its light illuminating the pebbles Amon had scattered along the way. Hand in hand, the siblings followed the moonlit trail and reached home before dawn. On some like Hansel and Gretel shit. Open the gate.
権限カードがないと開けられないみたいだね。
突き破ってみる。
Just
それもいいけど、手がかりを見つけなくていいの？
権限カードを探す。
この辺も見よう。
じゃあ別行動で。私は
指揮官いいよね。
Jeez. split up and move fast. No, I like this. I mean, we are pressed for time, eh? I think it would be safer. Yeah, we'll stick together. It would be safer. You never know. I refuse to believe Big Seta and Revolver Launch-A-Lot can't just yeet the door. True. When they woke up again, they saw Glea's parrot. It stood on a branch, its voice as melodic as music. Instinctively, Amon and Glea followed the parrot until they reached the beautiful house. The house was painted like with cartoon drawings. There were more children like them playing at the door, and the smell of food came through the windows. This is great. The siblings ran to the house excitedly. They were invited by the children and had a warm meal. As Glea was eating a piece of chicken, a gentle voice spoke behind them. Who's stealing lunch from our bright welfare home? An old lady with a cane appeared with a few caretakers. Amon and Glea were scared. They nearly dropped the food in their mouths, but the old lady didn't scold them. Instead, she said with a smile, "Welcome. From now on, the bright welfare home is your home. Have a good rest in your room. We have warm beds for you." She took the siblings by the hand and led them to a room. Amon and Glea lay on the bed and felt like everything was a dream. Does cover Teddy. Its surface is marked by the passage of time, yet traces remain of the care it once received. A neatly tied bow can be found around its neck. The stains of blood have marred its fur. The teddy bear still waits for its owner. Perhaps it knows that it was not abandoned on purpose. Forgot you didn't play. Revolver Launch-A-Lot is an old Metal Gear. Oh. Yeah, I didn't know that was another Metal Gear reference. ID card. Let's head back, check that door again. I need to like try and properly learn how to play this guy. Even after going through his trial earlier, I'm just dude, these corrupted look kind of gnarly. Little bear. Ow. Oh god, tight space. Oh, whoops. Okay, we're good. The intruders become targets for the hetero creatures, which surge and snap their jaws as they move en masse toward the three outsiders in the abandoned research facility's basement. That's a long sentence. That was all in one sentence. After unlocking the door with the found keycard, Wansha, Rosetta, and the Raven's commandant immediately dash through the gates of the cultivation area. Unfortunately, the door is exceptionally sturdy. Even the hetero creatures cannot break through for now. The three of them finally have a moment to catch their breath. What is down there? You nearly trip over something underfoot. Looking down, you discover it's a dismembered construct limb. Careful. Something's not right here. You noticed it when Rosetta forced the door open. Behind this door to the cultivation area lies a mountain of broken construct remains. The three of you stand among the remains, stunned by a scene that defies all your expectations. These remains only started piling up here about 2 years ago, when the Ascendants first claimed this place as their stronghold. So someone has been standing guard here since then. They've eliminated all the constructs approaching the cultivation area. Rosetta carefully grabs the arm of a discarded construct and drags it out, gravely pointing to a long, horrific gash across its neck. It's not a human that's guarding this place. I'm starting to believe that the monster really does exist. It matches the traces I found upstairs. Another modified terminal falls from the pile of remains, rolls to Wansha's feet, and he picks it up. Another clue left by Shorthold? Yes, these were left by Shorthold. We're on the right track. It was leading us to the cultivation area. Wansha's voice suddenly drops. The children he wanted to save are just behind this door. The timing's wrong. These things were left here too recently. For the first time, you see anguish in Wansha's eyes. Wansha presses the button, and the terminal containing the messages boots up with a harsh static noise still present. There's no way to deal with all the security personnel outside. There are too many of them. I'll hold them off. If more of them come after, if there's still a chance, I'll get the remaining test subjects. Get those children out of here. So these pile the remains of deserted constructs. These were the enemies Shorthold spoke of. Wansha looks again at the cultivation area where years of dust swirl in the air. This place, which Shorthold had mentioned housed child test subjects, now stands completely empty. Shorthold was the one guarding the cultivation area. He finally voiced that most absurd theory that the Ascendants created. The hatched egg. It must have been him all along. My god. Popular literature. Popular blah blah jeez, English. Popular literature. The truth is, we orphans grow up reading these feel-good stories that society loves so much, wanting to become the protagonists of the next one. A feathered dream catcher has hung above Wansha's bed for many years. Perhaps the dream catcher really did work, shielding Wansha from countless nightmares. When he first woke up in the Star of Life's hospital bed, the chaotic tangle of memories in his mind had already been buried deep within. After a peaceful night's rest at the youth center, he wakes up to face the moment of choosing his future career path. Are your exam results out? Did you pass? In the classroom, Natalie pokes Frank in the back. I passed the engineering maintenance class. Hello, barely made it. Nearly failing it every time before. He finally passed this time, though I heard he barely scraped by. It's more than enough. All he needs now is confirmation from Gestalt and the counselor, then he can advance his studies at medical school. He'll be fine. Where's Wansha? Frank's expression shifts slightly as he lowers his voice. Wansha passed the medical school examination, but he submitted an application to work on the ground instead. Last month, the Basic Education Center concluded its final career placement exam for the year. Students submitted their confirmed career choices to Gestalt. Soon, everyone will be going their separate ways. Students who pass their respective career aptitude tests can continue with specialized training at the Education Center, while those who don't may continue studying general subjects until the next unified examination. Has he lost his mind? Is he planning to work in the conservation area or undergo a construct modification? Usually, only students who consistently fail their exams and can't find any other career path would consider working in the ground conservation area or even apply to become a construct. There's absolutely no need for him to leave the education center. I told him that this morning, but he seems quite determined about it. The youth center's supervisor and teachers would never agree to this. Hey, have you two submitted your wish lists yet? Hello appears behind the two of them and taps on Natalie's desk. What wish list are you talking about? Weren't you two listening to the supervisor? The philanthropists are organizing one final fundraising event for our coming-of-age gifts. Is there anything in particular you'd like? I'll compile a list to submit. Hello has become the leader among the boarding students, naturally taking charge of all related activities. Though in the eyes of many teachers and youth center volunteers, he's nothing but a troublemaker. I haven't made up my mind yet. Sheesh, why are you so indecisive? Hurry up and think about it. I need an answer before dinner, got it? And what about you, Natalie? What do you want? Natalie, who has been staring at Hello, suddenly jolts upright as if snapping out of a trance. I don't really want anything special. Maybe a hair clip? You know, one of those with lots of flowers on it? What do you think? I don't really care. If you want it, I'll try submitting it for you. They always say being a construct if for failures, but is for failures, but being construct sounds fire. Like I want to shoot lasers and crack cities in it. And then you get infected by the virus. Unless you're like OP as fuck. Unless you're part of Grey Raven. Hello turns away, busying himself with recording everyone's excited chatter about the gifts. The children who once gathered to hear Wansha's tales of the true ground have grown into young adults, while Wansha, once the center of their attention, now dozes off in the back seat. His body begins to grow upward, and his childish features gradually take on more masculine characteristics. Hey, get up. Hello slams Wansha's desk so hard that everything on it rattles. Wansha slowly raises his head, his eyes remaining shut. What? Any coming-of-age gifts you like? It's from the philanthropists. No. Good. Wansha drifts back to sleep. Today is when they confirm their final placements with the counselor. Without guardians to accompany them, a team of charitable volunteers will be there to help instead. Once inside, remember to verify both your placement exam results and the polymer compatibility report with the counselor. Please, don't make any mistakes. Last month, in addition to the educational placement exam, all soon-to-graduate students underwent the Tantalum 193 compatibility test, a requirement for Gestalt's class recommendations. Most of them show high compatibility. It's only natural the results deviate from societal averages, given that many of their parents were constructs who went to war. All metrics in Wansha's report indicate high compatibility. A line forms in front of the white doors. Wansha stands at the end, clutching an old personal terminal from Dr. Melvi. He types a few lines, deletes them, and then repeats the process over and over. He ponders how to compose his letter. Dear Melvi. No, that's too stiff. Delete. Dear Auntie Melvi. No, he's never been this close to Melvi. If he sends this, she might worry something's wrong with him. Despite countless lessons on letter writing in class, he still spends ages editing and re-editing his message. Dear Aunt Melvi, I hope I'm not catching you at work. Please excuse me if this message causes any disruption. Today I'm meeting with a career counselor to confirm my future path. I've already applied for a future deployment, or surface deployment. I know you've always wanted me to stay in Babylonia, but I still want to see the surface for myself, because... Please don't worry about me. I want to do my part in the surface operations too. Would you be willing to come to the military district on my departure day, as my family, to see me off? If you could spare time from your busy schedule to attend, I would be very happy. I would be very thankful. Lastly, thank you for taking care of me all these years. I hope that one day I can repay your kindness. Been 2 or 3 years since we've properly met. Maybe this is too formal. I should revise it. Wansha's hand accidentally touches the spot on the terminal. And just like that, the overly formal and cautious message is sent. Wansha's heart pounds as he wonders how Melvi will respond to such a request. Did he cut himself off in a letter? It's kind of like, it reminds me of that one time we were reading a letter from like, I can't remember which chapter it was. It might have been when Daybreaks or whatever. When like someone took the time, no, it wasn't One Daybreaks. It was a previous chapter. But someone took the time to write in a letter like cough, cough, cough or some shit like that. That was funny. I think in this case with Wansha, I think he just like backpedaled it, like he like re-edited that instead of saying I would be very happy. He kind of just like did like he just removed that and just put in I would be very thankful instead. That's my guess. But it would have been funny if that's how he actually wrote that letter. This is Melvi. Below is an automated response. Message received, but I'm unable to read it at the moment. Sorry. I'll respond as soon as I finish with my current work. As soon as I finish my current work. For urgent matters, please go to the pediatric triage desk at Star of Life. Wansha cuts off the automated recording playback. Your placement results differ from your preferences? Please make sure to discuss it with the counselor. Wansha puts away his turban and looks up again amidst the adult's concerned murmurs. The line ahead has grown shorter. One by one, those who grew up with him enter through the door, each emerging with a different expression on their face. He leans out of the line, peering through the gap in the white doorway to catch a glimpse of the volunteer counselor seated behind the desk. Last one, Wansha. Here. You still want to? Go ahead, but think it through carefully. The volunteer ushers Wansha through the white door. Wansha surveys the cramped room once more. One desk, 2 chairs, no, 3. In a corner invisible from outside sits a man in a white coat, a sight all too familiar to Wansha from his time at Star of Life. The doctor's name tag on his chest reads Chiron. I've seen you before. Hello, I'm the head of the Construct Maintenance Department. Wansha gives a puzzled look at the doctor he recognizes from the emergency center, but Chiron motions for him to sit down first. You'll need to verify something. Oh, this is a doctor from the Star of Life. You might need to take a test with them. First, we need to confirm your personal information and career path preferences. The counselor puts up her privacy screen. Let me see here. You show compatibility with Tantalum 193 copolymer. The first recorded activity in Babylonia was at the Star of Life. Were you in poor health as a child? Born with deficiencies. Been in pediatrics ever since. Wansha can now smoothly recite the words Melvi taught him. Who took care of you? Dr. Melvi. She's still working in pediatrics. Very well. Let's confirm your career preference. Do you want to become a construct warrior? Constructive warrior. Become a construct and fight for your family and friends. The counselor smiles. That's from the propaganda. Is that really what you want? Family and friends? I just want to go to the surface. I'm fine with enlisting as a human soldier. You can check my second choice. Or I could stay at the basic education center until I absolutely have to graduate and get assigned to work at the conservation area. Either way works. I see. The counselor responds while their finger traces line after line on the privacy screen as if smoothing out something invisible. What's there to smooth out in such an unremarkable brief life? Why not carry on your father's legacy? Who? The counselor speaks a name that Wansha has never heard before. G. 1G. People from Kowloon sure have interesting names. Your father was an excellent doctor who saved many lives in Kowloon. His service earned him the right to live in Babylonia. After the punishing outbreak, he chose to sacrifice himself to protect his patients. He was a great man, and humanity will never forget his contribution. As a child of such a hero, have you thought about becoming a doctor like him? Dad, what's that? Fatherless Wansha. Your grades are excellent in every subject, and you even passed the medical school's qualification test. You could aim for something higher, yet here you are. The counselor searches for the right words. Yes, mediocrity. That's what you've become. Parents would never want you to turn out like this. Wansha remains silent, still absorbed in the counselor's description of his father. Is this your first time hearing about all this? Don't take it too hard. These situations are quite common, and the counselor scrolls down the screen, spots another document, and abruptly falls silent. There's nothing else to verify here, so about your application, would you like to reconsider it? What? I didn't finish. Was that my mother's file? What's wrong with her file? The counselor quickly closes all the documents, stands up from their seat, and gestures for Chiron, who has been listening nearby for a while, to take his place at the desk. Wansha stands up from his chair as well. Why do all of you make that face whenever she comes up? All of you. Melvi knows, the person in charge of my dossier knows, and you know. She's still on the surface, right? Why hasn't she come to see me even once in all these years? He's talking a lot of trash like, bro, he's an orphan, he doesn't have baby reds. Take a seat. There's still a test that you need to do carefully. Chiron slides a medical school aptitude test in front of Wansha. The Gestalt analyzes various factors: family background, physical condition, academic performance, aptitude tests, and personal preferences to calculate suitable career recommendations for each student. Our volunteer counselor, Jesus, I've never seen this much text on one go like this. Our volunteer counselor then makes the final assessment through communication. All this is done to ensure you have the fairest chance possible of making your choice. Apple babies are people who are set up in life by their parents. Oh, I see. Never heard that term before. That's a first. I learned something new. While personal preference is the decisive factor in the process, people can sometimes make impulsive choices. That's why we established the Guardian application channel, offering a chance for reconsideration. Washa, while children like you don't have guardians, we carefully consider all applications submitted on your behalf by the center. That's how you got this opportunity today. You're still young. Everyone thinks your choice would be such a waste. We don't want you to spend the rest of your life regretting a decision made in a moment of defiance. Washa takes a brief look and pushes the question back. Many years ago, his mother simply told him a story about Eden, and then asked if he would like to visit Eden. So everything in Babylonia feels like a waking dream, even though Melvi keeps insisting that Babylonia is reality and his memories of his mother are mere delusions. Today is the day he decides to break free from his cage. No, I have no intention of staying in Babylonia. Why are you so intent on going to the surface? Washa eyes Chiron warily. He is reminded of a tense confrontation from his childhood between Melvi and another doctor. Are you testing me? Do I have something of my mother left behind? I don't remember anything about my mother or any particular moments with her. No matter how much you probe, I don't know anything. And this opportunity must have been arranged by Melvi through the youth center and medical school, right? You're cautious, but things aren't what you imagined. I hear you and Melvi don't really keep in touch anymore? Washa recalls Melvi's words from when she was adamant about sending him away. You've put too much burden on your shoulders. It's not good for you. The further you stay away from us, the better. I haven't seen Melvi in a long time. Of course, I don't need her meddling in my affairs anyway. I'm sticking to my original choice. It's fine. It's your decision. You can only advise, not interfere. Washa, with such excellent grades, do you really have to go to the surface? A career counselor and some strange person wanted me to stay in Babylonia, but I refused. Why would you refuse such an opportunity? If you're thinking of going to the surface just to see the beautiful things, you'll regret it. You've never seen what the punishing can do, and things should get better, right? What about you guys? Are Natalie and Pello going to medical school together? No one can talk you out of this. Get it. I passed the medical school exam, and both the counselor and Gestalt support my direction. Everything's set. After a few years of hard work in medical school, I can intern at related institutions, and of course, my ultimate goal is still the Star of Life. If Blanche's dad's from Kowloon, he's got this white hair, yellow eyes combo. His mom's genes must have been SSS plus rank. Your real target isn't the Star of Life, it's Pello. La la la, can't hear you, I can't hear you, nobody asked you. As now he starts a one-sided quarrel with Frank, Washa, satisfied with successfully changing the subject, casually takes a few more bites of food. Stop hitting me. I just confirmed my application for engineering maintenance. I don't know which institute I'll be assigned to yet, but the results come out today. Well, I guess we all got what we wanted. But I heard that some people who barely passed their specialization exams had their applications rejected and were sent to work on the ground instead. No wonder I saw someone come out crying. This is the first time I've heard something like this. Yeah, at first I thought I'd heard wrong. Thought they were trying to apply despite not meeting the requirements. But even if they barely passed, they still met the standards, right? What reason could there be for rejection? Did this happen to the commuting students too? Or is it just our applications that are having issues? Just our applications. People are already speculating about other factors behind the rejections. Something about their parents' occupations. How absurd. As if that's the reason. Wansha and I don't even know what our parents did for a living. Where's Pello? Huh? I didn't see him come for lunch. Upon hearing Natalie's words, Wansha picks up his tray and leaves in a hurry. Wansha finds Pello in his dorm room. Hello. Pello sits at the desk and shuts off the screen the moment Wansha opens the door. Have you confirmed your application with the counselor? 100% going to the surface. Seems like it, yeah. Confirmed. You're still rejecting my medical school application, so I'm heading to the surface next. Well, simple as that. You can wait for the next exam. If there's anything you don't understand, I can teach you. There won't be another chance to take the exam. You know I'm older than you. This is my last opportunity. Guess I won't need to work in the conservation area after all. Guess we'll just get converted into a construct. Who knows, maybe consciousness transfer would help me learn faster. But didn't your scores exceed the medical school's requirements? Why would they reject you? I've never heard of... How would I know? Give me my lottery ticket. Pello's voice rises sharply. That jerk started going on about my parents the moment I walked in. Had the nerve to say I inherited their physical traits, making me perfect for conversion. Pello, calm down first. I can't calm down. You're not in my shoes, and I'm not like you. I'm not as smart as you, so I studied my heart out, took test after test, and barely managed to pass the minimum requirements for medical school. That same medical school you wouldn't even look twice at, and they still rejected me. Some things definitely not right here. But this is how it turned out. Only now do I realize, while I was desperately trying to escape my parents' fate, everyone else had already decided I should follow in their footsteps and sacrifice everything for humanity's cause. Remember that volunteer at the exhibition hall who started preaching to us out of nowhere? She called all our families who abandoned us heroes, who died for humanity's greater good, and then tried to push us down the same path. Hello? It was just one person, and Teacher Mecca already dealt with her. It's not just a few. My fate is all the proof you need. Someone told me today that even Gestalt thinks this way. It's all just data and algorithms making the decisions. Truth is, we orphans grow up reading these feel-good stories that society loves so much, only to become the protagonists of the next one. Ooh. Those people out there, they love reporting about kids who volunteer for modifications, sure, but I wonder if they're telling the whole story. Being related to the chapter boss, oh my god. 22 on 8 white. Why don't they film me then? Show everyone how I resent being abandoned by my family, how I'm terrified of ending up just like them. What gives them the right to make us accept these algorithms? Bella's voice gradually chokes with emotion. I don't want to go to the ground. I don't want to see any constructs. Everyone feels the same way about them anyway. The youth center posts so many commissioned missions, but how many constructs actually show up to do them throughout the year? Haven't you seen how many volunteers and teachers either look down on or fear constructs? Don't tell me you haven't noticed. Even my parents were victims. All constructs share the same fate, ending up in stasis at the construct maintenance department. I can't bear to see it anymore. Wansha stares in surprise at Pello, who is choking back tears. Only now does Wansha finally understand. Just as he still believes his mother is somewhere on Earth, Pello believes his mother is merely in stasis. He finds himself unable to offer any words of comfort. Someone else opens the dormitory door. Wansha, you... Wansha adjusts its collar while waiting for Frank to catch his breath after rushing over. Did something go wrong with your application too? Natalie and I just saw your final confirmation. It shows you're going to medical school. What? Well, that's just great. Now your dream of going to the surface is impossible too. The wry smile fades from Pello's face as he turns to Wansha with newfound determination. Since we're in the same boat now, we to try changing this outcome together. You also have copolymer compatibility. You can undergo construct modification. If we could just switch our paths, both our lives will fall into place. Right? What do you mean? I have a way. Or rather, someone's willing to lend me a hand. Ooh. Nearly 3 hours and we're on the 7th node. Yeah, no, this is a lengthy one. Swap futures. No, the truth in this case has been defined by others. At night, in the youth center's hall, a tall construct wanders aimlessly. The construct, here to do someone a favor, lets out a sigh while gazing at the artificial sky above. You're going to the youth center again next month? You've been on quite a few missions lately. Maybe you should take some proper rest. Swish that birth moment. I'll still have to go for a few days. After all these years, that child must be all grown up by now. I can't help but worry. I heard he wants to get into medical school, but he keeps failing the entrance exam. This semester is probably his last chance. If he fails again, and he has no other plans for his future, if I had kept watch just a little longer back then, his family wouldn't have been sacrificed. I failed to warn them in time. They're talking about Pello. Jarholt pats Cien on the shoulder. Ever since the youth center started accepting construct commissions, this warm-hearted friend has become their rare construct regular. Jarholt is used to it by now. He had gotten accustomed to these requests ever since years ago when Cien suddenly asked him to collect some bird feathers during a mission. This time, Cien had taken another commission from the youth center but ended up seriously injured during a ground mission. Jarholt visits the construct maintenance department. The result is inevitable. Now he's the one who has to worry about Cien. He looks at the artificial skyline beyond the youth center. It's already dark outside. Does no one ever take the request from here? There's so many odd jobs piled up. After a busy day, Jarholt finally finds a moment to breathe and attend to some business. He plans to ask around about that boy called Pello. As Jarholt approaches, the young staff member, who has been urging the children to bed, awkwardly pulls the curious little ones behind them. Don't tell me the education district's understanding of constructs is still limited to textbooks at FOS College. Deciding against questioning the visibly anxious woman, he turns down a corridor where two staff members, walking back together, point him toward the youth center's office area. But the person in charge has already left. To find them, he'll probably have to wait until tomorrow. Jarholt stands at the corridor entrance, staring at the darkened rooms within, ready to heave his third sigh of the day. Click. Without warning, light flickers on in an office deep down the corridor. A boy's head peeks out from the doorway. Jarholt and the boy lock eyes for a brief moment, before the latter draws a sharp breath and darts back into the office. In the supervisor's office, a scrawny youth keeps watch at the door while two other troublemakers fumble with the supervisor's server. Elo hands Wansha a black Axis terminal dotted with glowing lights. Once we plug this in, we'll have access to the system. Are you sure it's okay? Changing assignments. That sounds impossible. Why would anyone be kind enough to help us like that? Obviously, it's people who can't stand this garbage system. You're overthinking it. Some commuting students told me before that they never had to worry about getting into their desired schools. Their families would take care of everything. Tweaking regular grades, forging a professor's recommendation letter, polishing personal information. None of it's hard if you want to do it. Since no one's helping us, we'll have to do it ourselves. Besides, the medical school quota is fixed. Swapping between us two won't affect anyone else. If you're scared, just give me back the infiltration terminal. Can you two hurry up? I almost got spotted by those teachers just now. Wansha connects the terminal to the server. The server suddenly lights up with a blinding glow, briefly illuminating the corridor outside the window. The two colonels frantically scramble to adjust the brightness. Those are Nepo babies what Pello just described. I see. She keeps the brightness this high. Is she trying to go blind or something? Shh, keep it down, Frank. That flash just now. You think anyone outside noticed? Frank carefully peeks his head out to check. In the next instant, Frank jerks back as if shocked by electricity. Outside? What? There's a construct out there. It saw me. Excuse me. Huh? Wansha, quick hide! I haven't gone into the system yet. Wansha looks up, meeting a pair of piercing eyes through the crack in the door. What are you all doing? In the dim glow of the service, Shorehold spots Pello. Huh? You're... Crap! Run! Seizing the moment when Shorehold's attention wavers, Pello grabs Wansha and Frank, bursts through the door and makes a run for it. You got some nerve. Come here. Now how could a few teenagers possibly outrun a military construct? They barely make it a few meters before Shorehold grabs them by their collars and drags them back. Shorehold holds one kid in each hand, while Frank stands rooted to the spot before him, no longer daring to run. He studies the blue-purple-haired youth for several seconds. So you're Pello, huh? And who are you? Alright, forget about the family stuff for now. What are you all doing in there? You're all acting mighty suspicious. Wansha's palms grow sweaty. As he tightly clutches the terminal he manages to snatch during the chaos. Palms are sweaty. Are these weak? His arms heavy? Is there vomit on his sweater already? Is it mom's spaghetti? Shorehold snatches a special terminal from Wansha's hand, his expression darkening immediately after. Where did you come from? Where did you go? Where did you come from, Con Naito? I'm so stupid. Confess now and I'll go easy on you. Resist and it will be the hard way. I don't know. Don't give me such a textbook answer. Isn't these few days the time to confirm your career path? He fixes a stern gaze upon the youths, clearly aware of what they were up to. Do you realize this could get your admission revoked? I met the requirements. I definitely passed the threshold. Gestalt made this decision on its own. I won't become a construct on the surface. Answer me first. Who gave you the terminal? Someone who didn't want us to suffer this injustice. Shorehold confiscates the intrusion terminal and tucks it into his pouch, then methodically shuts down the office equipment and locks the door before leading the three to a quiet location. I let you get away with the first one, but twice with song intros. Hey man, it's the the game set it up. It's not my fault. They set it up. It wasn't me. Wansha quietly... I have such a stupid sense of humor. Sorry. Wansha quietly observes the construct who is now covering up their crimes. He remembers this construct. Many years ago, when he accidentally wandered into the emergency center, it was this same construct who had covered his eyes. Alright, now tell me everything. What's really going on here? Hello, being all wah wah wah. I want to go to school, but I gotta go to the surface. Wah wah wah. In another corner of Babylonia, a small meeting is in session. Currently, Babylonia's education system is almost entirely public. After entering the center of basic public education, students continue their studies there before moving on to vocational training systems, connecting with either the medical system, research system, or the FOS military college, among others. It's difficult enough to recruit the limited talent produced by this system, and we need more than just specialists trained in these restricted fields. Whether it's getting Babylonia to permit the construction of private academies or advocating for changes in educational resource distribution, it would benefit all non-public organizations. But the current situation is this. Parliament considers the Gestalt-assisted education system to be fair, that any related proposals that were submitted have had their review dates indefinitely postponed. Getting construction rights for a private academy is practically impossible. The best we can do is look for loopholes in the existing regulations. Flaws are easy to find. Venture into corners hidden from ordinary eyes, expose victims of the current education system, thrust them into the spotlight, and leverage public opinion to fight for their rights. Where are the vulnerabilities we can find or create? There's a simple solution. Word is that someone's been tampering with several students' class assignment results. You should hear about it soon. Feed them any fabricated truth. Let them feel the deep sting of injustice, and give them a chance to make some noise. They're at just the right age to act on impulse. What if it doesn't work? It doesn't work. So what? The man appears somewhat taken aback. They're just a few orphans. If it doesn't work, we'll dispose of them. Oh, wow. There are countless other methods to try. There are so many young refugees on the surface who can't even get enough food or warmth. The orphans taken in by the center are living well enough already. After the failure of the Fate Exchange plan, Operation Fate Exchange, Wansha and the others face stern questioning from the construct. Upon learning the general course of events, Shorehall contemplates for a moment before dismissing Frank, who isn't involved in this matter. Casual child murder classic Kurono. His anger seems to have subsided as he studies the remaining two, Wansha and Pello. An uncomfortable silence fills the air. Finally, he takes the initiative and pulls out 2 pieces of candy from his bag. Classic. Want some candy? They're liquor-filled mints. Can you even eat these? Won't eat it? Can't. I'll pass, but thank you, sir. What a pain in the neck. Shorehall tosses both candies into his mouth and crunches them between his teeth. He notices the holes in the children's story and realizes this is likely all a ruse. He pulls out the black terminal he had confiscated from Wansha earlier. Is the person who gave you this thing the same one who told you about the truth? No, and the ones helping me are all commuting students from school. Alright then. I'll look into this terminal. You two should double check your grades with the teachers handling these matters at the youth center. Why are you helping us? You said you were my mother's comrade in arms? Sort of. I knew of your parents, but we weren't in the same squad. Actually, someone else has been keeping an eye on you all this time. I'm just here on their behalf to check on you today. Who knew you'd end up causing such a mess? Who is he? Bella's eyes widen. Some things, I think it's better to let him explain them to you himself. Wansha, who has been silent all this time, suddenly speaks up. Cien? That construct from the emergency center lobby. The one who tried to take me away. Oh, I remember now. You're that kid with the sharp tongue from back then? Jeez, how old were you? 4 or 5? How can you remember it so clearly? That's all I have to say. Please leave. Thanks. As Pello grows agitated, Shorthalt knows better than to push the matter further and gestures for the 2 young men to head back and wait for news. Wait. If you're really willing to help us this much, then could you help me find one more document? Wansha stares intently at Shorthalt's face, tense from making this additional request. It's his mom. To Wansha's surprise, the extra request isn't difficult for Shorthalt at all. Or rather, it isn't difficult for anyone except Wansha himself. The next morning, Shorthalt hands the documents to Wansha. Take a look yourself. It's not even hard to get these. I mean, your teachers have access to them. Why were you the only one who couldn't reach them? The documents labeled Wansha contain his basic family information and a detailed record of his life over the years. One parent's a doctor, the other's a researcher. No wonder you're so smart. Birth year, date, all correct. The punishing outburst happened. My mother brought me to Babylonia. Due to severe illness and complications, I stayed in Star of Life's pediatric ward. Rehabilitation. My father used to work at Kowloon Second People's Hospital. Wansha scrutinizes every word in the documents, searching for any inconsistencies with reality. Finally, following Shorthalt's fingers, his eyes fall upon a name. Shu. Wanshu, a researcher, former member of the Science Council. After going to the service, she was declared missing. There are no other records after that. His parents. His dad is Wanji, mom is Wanshu. Wanshu. And then his name is Wansha. Is it Wanji or Wanja? I wonder. Sometimes Chinese pronunciation can be... He silently mouths the name to himself, certain that this is the first time he's heard it. yet an inexplicable sense of familiarity lingers in his mind. Bro has insane genetics, for real. Where have I heard this before? A physical headache suddenly strikes him. Something's wrong? No. Really? Don't tell me you're just here to look up your mother's name and take a trip down memory lane. After a long deliberation, Wansha makes his choice. He keeps his doubts to himself. Yeah, I just want to confirm these things. You need to hide it from me? Grace says there's more to this. Maybe I do. Fine, I won't ask about it. Let's get to business. Used to the youth's hesitation by now, Shorthalt takes out the black terminal once again. The commuting student gave this thing to Pello. You should be wary of your classmates for now. Someone might be pulling their strings from behind the scenes. What did you find out? This terminal immersion won't help you breach the system. It'll just trigger alarms. When that happens, the supervisors will follow the alert right back to you two troublemakers at the youth center. Someone's trying to use you for their own agenda at the youth center. We won't find out much more in just a couple of days. So Pello really could have gone to medical school, right? No. The truth in this case has been defined by others. Unless you can find problems through a review, this might as well be your real grades. If this isn't just a prank, whoever did this wouldn't leave any evidence for you to find. What do you mean? So now you're headed to medical school, right? It's actually a good path. Much better than going to the surface like you originally wanted. Are you telling us to give up? I just want you all to be mentally prepared. Sia and I will continue to... I won't give up. We can figure out a way ourselves. Ha 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 ha. With a helpless sigh, Shorthalt ruffles Wansha's curly hair. Sure, go and talk to your teachers and do what you can. Just don't let anyone fool you again. Hey, you must think we're unbelievably stupid. Whoa, where'd that come from? I never thought that way. By the way, where's Pello? Wasn't he supposed to come with you? He doesn't want to see you. Is he still holding a grudge against Cian and his mother's other teammates? Yeah, looks like he's run out of people to hate. Yeah, you're right. What about you? Me? You feel angry too? Hatred toward your mother for abandoning you? I don't. Shorthalt gives Wansha's shoulder a heavy pat, hard enough to make him wince and look up. It's like spotting some rare creature from ancient Kowloon. I was worried you wouldn't be able to sleep until I found the files you wanted. Good thing I worked without rest. You care about it way more than you let on. You kids just have to be difficult. If you just want to find someone on the surface, I suggest you think this through again. This isn't about whether you give up on your truth or not. Life on the surface might be very different from what you imagine. I've seen many kids from your youth center go down there. And quite a few of them ended up regretting it. Alright, go tell Pello that the youth center is aware of the situation and investigating it. I'll explain things to the relevant departments. From now on, don't believe anything anyone tells you. Don't cause any more trouble. You won't always have someone around to clean up your mess. Shorthalt somehow produces another piece of candy from somewhere and places it in Wansha's hand. I can't eat those. Here, take it. Don't worry, it's not liquor-filled this time. After bidding farewell to Shorthalt, Wansha fiddles with the candy in his hand, pondering how to explain the situation to Pello, when the supervisor suddenly calls out to him. What? Aunt Melvy's here?
Melvy.
Melvy hasn't changed a bit since he last saw her. Her temper is still as fierce as ever as she slams her lunchbox onto the dining table with unbridled fury. Poor Pazov's candy bar. Shorthalt finally becomes playable. He just pulls out a piece of candy. Imagine. That would be like his intro, right? When you start like a battle or whatever, he just pops a piece of candy into his mouth. I heard you almost turned down your chance to go to medical school. Why don't you want to go? Didn't you pass the qualification exam? Every time I visited, didn't I tell you over and over to apply to medical school? With just 2 sentences, Melvi crushes whatever excitement remained in Wansha's heart. Wansha. I don't want to go to medical school. I already rejected the offer. And the exam, you're the one who made me take it. Do you really not understand why I want you to do as I say? Wansha probably understands why Melvi is angry. When Melvi had asked him to read more medical books and try taking the medical school entrance exam, he had done everything as told. His outright refusal to both the volunteer counselor and Chiron marks the first time he has ever truly defied Melvi since childhood. No wonder she is shocked and angry. Wansha is no longer the child who would cry, "Please don't abandon me." Instead of apologizing immediately like he used to, he chooses to talk back. Of course, I don't understand. Never told me why. Wansha avoids Melvi's gaze. His mind drifts to the information he just got from Shorthalt. It was the first time he had ever learned his mother's name. He knows Melvi probably cares about him more than anyone else in this world, yet he still can't understand her years of secrecy and deliberate distance. They wouldn't tell me anything, claiming it was to protect me, making me lie, making me forget. He told me to forget about my mother, and I did for many years. But I have never lied. No child could sleep for so many years and wake up knowing everything. Mother really did teach me in my dreams. The memories aren't deceiving me, right? Why bring this up all of a sudden? Sudden? I've wanted to know about this for so long. I keep wondering why. Why you and everyone else have been keeping secrets from me. Like that counselor the other day. He had files on both my parents and told me my father was an excellent doctor, but when it came to my mother, he wouldn't say a single word more. He dodged the topic right in my face. And that professor from the medical school too. They're all hiding things from me. So I decided to find out for myself. Wansha? Yeah, I just found it a moment ago. Wansha hands over a paper document with his name written at the top. So this is the truth. Wansha places the documents in front of Melvi. Her name was Wanshu. She was a researcher who disappeared after leaving Babylonia, leaving me behind in your care. All these things about myself that I can't make sense of. I think she left them behind for me. The confused memories and those dreams. Aunt Melvi, I've done everything you asked of me. I'm going to study at medical school and live a normal life in Babylonia. Everything will go as planned. So now, can you tell me where my mother went? Did she screw up during her research? A wave of sadness suddenly washes over Wansha. And who am I? Am I just her test subject? Probably. I was kind of like getting that sort of vibe. That like Wansha was probably originally a test subject. But his mom was like far too caring for it, so she was like, no, you have to stay in Babylonia so you can be safe. Also, I don't remember because it's been a while. Wasn't Eden that one place that Alyssa was on as well? Or was that some other place? I don't remember. Because earlier in the chapter, we got to see Kugawa Kurono again. And he was really fixated on Wansha. Oh, Alice was Utopia. Okay, never mind. My bad. But aside from that, I do think his mom was like originally someone that was part of the whole child test subject thing. And Wansha was going to be one of those, but she, obviously being the mom, she didn't want that for him. And then, like I said earlier, like Kugawa Kurono appeared in this chapter, like in one of the earlier notes. He was very fixated. He was very focused on Wansha. So, I'm guessing mom was part of some child experiment thing that was like being run by Kurono. And Kurono kind of just like recognized Wanshu because that was Wanshu's son. He's Wanshu's son, or something like that. That's my guess. And maybe the reason why they were trying to hide information about his mom is because they knew that she was a part of that shit. I mean, the story will probably the story will reveal will reveal. What is salvation? As if accepting the rebellion of the teen, Melvi gently notes that this will tie in with his growth. The transport aircraft cruises steadily through the air. While most people in the cabin rest with their eyes closed from exhaustion, Melvi's gaze remains fixed on a woman sitting diagonally ahead of her. The woman has Kowloon features but straight silver white hair. She appears young, cradling a small bundle in her arms. Okay, this is a flashback. A flashback within a flashback of a flashback. Melvi had siblings of her own, though they were all lost in the punishing disaster. RIP. She knows an infant shouldn't stay this motionless for so long. Sleep. Sleep. Wow. Legit, just like copy and paste. White hair, gold eyes. The woman rocks the swaddled infant as gently as waves cradling a small boat. She raises her hand again to pat it gently, her movements somewhat stiff and awkward. It's her first time taking care of a child? Yeah, them jeans steamrolled. It's crazy. Did they mention that his dad also had white hair and golden eyes, or no? Because if not, then he really inherited his mom's like looks. But they were both Kowloon. That's what we know for sure. Kowloongers. Kowloongians. Melvi watches her with concern before finally deciding to step forward and help. Hello? The woman sitting diagonally ahead cautiously tilts her head, glancing at Melvi without a word. Would you like to take a break? I can hold the child for a while. I have younger siblings at home too. I'm Melvi. I noticed you haven't let go of the baby since before we boarded. Thanks, but I'm alright. The vehicle suddenly shudders, sending passengers stumbling in all directions. The woman clutches her child tightly as her safety belt yanks her back into her seat. The blanket comes loose, revealing the infant's face. The child must have survived an explosion with its family. The skin bears scrapes from gravel, and what little undamaged skin remains glows an unhealthy red. It's clearly burning with fever. Yikes. The baby? Everyone in the transport aircraft turns to look at Melvi. The silver-haired woman's hands tremble as she hastily wraps the blanket back around the child. The wounds were treated before we boarded. It's just... he's very sick. But he's still alive. He's using his father's slot too. We aren't taking up any additional space. The woman's head hangs low, utterly exhausted. He must go back to Babylonia. Let me save him. Please. Okay, maybe I was wrong. Melvi never expected to run into that mother from the transport aircraft so soon again. Hello, I'm Melvi, the one from Koch Biological Research Institute. I had to do a double take on that. Melvi places her new ID badge on the desk for the staff to verify. Another hand, pale and thin, reaches forward to gently place down another ID badge. Oh, it's you. On the transport craft earlier. You're also working on construct research? The woman gives a slight nod. I heard the pause and knew exactly what was coming. Yeah, I had to double check on the name. I was like, oh, okay, that is how it is spelled. Okay. Pleased to meet you. You're from Kowloon, right? I didn't know Kowloon had research projects in this field. What's your specific focus? the human brain, and its connection to the construct mind. Melvi recognizes that familiar exhaustion on Wanshu's face. She means to leave it at that, but can't help thinking about the baby from that day. About your child. Have you found someone to take care of them? At the mention of her child, a trace of sorrow crosses Wanshu's face. Thank you for asking. He's at the start of life. He still hasn't woken up yet. He's so young. I don't even know if he'll make it through this. I'm sorry. Wanshu shakes her head with gentle detachment and walks straight into the work area. Since the punishing outbreak, humanity's front lines have been pushed back repeatedly. Our flesh and blood cannot withstand the virus's corruption. We desperately need stronger soldiers on the battlefield. The scientists carrying the lamps decide to delve deeper into a proposition from the end of the Golden Age: constructs. Their modest progress is like the lamp they hold, a faint light in the dark cave, showing them the way forward. Dr. Callan takes the first step forward, leading a group of students to the moon, where they begin research on the construct core inver device at the lunar base. Dr. Callan is, that's Karini's grandfather, right? The name's familiar. And then the whole moon thing. Mind-related technology is another crucial component, drawing the largest number of researchers to the project. That year, researchers from around the world were sent to Eden, humanity's safest haven. As this is right. Eden was the okay. There's so many. There's a number of details I always forget. Freaking the colony is called Eden. We're sent to Eden, humanity's safest haven, as the Science Council launched a joint research initiative with ground-based research institutes to study construct mind. Though the research was never made public, pioneers have already carved their findings into stone: human memory, memory data conversion, construct mind, memory duplication, and recall. Stone carving will become a historical record, documenting the early development process of construct tech. Battles take a massive toll on our construct resources. According to the statistics, the average attrition rate for standard constructs reaches 43% within their first month of deployment. While constructs possess superior combat capabilities compared to human soldiers, such a high attrition rate means our investments are going to waste. Worse still, punishing infection and mind deviation can turn them into new threats. We attempted to use remote control pods, or remote connection pods, but their effectiveness in stabilizing the mind proved extremely limited. Some connection operators even developed severe memory trauma. Enhancing the inver device's resistance to punishing, preserving construct memory data even after frame failure, and achieving safer and more efficient construct connection control. These technological upgrades are crucial for our ground operations. The council turns to another corner of the room, where representatives of the Science Council are seated. Never mind the inver device. How long has the Science Council been working on construct mind research alone? The council needs to disclose their current research progress and interim findings to us. Take the recall branch, for example. As far as I know, we can barely manage mind extraction, and it's far from being universally applicable, let alone achieving actual recall capabilities. What about the other projects? Wanshu, we've hit a bottleneck, haven't we? Without suitable test subjects, we can only go so far with our current data. Wanshu contemplates for a moment. Group 3's observations of the special construct's mind patterns have yielded some interesting finds. Special constructs. Wanshu pulls up a set of data. You probably don't know about this. Special constructs refers to constructs that were modified during childhood. I attended the last conference and brought back the experimental details and data. You can take a look. Huh. Most of them underwent modification when their brains were still developing. Group 3 conducted connection tests using the connection pods. Current results show they have lower rejection rates toward artificially synchronized data, resulting in more stable connections. Their minds could serve as a foundation for various research directions, such as new memory connection methods and mind deviation treatments. Some have already proposed theoretical frameworks. They are currently our finest test subjects. Melvy's expression grows serious. No, Wanshu. Don't tell me you're... Wanshu closes the data files. You're overthinking it. I haven't reached the point of deliberately creating test subjects. Yet. The special constructs currently available to our project team are all child constructs that Babylonia has incorporated from the surface. Most of them have yet to reach mental maturity. Even with continued education to compensate, most of them must retain their childlike forms forever to prevent mind deviation. It's unlikely they'll ever develop a proper sense of self-identity. Jeez. The Science Council won't permit such inhumane modifications. They've already rejected all related research proposals. Just a minor setback. We'll have to consider other ways to advance the experiments. I'm afraid we're running out of time. If no miracle happens, and we still can't make progress with our experiments, our entire team and all the laboratories under our supervision on the surface will be disbanded. They've already proposed cutting our funding in the last meeting. If we do get disbanded, which team are you planning to go to? It doesn't matter, as long as I can continue my mind research. By the way, why are you so persistent about the mind experiments? But Wansha. The words slipped from Wanshu's lips without a moment's hesitation. Wansha, your son. In all the time Melvy has known Wanshu, this is only the second time she has mentioned their child, the first time she revealed the child's name. A dim suspicion begins to form in her mind. Could it be that you're using these experiments to find a way to wake him up? But what does this have to do with construct mind? Couldn't you seek help from human medical professionals instead? Wanshu stands up and walks to the control panel at the back. We'll leave it there for now. Let's get back to work. Before we officially disband, we can organize all the experimental data transmitted from the ground research facilities. Even if we can't use it anymore, it might serve as reference material for future researchers. So I was right. That Wanshu is involved with child experimentation. Several months have passed since that conversation with Wanshu. Scientific research isn't always smooth sailing. Quite the contrary. In the final months, the miraculous breakthrough they had fantasized about never materialized. Instead, everyone only became more certain of their stagnating progress. Calling it a failure would be putting it mildly. Some, having learned of the group's imminent disbandment, have already left voluntarily to seek opportunities elsewhere. Cashier made that 2 lottery tickets. The one thing I was slightly wrong is that she wanted to keep Wansha here because so he could avoid the experiments. Okay, well, I don't know. Well, I don't know yet. I could be wrong, or maybe that's also true. But so far I was right in that she was involved. She is involved with child experimentation. That part I was right with. The situation on the ground is growing dire. Despite their numerous protective measures, the ground facilities cannot escape the punishing threat. Research facilities maintaining contact with Babylonia are disappearing one after another. The steadily decreasing data transmissions indicate these research facilities have reached an unsustainable state. Occasionally, a research facility would suddenly upload all their current data, followed shortly by news reaching Melvy of the entire facility's personnel perishing. A suffocating tension spreads among those who remain. This is Wanshu, making the final communication for today. I will proceed to collect research data from all ground-based facilities shortly. Wanshu establishes connections with the few remaining ground facilities. With staff shortage, she now has to personally handle all communications with the research facilities. Only static crackles through the communication channel while the staff on the ground silently process their final tasks. Melvy approaches with a troubled look, giving Wanshu a gentle tap on the shoulder. Wanshu, we've lost contact with the research facility on the edge of the Arctic Union route. I'm sending you the details. Take a look at this. And that's the research facility that we are currently at presently, in present time. I haven't received any reports of corrupted attacks at these coordinates, but all my recent communication attempts have failed. The military might not have notified us yet. For now, retrieve all the experimental data they've transmitted this month. I've been collecting and processing their lab data myself. They've been producing excellent results lately, the best among our remaining facilities. Melvi pulls up several data reports. Arctic Union. Yeah, that's why Rosetta was there, because this facility is like up north. That's why Rosetta is with us. Melvi pulls up several data reports. Wanshu quickly scrolls through them to the final pages and freezes at certain lines. Question mark? Wanshu's brow furrows as she studies the text, then returns to review the earlier detailed data. Or detailed. Their test subjects' mind readings are all stable. The quality is exceptional, even meeting our requirements for new connection testing. It's been so long, even Kuro forgot it's the Arctic Route Union. Oh my god. Oh my god. I was so focused on reading this, I thought that was the right way to say it. I said it correctly earlier, but then I said it wrong. I did say Arctic Route Union, but then I quote-unquote corrected myself and said Arctic Union Route. Okay. That's one boo-boo made. Yes, one of the few pieces of good news we've had lately. Where did they get their test subjects from? Huh? They signed consent forms. All the volunteers. Wanshu? Wanshu's mind drifts away until Melvi's voice brings her back to reality. Keep these data safe. We'll need them later. No problem. I'll continue checking to make sure they're secure. That won't be necessary, Melvi. The internal comms channel of Babylonia comes alive, a channel that has never once delivered good news. Ground recon has reported in a research facility along the Arctic Route Union was attacked by the corrupted. All test subjects inside were infected and have been eliminated. As for the researchers, Melvi's body jolts at the words "have been eliminated." Can we still access their internal files? The evacuation was urgent. The recon team only brought back one person from the Institute. The transport aircraft just landed at the port. Wait, what? They left the airfield already. Did they even complete the contamination? Really, these hyper patches are getting to the transit. They're being put into overtime. Sorry, one moment. I need to verify something. Hey! I've been telling you there are major security holes in your airfield's entry and exit protocols. Melvi, and the call. Check if they've transmitted any detailed files about the test subjects. Excuse me. The test subjects. Yes, I'll look for... Wait, what's wrong with the test subjects? Unless they're falsifying data to avoid disbandment, readings like these could only come from special constructs. What? What? Not just Melvi. The researchers behind her all turned to stare at Wanshu after hearing... Jesus, sorry. My brain got scrambled for a second. After hearing her words. It says his. Jeez. Wanshu rises from her seat, straightens her collar with a quick movement, and prepares to leave. I need to see the person the recon team brought back. I'm right here. A disheveled middle-aged man walks in, followed by staff members hurriedly processing his authorization. His lab coat was confiscated at the spaceport. Now he is only wearing a tattered thermal shirt, his hand clutching something tightly. He extends his open palm, revealing an intact data storage device stained with dark red marks. Whether it's blood or vital fluid remains unclear. Pickle man. I am Chiron, the last survivor from the Zelenograd laboratory. Chiron's expression is a mix of sorrow and rage. After observing him for a few seconds, Wanshu decides to ask her question bluntly. Where did those test subjects come from? you approved this, didn't you? And now that things have gone wrong, you're trying to wash your hands of it? Well, Chiron glances at the speechless Melvi and lets out a scornful laugh. What's with that look on your face? Don't tell me you're only realizing this now. You could have stepped in to fix this at any point along the way. He lifts up the storage device. The experiments weren't progressing, and we didn't want to be disbanded. The experiments needed stable mind samples, so we took the quickest solution available. Based on the observation data you submitted about children constructs' mind, we modified children under 10 years old, attempting to directly transfer human consciousness into construct mind. Melvi speaks in disbelief. Children under 10? Child constructs were wrong from the very beginning. Our observations were never meant to help you deliberately create more test subjects. Our intention was to help your good intentions have long since become nothing but a weapon in our hands. These contain evidence of our inhumane experiments. I will submit them to the Science Council. For any ambiguous details, I'll cooperate and provide additional information. I knew the solution was inevitable, but now that I'm the one who exposed this, what follows will likely be far worse than a simple disbandment. Compared to some unachievable success, I can't bear what's right before my eyes. This slaughterhouse I built with my own two hands. Oh, okay, so maybe he sends in this information, mentions Wanshu, and then maybe Wanshu just got exiled from Babylonia. And that's why they didn't want to reveal any information about her to Wansha. Because she took part in this stuff. Yeah. I thought she just didn't stay on Babylonia because she didn't want to, draw attention. He straightens his tattered... Well, okay, we'll see as we go further here. He straightens his tattered clothes as if trying to piece together what remains of his conscience. Let it be. None of us will come out of this with our dignity intact. And if the Science Council decides to go public, we might even become villains in the eyes of others. Might? The Zelenograd laboratory under Group 4 has been destroyed, and all key personnel involved in the children's modifications are dead. I was just an assistant who wasn't deeply involved. The regular researchers might also get away with it, but as for... Chiron looks at Wanshu, who remains expressionless. I'll take responsibility for this. But there are other matters I need to discuss with you. Go ahead. There shouldn't have been any large-scale corrupted attacks near the Zelenograd laboratory. I want to know if the corrupted first appeared from within your facility. Was it you? Huh. You want to blame me, don't you? From the moment I realized what kind of experiment I was involved in, I became a sinner. At this point, I couldn't care less about what other crimes are added to my name. He gives up trying to fix his appearance and leaves with the arriving military personnel. Jeez. A month later, Wanshu stands before a patient room at the end of the Star of Life's corridor, watching as Melvi approaches. Dark circles mark Melvi's pallid face, showing her lack of proper rest. I hear you're thinking of transferring to the Star of Life. Yes, but it's not that simple. Are you trying to save others to make up for your guilt? What's done is done. You need to face reality. How am I supposed to accept this? If only I had understood more. If only I had asked you more about the data. Maybe things wouldn't have come to this. I've seen the footage Chiron brought back. Those children were forced to transform into constructs only to die in the connection experiments. All for better experimental results. They forcibly turned children into constructs when our research was meant to ensure humanity's survival. How dare they talk about preserving humanity when they're killing children? Wanshu answers Melvi with nothing but silence. Can't sleep at night. You, me, everyone in the project who was involved in this. We all need to atone for what we've done. In the stifling atmosphere, Melvi takes a moment to compose herself. Let's talk about something else. I don't ever want to bring it up again. What about you? You didn't call me here just to ask how I've been doing, did you? I'm planning to leave Babylonia. Someone wants me to continue my research at a facility on the ground. Okay, never mind. She went of her own free will. It wasn't through exile. So I'd like to ask you to look after Wansha for me. Melvi lets out a long sigh. So that's why I was called to the Star of Life. Wansha is inside? Wanshu pushes open the ward door. Come in. Artificial sunlight streams through the corridor windows into the ward. As Melvi takes a step forward, she beholds a sight that will forever be etched into her memory. A small child lies on the bed, arranged like a specimen. His skin and flesh, once lost to disease and injury, are now growing back with desperate intensity. Various machines pierce his body, maintaining his vital signals, or signs. Can you imagine his mom is the boss somehow? Or like her memory data? Ooh. He has the fighter? Jeez. Alive hanging by the thinnest of threads. An oversized respirator covers his face, while mysterious patches on his head connect to a device at the bedside, one that Melvi finds eerily familiar. He survived, but you saw his condition on the transport aircraft. The Star of Life staff told me he might never wake up again. Even with our advanced medical technology, there's nothing we can do. No technology today can save him. Despite my best efforts, all I managed to save was an empty shell. I won't accept this. Wanshu's words echo Melvi's own sentiments. I want to save him. I came up with a solution, and I've already tried it on him. Wanshu points to the device beside the hospital bed. Look familiar? Don't tell me he made all of this. This thing that looks like a remote connection pod. And all these tubes, these devices on his head? I did. Are you really using mind research to find a solution for him? What exactly are you trying to do? Turn him into a construct? No. In his condition, there's no way he could survive the modification process. A bitter smile crosses Wanshu's face. So this is the recall you are trying to achieve. Wanshu's silence leaves Melvi stunned. Have you lost your mind? Aren't you afraid his condition will worsen? No. I stopped being afraid long ago, Melvi. Every single step I took with him was an all or nothing gamble. How does it work? Has it been effective? I'm sorry, but I can't explain it yet. Everything I have right now is just speculation that still needs to be verified. I can't access the other project recall groups anymore, so that opportunity on the ground, I can't let it slip away. If he wakes up, that means I succeeded. If he remains in his coma, and I don't come back, please, don't give up on him. Why are you talking like you'll never come back? Because I actually don't plan on coming back. Consider this journey as a life traded for a life. I can't really explain it to you. The conversation with Wanshu on the transport aircraft that day suddenly flashes through Melvi's mind. He's still alive. Let me save him. Please. Just like that moment, Wanshu now stands at the edge of a cliff, desperately begging for Melvi's support. Melvi had always cherished her family. She wonders if they too had begged others, or fate itself, for another chance, just like Wanshu is doing now when the punishing claimed their lives. Back on the transport aircraft, hadn't she also shed tears when she held that tiny bundle, feeling a warmth in her arms she hadn't known for so long? Tell me what I need to do. I don't know exactly what she did to you. I just maintained the equipment as she instructed, but I am the best candidate to look after you. After all, no other doctor is as familiar with these laboratory-exclusive devices as I am. And just like that, she was gone for years, and you woke up. Before I woke up, my memories. Yes, I've been honest with you from the very beginning. Those events never actually happened. They were just dreams she crafted for you. After you woke up, You could speak like other children your age and had common knowledge. At first, I was shocked. I couldn't tell if she had actually achieved some form of recall or if she had implemented memories through other means. But soon I had no time to dwell on such thoughts. You know what happened after that. The image of that gun pointed at himself flashes through Wanshu's mind. The nightmares he described, I know exactly what they are. The corrupted. So what Wanshu did must be far more complicated than it seems. She woke you up, but in doing so, she also put you in danger. I suspect it's got to do with Project Recall. Not only were they watching you, but they also started investigating my background. When they discovered that Wanshu and I were both part of that disbanded group, they began monitoring me too. None of these are good signs. So I made my decision. Melvi gives a bitter smile as she looks at Wansha, who still cannot come to terms with the truth. I've never been a clever person. I couldn't protect my own family, couldn't make any scientific contributions, and was so careless that I caused innocent children's deaths. I never even understood what Wanshu was thinking. All I could do was try my best to do what I believed was right. At that time, I had only one thought in mind: to protect you and let you live a normal child's life in Babylonia. I lied to you, saying they were just dreams. I adamantly refused to let you mention them, all because I wanted to keep you away from any whirlpool that might drag you in, away from Wanshu, and even away from me. I'm sorry. When you were little, you followed me everywhere. You must have thought I was reliable, right? But I wasn't just some pediatrician working hard to save lives. Everything I did was for atonement. With each child I saved, the weight on my shoulders became a little lighter. You were also part of my atonement. I've been forcing my protection on you all this time, completely disregarding your wishes, taking it upon myself to shield you. There are no noble reasons here, Wansha. No one is a hero. I only wish to atone for my sins and fulfill what Wanshu entrusted to me. Melvi takes a deep breath. At least it's all coming to an end now. Though I've been stationed at the Star of Life and haven't been involved with the Project Recall since then, I've still heard things. The recall system has likely been realized, and they're probably planning to implement it on a massive scale. People have abandoned their obsession with that project. The attention you received as potentially the first to achieve special recall should gradually fade away too. I'm not here to reprimand you. Over these years, you've sent me 57 messages. I knew about each one. I also knew I was the one depriving you of your right to choose freely. During the first half of the sentence, Wanshu feels a lump forming in his throat. This won't happen again. This is the last time, I promise. But I still hope you'll listen to me for just this final time. Melvi looks into Wanshu's eyes earnestly, as if there are countless words she cannot bring herself to say. You are the salvation for many. Wanshu once said that everything she did was to keep you alive. You can accept this miracle that belongs to you alone. Consider everything since your awakening at the Star of Life until now as the second life Wanshu has given you. I'm no different. I've never wanted you to achieve great things. I only wish for you to live safely as an ordinary person. You're becoming an adult now, ready to handle the truth. Now that you understand everything others have fought for on your behalf, please don't waste it. Don't take any risks, okay? You're saying this, and Shorehalt also. I heard you submitted an appeal to the youth center. Withdraw it. I already asked Professor Chiron to prepare a recommendation letter for you. As for the others, don't concern yourself with them. Don't get involved. Just know that every step you're taking now is the right one, carefully prepared by all those who've sacrificed for you. Melvi slides the familiar little lunchbox in front of Wansha. Wansha opens the lid to find the same blackened mass that has remained the same for years. Don't waste it. Her cooking remains unchanged over the years, just as she stubbornly conceals the truth until she deems it safe to reveal. Melvi is the most obstinate person he has ever known. Unlike before, Wansha doesn't force himself to swallow it. He pushes the little lunchbox back, a refusal. Very well. You don't have to force yourself to eat something you don't like. Wansha, this will be the last time. From now on, no matter what happens, you'll make your own decisions. As if accepting the rebellion of the team, Melvi gently notes that this will tie in with his growth. She puts away the lunchbox, bids farewell one last time, and leaves. Ooh. Colorful farce. It was hyped up, but turns out it was exaggerated. It flashed for a second, before vanishing instantly. After meeting with Wansha, Melvi pushes open the door to the construct maintenance department office and places a document on Chiron's desk. She gets straight to the point. Do you know about this research institute? It was built by another business corporation near the end of the Golden Age. I heard people were still living there about 10 years ago, but they couldn't withstand the punishing invasion, and it was destroyed. Is this what you've been searching for all these years? Yes, a research institute that you can find anywhere on the ground. And that's exactly what makes it suspicious. The fact that it took me years to find it. Now, answer me this. Did you know about its existence? Chiron shakes his head. Like I said before, I was just an assistant back then. Your position doesn't define your actions. Haven't you spent all these years trying to verify and recall yourself? I'm sure you went through all the data in that storage device before handing it over. Are you certain you never saw this place in there? Yes. Alright, got it. Melvi tosses the paper documents into the trash can and sets them ablaze. What are you doing? The most primitive way to keep secrets. Cleanest way to destroy evidence. Haven't you done the same? I didn't come here just to antagonize you. I have no choice but to do this. As a regular civilian in Babylonia, any attempt to investigate anything through data networks will be detected immediately. You're far more radical now than you used to be. I was too immature and foolish back then. Melvi stares intently at the growing flames. Since the end of the Golden Age, it has maintained a partnership with your Zelenograd laboratory. Shortly after the punishing outburst, the Zelenograd laboratory purged all related data and secured a partnership with Babylonia's Recall Research Project. After a long silence, Chiron speaks again. I see. I only destroyed what was visible on the surface. I don't know how much of its experimental legacy has been passed around, but that fire you set didn't burn away all the filth. You may have burned the treetop, but the roots below have only grown deeper, more numerous, and reached even further. That's a good one. That's a good analogy. How utterly despicable. I don't have the strength to do that anymore. I've long lost faith in humanity. So whatever. I've signed up for the ground level volunteer medical corps again. It's dangerous. I can't trust anyone here. Besides, if I can find something, it might explain what's wrong with Wansha. What's wrong with that kid? Just the other day he was full of rebellious energy. Melvi pinches the bridge of her nose, nursing a headache. You don't understand. If you ever meet Wansha, don't tell him my real reason for going to the surface. I barely managed to convince him to stay in Babylonia. Not planning on coming back? Melvi looks at the ashes left in the trash bin. Very likely, Chiron. To this day, I feel like there's a toy gun trained on Wansha and me, ready to open fire the moment any of their hopes or fears about him prove true. She recalls that gentle doctor. Someone must know something. Someone must be watching us. I know this journey isn't safe, but I've made up my mind. I spent years searching for the truth, only to find mere traces of it. All this time I had to keep secrets from Wansha, and in the end, even he grew sick of me trying to control his life. If we find something, that would be ideal. If I die on the surface, well, at least Wansha would be free of the last person connected to that old project. Meanwhile, after his final meeting with Melvi, Wansha grows increasingly secluded. While Pello and the others are driving themselves crazy over grade reviews, Wansha keeps to himself, vanishing every day after waking up. No one knows what he's up to. Finally, with no news from Short Halt, Pello snaps, grabbing Wansha when he opens the dormitory door mid-yawn. Hey, what have you been up to these days? Did you have a fight with Aunt Melvi? Why do you look so miserable every day? You could have just gone along with it. Getting into medical school at such a young age, what more could you want? Why can't you just be content with that? I haven't been doing nothing. I'm not giving up. What about you? Hello can't make sense of Wansha's words, but Wansha's expression is deadly serious. Shorehole told us the truth. Gestalt was never the one arbitrarily deciding our fates. It has nothing to do with machines, AI, or algorithms. It's the people with hidden agendas. Who knows what they're planning to do with the youth center when the time comes? Short Halt stopped us Short Halt stopped us and prevented things from going the way they wanted. But that also happens to turn us into disposable sacrifices. No amount of rushing will help now. Those people have probably forgotten about this whole thing already. No one's coming back to set the record straight, and no one's going to remember we even existed. So what? Are you going to tell me to accept this outcome too? No. Like I said, I'm not going to let this end here. Wansha pulls out a card from his pocket and dangles it in the air, swaying it back and forth before their eyes. This is an access card to the medical storage room. I've hidden the good stuff in the warehouse. No one will find them anytime soon. Looks like I'm going to medical school. Everyone's planning every step of my life, either for my own good or for their own agenda. But I'm sick of having my life dictated by others. Are you? Though Short Halt told us to avoid stirring up trouble, if you want the public to notice this issue, we'll have to make some noise eventually. Bella's eyes gradually light up. Yeah, you're right. We won't let them make fools of us anymore. What's the plan? I'll get the others to help you out. Let's blow up Gestalt. Alright, no What? You what? It's funny. In the construct maintenance department, Short Halt is sitting beside the maintenance station, watching the doctor busily work on CN's frame. This is my last maintenance. Once it's done, I can return to the battlefield. Short Halt, thank you for checking on Pello. How is he? Will he be able to attend medical school? It should work out fine. Should? What are you hiding? Short Halt absent-mindedly taps on his terminal screen. Intelligence picked up a strange warning message. We're looking into it now. Let me take care of this first, and then I'll fill you in on what's been happening lately, okay? What warning message? Someone is going to destroy the Gestalt tonight. What's going on? Is this some kind of prank? I'm not sure either. We're treating it as a prank for now, but since it involves the Gestalt, they've assigned me and 2 other constructs to keep watch. After this is settled, the Parliament will probably have to review the Gestalt's security measures. Short pinches the bridge of his nose warily. Warily. I hope I'm just being paranoid. This world's getting more and more bizarre by the day. Okay, I'm confused now. It says it's Short Halt saying this, but it's highlighting Cian. I don't know who's who. Maybe it's I don't know. Gestalt at what is that, 10 p.m? Bring everything inside. Be careful with what you're carrying. Don't drop anything. Why do you make it sound so scary? Natalie rolls her eyes at Pello while carefully taking a step. What started as 2 troublemakers has grown into a crowd. They scurry through the back door like mice with boxes in their arms, sneaking into their target room. I think it was a mistake. They are clearly overworked. Well, no, it's just a few localization issues here and there. It's not like too major of an issue. At least not for me. There must be cameras everywhere here. I don't know what other issues there are due to the sync, but like, if the whole localization thing, the typos, the grammatical errors are due to that, I mean, it's kind of just like a minor thing. Should they fix it? Definitely. But it's kind of like whatever. Not too big of a deal. Don't worry about the surveillance cameras. Let them record everything. Yeah, now we will open fire ourselves. A time it blows up. So sick of those birthday wishes. Same exact message every single year. Let's be careful. What's there to be careful about? We're going to get caught anyway. That's exactly what we want. Hello, Genie. Alright, we're here. Blanche's light illuminates only a fraction of the gestalt, yet even this glimpse leaves them awestruck. Whoa! Wow! They can't help but gasp softly at the sight of this monument, a testament to humanity's greatest achievements. Place the explosives in a circle around the gestalt. Make sure to put extra boxes near the data cables at the back. They bypass the security perimeter, protecting the gestalt, and place their explosives at its base. Blanche stays motionless, gazing up at the towering gestalt. We might not have enough explosives. The explosive crates look laughably tiny compared to the gestalt. They might not even crack its shell, let alone reach high enough to damage its foundation. One of my faves. Ooh. Well, I'm not going to be finishing it tonight. I'm barely even halfway through it. So I'll finish it tomorrow, though. Standing by the gestalt, they look no bigger than mice. Beneath its cold metallic shell, this massive computer houses humanity's greatest computing achievement, an objective arbiter whose calculations none can challenge. And just how big is Gestalt, by the way? I figured it'd be kind of like... I always thought Gestalt was like the size of like... I don't know. They make it sound like it's like massive. If they want to manipulate our fair and objective system, then we'll use the Gestalt to make them acknowledge our existence. Blanche's resolve strengthens. Once it's set, everyone back away. He pulls out the detonator, a single button separating them from destruction. Yawn. It looks like there's like a computer screen or panel at the bottom, the background of the wallpaper. Oh, Gestalt's pretty big then. Pulls out the detonator, a single button separating them from destruction. Gestalt, 18 past 10. Besides the usual guards, Shorthall also stands atop Babylonia, eyes fixed on the transport elevator. His mask amplifies his breathing, while his internal systems run in overdrive. The Gestalt looms behind him. His mission for the night is to watch the transport elevator, monitoring for any suspicious personnel coming and going. As the time approaches 2020 or 10:20 p.m., the moment specified in the warning, not a single soul has appeared. Who could possibly bomb the Gestalt? The General Assembly Hall lies behind it, protected by the highest grade security systems. Even suicide attack might not pose any real threat to this floor. Just as I thought. It's a prank. Despite his words, Shorthall glances down at his combat terminal, silently counting the seconds in his head. 2 minutes left. Gestalt, 10:19. With Gestalt's support, Babylonia's education system is supposedly quite fair now. Everyone pairs the same line about how it takes various factors into consideration to determine the most suitable path for each young scholar. But they overlook all the human factors. The volunteers who force-feed us their ideologies, the counselors who blindly push us to follow in our parents' footsteps, and those who'd sacrifice us for their own gain. Even under this supposedly fair system, people are still forced down paths they'll come to regret. And we boarding students are right in the dead zone of it all. The youth center is just a tiny corner of Babylonia. They make sure there are never too many orphans here. They are mere grains of sand, too insignificant for anyone to notice. Even so, you're different from your classmates. Most of your parents sacrificed their lives on the front lines. Their comrades and Babylonia entrusted you to us, allowing you to grow up under public care. Pikmin, Pickleman? I don't know. I don't think the name Pikmin was... I don't think that name was brought up in the story, or at least I don't remember, or maybe I just missed it. I think I might have just missed it. Which is why you must never forget what your parents gave their lives for. I'm sorry. If I had kept watch just a little longer back then, there wouldn't have been so many casualties. His mother would still be alive. My dad disappeared after coming here last time, and now you want to take my mom too? Get out of my way. My parents were victims. I don't want to also end up in stasis at the construct maintenance department one day. In another part of the story, I remember someone saying, where is him? So, oh. Become a construct and fight for your family and friends. That's from the propaganda. Is that really what you want? Family and friends? Why not carry on your father's legacy? You were also part of my atonement. I've been forcing my protection on you all this time, completely disregarding your wishes, taking it upon myself to shield you. Even so, they deserve to choose their own path. Not to be forgotten, not to be mere footnotes in feel-good news stories, and not to be used and discarded. In some people's eyes, they're just foolish, naive children. Wansha, press it. If there's no other way, let's bet everything on our foolishness. Even if no one pays attention to us, at least we'll have had made our mark. They're about to tell a more explosive story. Under the watchful eyes of the young boys and girls, Wansha raises the detonator. 10, 9, 8, 7. They count down to the explosion. Gestalt. At the top of Babylonia, the adults count down with furrowed brows. Shorthold stands up and looks toward where Gestalt is. The area appears eerily quiet, with no signs of intruders. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Wansha slams down hard on the red button. The explosives shriek as they shoot upward, sending blinding beams of light that burst upon impact with Gestalt's body. The young boys and girls squint as sudden light floods their vision. The fireworks illuminate the darkened Gestalt exhibition hall, as colorful sparks dance across the shell of the Gestalt display before scattering into every corner of the space. Okay, I had a feeling it was just fireworks. Alarms blare throughout the exhibition hall as security robots converge from all directions. You actually did it! How about that? These are Golden Age explosives packed with gunpowder. We cover their ears as they shout to each other, eyes gleaming with excitement. Who in their right mind sets off fireworks indoors? This is madness. Whoa, what do we do? The security robots are coming for us. Wansha, what do we do now? Now? They all turn to Wansha, who's still covering his ears and staring at the fireworks, and then he bolts. Run! They break into a sprint, leaping over the safety lines around the Gestalt, racing through corridors lit by fireworks, before finally bursting through the exit. Wansha takes the lead, his heart pounding violently. His heart once raced just as fast when his feet first touched Earth with the help of medical support equipment. Run for it! If we don't move now, those robots will catch us before the media even gets here. Ugh. I had no idea Wansha could run like this. Why hasn't anyone recommended him to FOS? Kids will be kids. Like scattered mice, they make their escape, each darting toward the nearest transport elevator. The transport elevator stops right on cue, and under Wansha's breathless gaze, several constructs dash out. They're kids. The ones who set up fireworks in the exhibition hall? This is nonsense. Stand down all security mechanoids and bring these kids back. These kids back immediately. Someone contact the Guardians. That uniform. Are they children from the youth center? Shorthold and another construct walk out, Wansha recognizes the construct as Cian. Maintenance cables still dangle from Cian's body. He must have rushed straight from the maintenance department. Where's Pello? Gerholt walks straight up to Wansha, grips his still narrow shoulders, and speaks in a lowered voice. Didn't I tell you not to cause any more trouble? Nobody made us do it. This was our choice. You told us to brace ourselves, that no matter how much we appealed, it probably wouldn't help. So I wanted to try. Maybe this way, Pello and the others would have a chance to get back on the right path. This is all we could do. Nothing else. Pello begins to fight back next to them, while Cian looks weary. Why should we be punished? Someone tampered with our grades. We just wanted to expose the truth. This is how we chose to do it. What good would it do to wait for you in the youth center to drag your feet through verification? How long has it been already? If we keep dragging this on, I'll have to go to the surface. Other academies are about to start their terms. By then it'll be too late for everything. The other youths begin to struggle restlessly. Gerholt lets out a sigh. I was planning to have a proper discussion with you tomorrow along with the head of the youth center. Gerholt, tell them. Everyone's working on this. All the adults who know about it are taking action. Even the head of the youth center is taking your concerns seriously. But, hello, and the rest of you. Gerholt pulls up a document and points out several others who had strongly protested their grades. The recheck results are in, and you all have actually failed to meet the standards. The new results are even lower than the original scores. Pello stops struggling. Huh? It's not that we don't believe you. You can keep appealing if you want, or spend more time and effort to prove your case. Even if you go to the surface now, there will be plenty of chances to return to Babylonia in the future. Hello, please calm down. Wansha continues to stare intently into Shorthalt's eyes. Someone must have taken care of all of that too. And what about the terminal infiltration? How do you explain that? Some commuting students confessed to the youth center supervisors. They said it was just a cruel prank they came up with. They'll be punished for it. Everyone wears the same troubled and weary expressions they had years ago when Wansha and Pello caused a scene at the emergency center. No one here can help them, and their protest is like the fireworks from earlier, grand and thunderous yet making no impact. A brief flash of light that quickly fades to cold. The children who caused trouble at the exhibition hall received stern disciplinary lectures. But fortunately, this incident didn't affect their academic futures. Wansha spends days in anxious anticipation, fearing Millie would show up at the youth center with disappointment written all over her face. He doesn't even dare send her a message. But even after the detention period ends, he hasn't heard a single word from Millie. While Wansha waits anxiously, Pello suddenly demands to undergo construct modification, as if he's given up. What? We've blown things up. We've made our own noise. We've made our noise. None of it matters anymore. Everything we could do was useless. Let's end this. I'm going in for modification this month. Why? It's just going to the ground. There's no need for modifications, right? And certainly no need to rush it. No, it is urgent. The sooner the better. I can't wait any longer. Pello gives Wansha a brooding look. You wouldn't understand. Wansha wants to try persuading Pello again, but his own devastating news arrives. Are you Dr. Melvi's family? The doctor looks with surprise at the odd pair, one adult and one child. I'm not, but he is. I just brought him here. The youth Shorthalt pointed out already has tears welling in his eyes. When did Aunt Melvi go to the surface? She didn't tell you when she volunteered as a surface doctor? The news hits Wansha like a bucket of ice water. I was her patient for a long time. You can check. She doesn't have any other family left. Just a moment. I'll get it for you. The attending physician leaves temporarily, with Wansha standing there, still trying to process what just happened. This batch of volunteer doctors were rather fortunate. Almost all of them made it back. Only the eldest one sacrificed. Which one? Deputy head of pediatrics. She helped my child before. How could this be possible? The conditions on the ground being so dire, anything could have happened. We've already brought back her belongings. Just one small package. The attending physician hands over Melvi's belongings to Wansha. He has imagined many times what she might have left behind. He takes the package, finding only a small blue lunchbox inside. Oh no. Be gone. Oh, come on, you're gonna hit me with this OST? Stop. On the way back to the youth center, Short Hulk keeps murmuring words of comfort, his consolation circling endlessly around Wansha's ears. Wansha's mind, however, keeps drifting to that unfinished letter meant for Melvi. I am deeply grateful for your care all these years. I hope that someday I can repay this kindness. He writes in the letter with deliberate formality. Wansha never managed to repay anything. Seeing Wansha frozen in place, Short Hulk stops as well. Aunt Melvi isn't coming back. I couldn't help Pello either. We couldn't accomplish anything. Everyone's gone too far ahead. I can't catch up. Short Hulk's large hand reaches out once more to ruffle Wansha's curly hair. I wanted to find my mother, but I gave up. And I tried to keep Aunt Melvi and Pello close, and I failed at that too. So what do you want to do most now? I don't know. It's not like I can do anything anyway. There are plenty of things we can't do. You can't spend your whole life just going through the motions. You got to keep moving forward. Look, I'm no good at comforting others, but right now you're just burying your head in the sand. The ostrich hangs his head even lower. If you don't know what to do next, focus on what's right in front of you. For you, it means attending medical school and saving lives after graduation. There's always more to learn, always more work to do. You won't have time to think about anything else. During this time, though, something might happen one day that will show you what your new goal should be. New goal. A human life unfolds in segments. When you reach those crossroads, you'll naturally know which path to choose. Short Hulk pats Wansha on the shoulder. Let's take it one step at a time. Become a doctor first. Or better yet, why not become an even better doctor than Melvi? Two weeks later, Pello undergoes a construct modification. 2 months after that, the newborn construct is transported to the battlefield. Natalie and Wansha both entered medical school, while Frank went to the engineering academy. 3 months later, Pello sent his first message to his old friends at the youth center. A few photos of nameless birds and hillsides blanketed in wild flowers. I never thought these birds actually existed. I always assumed the feathers the constructs brought back to Wansha were artificial, just as something to make him happy. Getting that shot was quite challenging. The area was either full of unstable ruins or corrupted hotspots. Could you check on how Natalie's doing? But please, don't let her know I asked. After that, Pello rarely keeps in touch with everyone. Time seems to race by for the rest of the world. It crawls at a snail's pace for Wansha. Night after endless night, after switching off his self-study terminal, Wansha compulsively checks the dates for the next medical license exam and Star of Life internship recruitment. Though he knows he'll never catch up to those who've gone ahead, he still wishes to quicken his pace, eager to reach the next crossroads and discover the new path Short Hulk spoke of. He gives himself no chance to think of anything else, studying until utter exhaustion claims him and drains him into a dreamless sleep. That's sad, though. That Melvi gone. Renegade. Shouldn't we figure out if they were controlling the children or something else? This story is long. It's kind of like bringing me back to like no one's chapter. Wansha's story is really sad. Yeah, I'm getting like no one vibes from. I'm getting like Cinder Burns vibes from this. Like, they both go really deep into their backstories. Into their respective characters' backstories. Like, I'm really enjoying this. In the cultivation area in the basement of the abandoned research institute, the sound of hetero creatures gnawing and clawing behind the door sends chills down one's spine. Need to reread Noah's chapter? I personally, Noah's chapter is probably one of my more favorite chapters to read. I wouldn't say it's like number one, but it's definitely way up there for me. Noah's chapter was, it's super long, right? But like, it was really good. It was really, really good. Having just fled into the cultivation area, the three have more pressing concerns than being bothered by these sounds. They're still processing the horrifying implications about Shorthalt. The Shorthalt is the monster he spoke of himself. When they reached the basement, everyone still thought that not all hope was lost. Now reality delivers its first crushing blow. I was prepared for this. It must be the Ascendant's doing. I want to bring him back with us, or... Wansha. Wansha falls silent, carefully tucks away his terminal, and continues forward. Let's see what's inside this cultivation area the Shorthalt was so desperate to protect. We should start with this door. Rosetta gives the door a gentle tap, while the hetero creatures behind it continue their frenzied movements. This door is special. It can withstand construct attacks to some extent. Constructs? But shouldn't there only be children in cultivation area? In the cultivation area? Yeah, these are, child constructs. If it's really just children here, then who are they trying to keep out? Upon hearing this, you begin scanning the room. Dim lights flicker overhead as rows of small beds silently watch the visitors. These are their first visitors in many years. These really are children's beds. Wansha runs his hand along the iron bed frame, where a hastily discarded restraining strap still lies. These are custom-made restraints. They were using these to hold down children? Maybe we should consider whether they were holding down children or something else entirely. Wansha, can we use Hawkeye here? Yeah, there's still some readable data here. Let me try to access it. We need to hurry. Rosetta cautiously points toward the entrance. Even with its special reinforcement, this door won't hold against that many hetero creatures for long. We need to find another way out. Got it. Let's split up, gather intel as fast as we can, get out of here. I'm picking the guy we see go crazy in Alpha's chapter. I think that was. The name is familiar. I think that was him.
指揮官、グレイジの信号を受信した。こっちで間違いないみたいだ。
Copy that. Stay safe.
引き続き探ってみるよ。
Commandant's the only one that knows that's speaking English.
ロゼッタ、他の隊員と連絡は取れる？
いえ、まだ繋がらない。
扉の前の残骸だけが異様だけど、設備はちゃんと維持されてる。いろんな情報が集められそうだ。
Interact with Rosetta. Connecting the Commandant's mind, frame consumption suspended.
確認したけど、生存者の痕跡は見当たらない。シュトロールが言っていた子供たちはいないと思う。でも、まだ詳しく調べてないものがあるから、もしかしたら。
Stay safe and proceed with caution. Look at me, bro. All geared up. Shit. Found a broken oil pastel among the play corner's wooden blocks. Though broken, it was frugally used and never discarded. After all, art supplies are treasures that many children of this era cannot afford to own. Food and rest were necessities for the children, while the more precious things such as care and compassion remained concepts beyond their comprehension, let alone whether they were worthy of them. Wansha, use your Hawkeye. Wow. Oh, so this is where Wuwo got it from. It's funny. Let's investigate the area.
The pillow location. The pillow. Where's the pillow?
Inside the pillow stuffing is a sharp-tipped, pitch-black oil pastel. Though slightly sticky from air exposure, it appears identical to the previous two. However, a closer inspection reveals a metal spike embedded within. It is likely the result of a child's mischief, as no ordinary child should be able to wield such an object to cause harm. Sins are concealed with grass, needles, and guns adorned with flowers.
よし、これで完全に再現できそうだ。
Is one hell of a quote. Type A footage compiled, ready for something, something, something.
外の大人たちが言ってた。寝る前におもちゃをここに集めないといけないって。
そんなの無視して早く隠せ。056が言ってたんだ。ベッドの隙間とか枕の中に隠せって。
Game on.
外の人が来た。
静かに。早く電気を消せ。
ベッドの隙間に隠せるおもちゃ。
You seem to be hiding from someone. This is strange. Let's keep looking.
待って、ここに何か書いてある。
Let's get them out.
どうだろう。考えたことはないけど。
大丈夫？意識界に問題があったって聞いたけど。
問題ない。で、それがさっき言ってたやつ。
そう。このベッドネーム、子供の名前と検査日が書かれてる。
Why is Rosetta's voice so gentle? Stay on your guard. A high concentration of punishing viruses has been detected in your body.
これが僕の選択だ。
ここにも違法性。気をつけて。
終わったかな。指揮官、怪我はない？
VA is familiar though. She's so gentle. And then when you hear her fight, no sweat at all.
大したことない敵ばっかり。
Rosetta, please, my heart.
あっちに隠れてる数体を片付けたら合流する。
She's gonna whisper sweet nothings in my ear.
了解。こっちは引き続き手がかりを探しておくよ。
Check the names Rosetta mentioned. Disconnected from Commandant's mind. Bound personnel replaced. Investigate. Or Rosetta. Yep. 07 is written on the bedpost. The supervisor's ID is listed as 056.
056。担当者の作業番号かな。もう少し調べてみる必要がありそうだ。
Hawkeye. He's got 3 X's, end up in the dump today. I think they got mixed up with the voices here. They're missing. There's like one line of dialogue missing. I don't know what Washa said there, but he mentioned the bed, so. Rusted restraint buckle with its midsection sharpened into a spike, exactly like the metal pin found under the pillow. Truth is a blade ground for restraints, an elephant devoured by ants. What in the poem? The restraint buckle is hidden in the gap of the bedboard. It looks ordinary, but why hide it so carefully? These kids were like planning like, some prison break shit. On some prison break shit.
07がもう罰を3つ取ったって、ゴミ捨て場に捨てられるんじゃないかって心配してる。
他のやつを心配してる場合か。授業も受けてなくて、あの難しさも分かってないお前なんて、その日のうちに捨てられるぞ。
でも昨日056が言ってたの、今日があの日だって。今日からは誰も捨てられないって。
分かった。056のことを信じるよ。おもちゃはどこに隠したんだ？
ベッドの隙間に隠したよ。それと056に言われて医療ロボットにも隠したよ。
何を
？056が人格データって言ってたけど、よくわからない。
Personality data?
自動的に新しい情報を読み取った。
あいつら一体どうしちゃったの？あのシュトロールを巻き込むなんて逆にやられそうじゃない？
シュトロールの意識界の安定性テストがうまくいったらしい。あの昇格者に狙われたらいくらシュトロールといえども逃げられないさ。
There were so many texts on the
昇
screen.
格者か。予想通りだな。
I didn't. Jeez, there was so much to read. My eyes were like darting all over the place. I've already shut down the system, but your mind is still acting up. I need to go check on you.
大丈夫。時間がないから先に情報を集めよう。こんな重要な情報を前にやめるわけにはいかない。
Still more? Well, I mean, okay, we can't go over there. You're in too deep, brother. Oops.
生きてたの？
ラッキーなことに意識界が基準に達していなくてな。雑用しながら生き延びてるってわけだ。シュトロールも昇格者に連れて行かれたよ。何かの怪物になってるかもな。だから言った
怪物ってそれはないでしょう。
That's going by a little too
ター
quick.
ニシングから作り出されたものだぞ。ろくなもんじゃないに決まってる。
最初の卵がサソリに浮かしたって。奴らは2つ目の卵も準備してる。
What?
状況をまだいける。じゃなくてこれが僕の選択だ。これが僕の選択だ。弱点見つけたよ。状況弱点見つけたよ。
I can't see. The positioning is bad. I wish you could. I wish this enemy would just move away from the ball.
意識界が。これが弱点見つけたよ。
隙を見て逃げろ。粛清部隊に捕まる方がよっぽどマシだ。
Rather be arrested by the purified.
昇格者がその怪物を外に連れ出したの。もうみんな終わりよ。
Wait, did you override my access to open Hawkeye again? One shot?
あと少し。指揮
Swap
か。
immediately your mind.
こ
More
の
important.
奥にシュトロールが残した手がかりがあるはずなんだ。
We're going against protocol, soldier. There's...
これはシュトロールが持ち歩いていたキャンディー。
Candy. Ooh, what flavor is that? Green apple?
Okay.
Man down, man down.
シュトロール、どうしてこんなことを。
A tremendous roar echoes through the room, and dust billows up where Wansha stands at the far end. The piercing screech coming through the comms channel forces you to cover your ears in pain. Wansha! The sudden bombardment disrupts Wansha's visual modules, causing his vision to blur as he staggers backward and crashes heavily to the ground. Connect with me. We have to force Hawkeye to shut down. What's happening? My cutscenes are always so slow and have buggy audio. I don't know. Are you... I don't know where... Are you playing this on mobile or on PC? Maybe that has something to do with it. Or maybe, like, whichever voice pack you're using. I'm on PC? Huh, that's weird though. It might be different for everyone. Yeah, I don't know. It kind of, like, this kind of takes me back to, like, the older chapters of this game where some stuff isn't really, like, synced up properly. It is on a really old computer, so maybe that's why. Maybe. His mind is malfunctioning. I'm sure it's caused by Hawkeye's data reading. If this continues, his memory data will be completely corrupted.
Abnormal mind displacement values. Safety parameters exceeded critical threshold. Initiating forced shutdown.
Wait. Wansha struggles to keep his eyes open, but his vision is engulfed by chaotic memory data surging through his mind. Several anxious children appear before him, their wide eyes fixed upon him with trepidation. Is this 056's perspective? The girl hiding behind the boy appears younger. Only after his encouragement does she step forward, timidly taking his hand. That's Aviana. It would be easier if you just use her number. Through number 056's eyes from years past, Wansha sees the number printed on Aviana's restraining suit. Back then, number 056... Did I say 065 by mistake? 056 still chose to call her by her name. By name. It's break time already. Aviana, Amon, what do you need? It's been 2 weeks since her modifications were completed. We've scheduled her connection with you for tomorrow. But now, will she make it? I can't make that call. If her mind is stable enough, there shouldn't be any problems. It isn't until Wansha hears himself helplessly mention the word mind that he realizes what's wrong with the child before him. Upon closer inspection, they're all constructs. Not a single real child remains in the cultivation area, only children who have been completely converted into constructs. I don't want to go to the scrapyard. While Wansha stands shocked at the children's true identity, he raises his hand. Wansha watches as a female's hand gently strokes Aviana's hair. Don't worry, just be good and listen to me like Amon and the others. Everything will be fine. You promise? The ground begins to shake as the scene before them warps once again. Suddenly, Wansha recalls a story Melvi once told him. I've seen the footage Chiron brought back. Those children were forced to transform into constructs, only to die in the connection experiments. While for better experimental results, they forcibly turned children into constructs, when all their research was meant to ensure humanity's survival. What about you? You didn't call me here just to check up on me, did you? I'm planning to leave Babylonia. Someone wants me to continue my research at a facility on the ground. Here too. There are children like that. Constructs like that. Wansha? Who's calling me? Wansha? Wansha!
Get out of my way! As consciousness returns to Wansha, the world spins violently. A tremendous rumble erupts from below as the entire building begins to fall apart, with the ceiling threatening to crash down at any moment. The moment consciousness returns, Wansha quickly dodges the falling debris. The sobs through the roof. Thud. A human voice comes through the comms channel. Are you alright? I'm fine. It's just another memory data surge. Everything's stable for now. Wansha stares at the new passage exposed by the glass before him. There's a path behind us that might serve as our escape route, but the way you came in is blocked. Having a way out is good. Let's clear these rocks away first. Wait. Wansha vigilantly looks toward the dark passage as the corrupted head that dragged him down to the basement slowly crawls out, crouching down into an attack stance. That strange corrupted is here again. The corrupted's crimson eyes fix on Wansha. Despite getting ready for a while, it doesn't attack. It's as if it's waiting for something. Commandant, do you think it's trying to lead me somewhere? Wansha rises to his feet, raises his revolver, and cautiously moves forward. The corrupted lets out a screech before turning and vanishing into the dark corridor. It's on the move again. I'll follow it. Stay in contact and keep us updated on your status. Your mind isn't stabilized yet. There's no telling when the next memory data surge will hit. If anything feels off, stop and wait for us to regroup with you. Understood. Ugh, crumbling silence. Hang on. I will be right back. I'm gonna go to the toilet. BRB. Okay, I'm back. You know, when I went to the toilet, I was thinking about of boba, like bubble tea and shit, which then reminded me that PGR had that Boba Guys collaboration. And when I saw that one video they uploaded on YouTube, like little highlights of the collab, where it showed people going to the shop and some cosplayers, and some of the VAs were there too. I was like, man, why can't we have that? Why can't we get that in Canada too? I want a PGR collab with like freaking like Gongcha or some shit, man. Because I remember Final Fantasy XIV had a collaboration with Gongcha. And I was like, yo, let's go. And I went all the way to like my city's mall because that was like the closest place that had like Gongcha. I saw the merchandise and all that shit. I was like, yes. And then I came home and my aunt saw me. She was like, and she went like, where'd you go? I went to the mall. What'd you got? What'd you buy? These boba drinks. And she's like, you went to the mall just for that? I was like, yeah. All right. Oh my gosh. Not even. I mean, we're close to halfway. It does suck. I would love to have like a PGR collab with like a Boba's place that's here in Canada as well. I would love that shit so much. I will go by myself. I don't care. None of my friends play PGR. I don't even think most of my friends even know about PGR. Only one of my friends. Imagine that did happen and I went to Boba with my friends and we saw that shit and they're like, oh, they're having some collab with some anime shit. I was like, brother, what do you mean? That's not just anime, that's PGR. What's PGR? You uncultured swine. I'm just kidding. But man, I was so jealous when I saw that video. They had like freaking PGR merchandise and shit. I would have easily gotten like myself a freaking like, a bag. I would have loved it. Seeing the video and there was someone cosplaying as freaking Lamia's premium coating. Really cool. All right, back to the story. Geez, it's really long, this one. Yeah, it's super long. I'll try and get to... Now that reminds me of that coating. Yeah, it's a very gorgeous coating. I'm not gonna get it though. That's a lot of money. It's a very pretty coating though. I'll try and get through the next 3 nodes. Like I'll finish up to like 13. That way we can really be halfway there with this. I want it, but I need Han Ying's and Russia's weapon. I didn't pull for it. Well, I didn't pull for Han Ying. I did get one shot for free though. Like earlier in the stream I got him. Because I was like, oh wait, I have a ton of like the dorm currency, so I'll just trade him for that. She could have been kinder. Okay, yeah. I'll stop at like, I'll finish 13 and I'll stop from there. I feel like it's gonna take another like hour or so. A long chapter. This is on some Cinder Burns length. Grumbling silence, she could have been kinder. Someone said I would probably be able to get both Han Ying and Lucia, so I just went for it. Many years ago, even the prosperous Kowloon cannot escape the punishing virus's destruction across the land. A mother stares in despair at the collapsed building before her. Flames rage as the corrupted, gleaming with crimson light, surge forward in a mass. The children, and... Run! The hospital's burning to the ground! The corrupted are coming! There are still so many people inside. Clutching a small bundle in her arms, Wan Shu takes one last look at the Kowloon People's Hospital engulfed in flames before being pulled away by soldiers helping with the evacuation. She has little experience caring for children. She unwraps the bundle to see the infant inside is barely breathing, ravaged by extensive wounds and a high fever. Disinfect him. Please save him. You're Wan Shu, right? The soldier calls out to confirm her identity amidst the raging battle. Yes, both Wan Shu and I qualified to board the transport aircraft. This way. Sir, I found them. The soldier reports the search status to their leader through the comms while fending off attacks from the corrupted. Wan Shu forgot. You didn't know that? I thought that was obvious just from his name. No. His mom is from Kowloon. His dad's from Kowloon. It would make sense if he was a Kowloon person too. Once we find the transport aircraft, someone will ensure your safety. Oh! The corruptus sinks its teeth into the human's shoulders. Human soldier, not shoulder. Soldier. Jesus, English, please. Into his thigh. I'll just say that. Go! The transport aircraft is right ahead. I didn't read much story around when his first frame realized or released, so maybe that's why. I guess so. I figured I pretty much knew he was Kowloon just from his name. A thunderous roar erupts, followed by a blast of heat. One shoe clutches one shoe tightly to her chest and drops to the ground. Unless I was told I'd never know whether either one shoe is very distinct. I'd never know. Looks very distinct from other Kowlooners. Fair enough. The white hair. Oh, she's 56. 56 opens her eyes in the research facility dormitory, holding her head as she suppresses a dull ache. For a second, when we were in the previous note, when Wansho was like looking through the eyes of 56, I thought 56 was like Melvi. But no, it's actually just his mom. It's already this late. 56 checks the 056 checks the time before putting on her coat and leaving the room. In the harsh white light reflecting off the research facility's corridor walls, 056 makes no difference, adjusts her collar and checks today's required items. Most of the Kowloon characters I've seen have dark brown hair, so maybe that's also why I didn't think he would be from there. That's fair. That's fair, just from his appearance. A notebook, a pen, and an old-fashioned wristwatch. As a watch hand strikes the hour, 056 steps into the transparent laboratory chamber. Right on the dot again today. I hope I'm not interrupting anyone's experiment. The other researchers, busy at their stations, pause their work to look up. Don't worry, just do what you need to do. Today your mission is check the status of test subjects, dispose of experimental waste. If you don't have any questions, proceed immediately. There's a problem. Last month, I was still directly processing data from the connection experiments, but ever since Dr. Pickman, oh, there you go, arrived, you've removed me from the project and given me these menial tasks. I want to know why. It's just a simple task for your assignment. Your job now is to keep the lab rats healthy. Not lab rats. This is why you had to be transferred. 056 silently observes her former colleagues at work. Some shake their heads with bitter smiles, while others make no attempt to hide their disgust. 056 doesn't linger in the lab. She immediately leaves. She leaves immediately. Same thing. The elevator takes 056 to the basement, to the cultivation area where they keep the lab rats. A few test subjects are playing in the corridor. 056 is here. Aviana, Theodore, get behind me. All the test subjects are human children under 10 years old, and Amon is the eldest among them. Except for Aviana and Theodore, all the other children have been modified into constructs. Theodore naturally has glowing green locks, so I guess it's not that crazy. Also, yep, true. Same thing with Han Ying. Han Ying has got some green hair. And then Pulao has red eyes. I think Chang Yu has red eyes as well. Their minds display various disease symptoms. Almost every child carries the results of an entire research team, euphemistically dubbed special research. Everyone out. I need to do a head count. Other test subjects come out from the cultivation area. Several are hiding behind Emon, who is also backing away. Where is Joshua? A boy is missing from the group today. I guess another thing about the whole Wansha and Kowloon and stuff, I guess another part that contributes to people not really didn't really think that he would be from Kowloon, not just his appearance but also like the stories he was presented in, I suppose, because Chang Yu had Lost Chapter where it was his backstory of being in Kowloon, same thing, and then there was also Pulao's. backstory. And then, of course, Chu is pretty obvious. Whereas with Wan Shi during Echo Aria, it wasn't shown at all where he was in like Kowloon. It was him just being a doctor on the surface and all that shit. So I guess that's also a contributing factor. Also, like, even though he has like a Chinese name, that doesn't mean he was like strictly born in Kowloon, right? I mean, we now know that he was born in Kowloon, but he could have easily been like born in, like Babylonia. It's just his parents were Kowloon. I don't know. Anyway, Joshua was taken away by other adults early this morning. They took him away. He failed his class again yesterday. That was his third X. He failed, so the adults took him to the disposal site. Damn. Amon calmly recounts what happened to Joshua this morning. 056 looks at the performance chart hanging in the cultivation area's corridor. The check mark and X marks stand out sharply. Those with too many failing marks are crossed out with a single stroke, indicating the subject has been sent to the disposal site. And today 056 happens to be assigned to this task, disposal of experimental waste. Will Joshua and the others ever come back? They'll come back. Now, Aviana and Theodore, show me your arms. Why do they need more injections again? The construct Amon grits his teeth and turns away, refusing to watch as Theodore and Aviana obediently roll up their restraint suit sleeves, revealing thin arms with purple veins pulsing weakly beneath the skin. As a long needle pierces their arms, Theodore remains silent while tears well up in Aviana's big eyes. 056? It hurts. This is a necessary procedure. I'm sorry. Amon said if they're giving us medicine today, it means we'll be the next ones to undergo modification in a few days. Stop talking. The way they swapped between Amon and Theodore there, they're the same exact sprite. The only difference is the hair color. That's funny. Amon tries to stop his companions from discussing it, but 056 hears everything anyway. 056 watches the medicine drip down the syringe, remembering the last arrangement they discussed before reassigning her. After converting Aviana and Theodore into constructs, they plan to use these children as test subjects for as many experiments as possible. Oh, for as many? Jesus. These two children weren't left unmodified because of poor conditions. On the contrary, the researchers seem particularly interested in their future modifications. It's as if they're using all the previous test subjects as practice runs for these two. Poor children. How dare you? Sag. If two children fail as well, it means this batch of test subjects will be completely used up. They'll need to procure new materials from the Orphanage of Light. That's fucked up. I heard the Orphanage of Light is gone, but any other orphanage will do. Mary's Cathedral, the House of Love, whichever works. Jesus! There's no shortage of orphans in this world anyway. Young and naive with barely any social connections. People are too preoccupied with their own affairs to notice the world's desolate corners. Christ! Injection complete. We're done. Now head back, all of you. Try to be good, and don't make the adults angry. She's doing this all for one show. Amon, are you listening? Don't get yourself thrown into solitary confinement again. Though clearly disgruntled at being singled out, Amon still helps usher the other children away. Our next job is dispose of experimental waste. 056 passes through the cultivation area, pushes open another door at its rear, and proceeds down the corridor. At the end of the road, 056 opens the landfill gates. As they slowly slide open on both sides, rare rays of sunlight, fall upon 056's face. The sunlight shines impartially on everything in the disposal site. The mountain of waste, the sewage, and the fresh experimental waste just dumped at its entrance. Joshua's remains are carelessly dumped in front of 056. His bionic skin is gleaming faintly, and the ID number S0145 is still visible on its surface. During this morning's experiment, he was discarded due to complications that were completely predictable. Thought this place was underground. I think I think they mentioned earlier that the cultivation area was underground. She must have just gone up. Perhaps earlier was the last time 056 would ever be able to call Aviana or Theodore's names. 056 picks up a large garbage bag, bends down to pick up the tiny construct's body, and puts it inside. Christ. After filling the bag, 056 struggles to climb the mountain of garbage. She puts the garbage bag at the top to bathe in the sunlight streaming down through the hole in the landfill's ceiling. Oh, no, this is underground. There's just a hole in the... There's just a hole. 056 tilts her head upward and stares at the sun, letting the unbearable light turn everything before her into a blur. For Wansha. For Wansha's sake. Should I keep going? A considerable amount of time has passed since she left Babylonia for this highly classified ground research facility. When 056 made the decision, she didn't know exactly what the research facility would look like, but she had a vague idea of what to expect. Shortly after leaving the Science Council, someone contacted her. Well, Wanshu, have you made up your mind? They're very interested in our research direction and have provided ample resources. They'll support whatever you want to do next. That's why everyone says when they want to recruit you. And when you say abundant resources, you mean the excellent test subjects, don't you? You should know exactly what they are. We all know what it means, so there's no need to spell it out, right? What I'm more interested in finding out is who leaked our team's data. What difference would it make if you found the person? There are always opportunists eager to achieve results and others looking to trade what they have for profit. They'll exploit anything and everything to get their hands on. They can get their hands on. Even if you stop one or two of them, there'll always be more people trying to do the same anyway. There are even those outside specifically searching for these. Don't be naive. You're so obsessed with experiments, yet you're no longer with the Science Council. You have no other options. I thought you'd be the easiest to convince. Give me some time to think about it. Make it quick. Oh, by the way, ask that woman, Melvi, for me as well. No, she's not suitable. After the fire at the Zelenograd laboratory, Melvi showed profound disgust and guilt towards the experimental data they sent back. The night before the Science Council's official investigation order arrives, Wanshu sits in Wansha's hospital room, racing to analyze the blood-stained data. She sets aside these results, all derived from children like him, and turns to look at Wansha, who is surrounded by his array of life support equipment. A revelation comes to her. At first, she attempts to transfer Wansha's consciousness into a simulated mind through a remote connection pod, but the crude and fragmented simulation nearly devours Wansha's weak consciousness instead. She grips onto monitor in frustration. What? And looks at the infant on the hospital bed, who is too fragile to even withstand a gentle embrace. She implants brain chips in both of them. This time she enters Wansha's artificial mind with him, only to find nothing but a vast expanse of white. Finding severe dizziness, she pulls out of the artificial mind before it collapses, dropping to her knees by the hospital bed and checking Wansha's condition with trembling hands. What in the world? Wanshu extends a hopeful finger toward the infant in a deep coma but receives no grasping reflex in response. So how is what she's doing supposed to wake up Wanshu? I think it's to just keep his... I think it was to keep his consciousness stable or something, or alive. I can't remember. A lot of information was told during this. I'm not going to be able to remember all of it. Sorry, I've failed again. The simulated mind is still not stable enough. Not nearly enough. The data that once inspired her flashes through her mind again. What if I use a real mind? It's all for Wansha. Everything I do is for him. Wanshu picks up her terminal and initiates a call with the researcher. Keeping her true purpose for going to the surface hidden, Wanshu summons Melvi. She exploits Melvi's empathy and trust, making a seemingly heartfelt plea that convinces Melvi to take in the sickly Wansha. When are you leaving? I'm leaving tomorrow. Tonight I'll stay here and watch him a little longer. I'll leave you two alone then. Melvi? The weight of her conscience makes her call out to Melvi. Is there something else? Melvi is holding the hospital room door open and turning back to look at Wanshu. Wanshu's mouth opens, but nothing comes out. The mind research, recall, surgeries, and ethics and morality. She no longer cares about any of it. With her heart shattering silently, she only wants to tell Melvi everything she plans to do. Would you condemn me? What's there to condemn? The surgery you performed on Wansha? I understand how you feel. We're already this far down. How much worse could things possibly get? No, that's not it. I'll do anything. Everything for Wansha. Wanshu can't tell if Melvi caught the deeper meaning in her words. Melvi, known for her quick temper, only responds with a pitying glance. These children, modified before they even turned 10, are no different from Wansha. Remember that, and you won't lose your humanity to madness. After spending the night by her child's sickbed, she leaves Babylonia at the scheduled time the next day to become researcher number 056. Despite her previous research experience, 056 receives no special treatment. She performs mundane tasks at this facility, collecting and analyzing experimental data from the children. She has never seen the process of children being transformed into constructs firsthand. By the time she arrived, only Theodore and Aviana were not yet transformed. Even so, she can imagine what it must have been like for them from the terror on the children's faces whenever they speak of the transformation surgery. Some were already unhappy with her pretentious concern for the test subjects. After Dr. Pickman came, Wanshu was further sidelined to handle menial tasks. She needs continued access to the consciousness connection device in the central lab, but her current position is far from where she needs to be. If adopting the proper attitude toward test subjects will help regain their trust, then for the sake of Wansha, she can sacrifice what remains of her conscience. Keep going. The day of success has yet to come. 056 emerges from the disposal site, touches the control panel, and seals its gates shut. Seals the gate shut. Keeping demons. They are just kids who've never even seen the world, trained to be soldiers the moment they were born. They are all demons Renegade 056 had created. The days when Theodore and Aviana will undergo modifications and testing. The researchers have high expectations for both children. Bring them in. Theodore hasn't been doing well lately. I suggest we wait a while longer. Wait a while longer? The researcher deliberately emphasizes certain words in his question. Dr. Pegman's team has been preparing for this new direction for quite some time. We've already verified Theodore and Aviana's physical examination data. Everything checks out. What are you waiting for? Don't tell me you've grown attached to these children. He gives 056 a meaningful look. There's no point in waiting any longer. Besides, today you'll be allowed into the lab. What do you need me to do? We will attempt to migrate a construct's mind into a new vessel. As for you, do you see that connection device? The researcher points to the massive cold apparatus in the center of the lab. We need someone to establish an early connection with the vessel. We've all heard about what you did during your research in Babylonia, how you attempted to connect with the construct despite the risk of neural damage. I do have some experience. Though this is exactly what 056 has been hoping for, her instincts tell her something isn't right. You're familiar with these two test subjects, and Dr. Pegman believes they'll have higher compatibility with your observation. These test subjects are valuable. I suppose Dr. Pegman wants to play it safe. Aviana is the first to be brought in. She's already crying, noisily trying to make the adult holding her let go. After receiving a stern warning glance, she bites her lip and falls silent, fighting back her tears. Theodore is next. Though appearing more composed than Aviana, he too is pulled by his restraints toward another lab meant for modifications. Soon, both labs begin operating simultaneously. Transparent tubes connect the tiny bodies to the life support equipment necessary for their survival during the modification process. 056 sits outside the sealed lab, watching the scene inside through the transparent protective window. As Aviana struggles against her restraints, Theodore manages to force a weak smile at 056. 056. To be honest, I'm a little scared too. He seems to have more to say to 056. He tries to reach out his hand, but the restraining suit prevents his arms from moving. Relax, you all show excellent affinity with the tantalum-193 copolymer. Researchers' words are relayed through the comms into the lab. General anesthesia cannot be administered during construct modification surgery. On the very first incision, Aviana begins to scream. 056 and all the researchers present witness this heart-wrenching modification procedure. They watch as the two kids are gradually dismembered. Skin peeled away, muscles slashed and removed, and before their unsupported flesh can fall apart, it's already being reshaped into something new. The reconstruction takes several hours. Only when Theodore and Aviana are reborn in their new form do the observers finally breathe a sigh of relief. I'm gonna be sick. Stop. Pause. Ugh. That's gonna... Oh, that disgusts me, man. Like, experimentation on humans is one thing. Live experimentation is one thing, but doing it on children is just... It's just a... Ugh. It's a very deep-rooted ick. It's just... Ugh. Did the modification work? As people exchange hushed cheers, a man in a white lab coat enters the lab. Is this Pigman? Yep. Dr. Pigman. Pigman watches with satisfaction as the small construct in the isolation chamber slowly adjusts their visual modules. The white-haired woman on the other side stares back at him. As expected, these two are our finest subjects. We can proceed to the next phase. Several people following behind Pigman quickly enter the lab and begin preparing their protective suits, while Pigman continues his conversation with 056. So you're... Blah, 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 blah. I remember your name from Apollonia. I wasn't wrong. Entrusting you with this mission was the right choice. You built a good rapport with the children. I guess that's how he knows about Wansha, through her. Do you know what this connection device is capable of? I know you want to try a connection method that's safer and more convenient than the remote connection pod, but in its current state, I'd say it's nowhere near what you envisioned. That's right. You still can't get rid of this bulky connection device. Unfazed by 056's bluntness, Pigman begins to explain patiently. This goes beyond mere connection experiments. I want to try so much more, and this device is capable of far more than you can imagine. The researcher takes out a long probe, stabbing it into 056's spine. Other monitoring patches are also attached to our human body. All of these children have varying degrees of mind irregularities. We engineered them to be like that. The mind disorders in those children. Emon's missing memory data. Even 07's random periods of unconsciousness. All of these were artificially induced? The researcher's words echo in 056's mind. She suddenly looks up, her gaze fixed on the two children in the lab. Is this your new experiment? Who's the vessel? Whose mind are you planning to transfer? Without answering 056's questions, Pigman activates the connection device. It's safer than the remote connection pod, but you'll still enter a sleep-like state during the connection process. Try to relax as much as possible. Pigman. I'm shaking my head right now, just... As consciousness gradually slips away, even the white lights on the ceiling fade to darkness, Pigman's words still linger in the air. I was the one who invited you here because I admire your spirit in volunteering yourself for the experiment. Besides myself, you treat all these children equally. I can tell they've grown quite attached to you. I believe we share the same feelings for these children. You would make the perfect guide for them. From here on, you only need to focus on observation and guidance. This is how 056 was connected to Aviana's mind. Beneath the foreign human consciousness, data streams ebb and flow like tides. Perhaps due to the recent modifications, Aviana's mind remains unstable. (056) wades through the data, searching through the vast, pristine space. A true construct's mind is indeed vastly different from the artificial one she painstakingly crafted. Aviana? A tiny white figure stands motionless ahead. At 056's call, she turns her head with childlike curiosity. The moment Aviana turns around, a sharp pain strikes 056 where the brain chip is implanted. Aviana, how are you feeling? 056? Where am I? Aviana's sudden calmness worries 056. 056 will never forget how the child had just been crying until her voice went hoarse. Perhaps when all tears are shed and all blood is drained, there will be no more pain. This is your mind. Is this my place? And what is he? Aviana crouches down and picks up something from the sea and turns around to show 056 what she is holding in her arms. In the small child's arms lies an even tinier infant, sleeping peacefully with eyes tightly shut. 056 did this, didn't you? You two look alike. Perhaps stirred by Aviana's voice, the infant opens his eyes for the first time, revealing golden irises identical to 056's. It's baby Wanshu. Aviana stands on tiptoes and places the awakened infant in 056's arms. Hold him. He's yours. I won't tell anyone. The older kids told me that people outside can't see what's in the mind, but don't worry. Oh, right. Do you know what class they're making Theodore and me take today? Aviana, you're a vessel. 056 mutters almost inaudibly. 056 is muttering, but I know. Theodore will be sent here. Aviana points at the endless expanse where the silhouette of another boy can be seen. But they won't succeed. Wanshu feels a chill run down her spine as she looks at Aviana's expression, innocent yet completely devoid of emotion. It hurts. I'm scared. Theodore? Someone. Anyone. Help me. It hurts. Following Theodore's sudden scream, a crimson wave surges from his direction, threatening to devour everything in its path. Theo. 056's thoughts are violently ripped from the mind. Her vision blurs and a cacophony of noise fills the air. Wait, hold off on the next step. The punishing is about to exceed the concentration limit. No, wait, it already did. The needle on one of the monitors rapidly swings past the safe zone, prompting the man watching the gauges to immediately slam down the nearest emergency button. Terminate 056's connection and activate the emergency protocol. We cannot let Aviana be contaminated as well. Terminate the transfer process. Okay. The researchers around Theodore are well prepared, wearing thick protective suits. Through their goggles, all eyes are fixed on the punishing infected construct as the metal restraints slowly tighten. The corrupted struggles against the restraints, tearing them apart as a researcher cries out in alarm. The emergency protocols have failed. We can't contain it. Stop. Stop right now. Everyone out. Don't open the door. Punishing concentration in there is far beyond what we can handle. It's gone haywire. Abandon the test subject. Everyone evacuate. Do not approach this lab. What about us? The corrupted begins to struggle, his body emitting a red glow. Massive amounts of punishing energy pierce through the protective suits, corroding away the skin of the nearest researchers. I mean, I can't say you didn't deserve it. Through her blurred vision, 056 watches as one lab descends into hell, while in the other, people hastily evacuate Aviana. Pigman calmly observes the tragedy unfolding in the lab. Seemingly dissatisfied with the results, he prepares to leave. Hold off on disposing of the corrupted. Salvage whatever equipment we can recover first, and then we'll deal with Aviana's situation later. Thank you all for your hard work today. Remember to mark Aviana with a check. You did well today too. While others watch Pigman's departure in terror, 056 remains motionless, her eyes fixed intensely on the corrupted behind the transparent wall window. Don't leave. 056's hands tremble. She has achieved what she had set out to do, yet the scene before her smothers any trace of joy the success might bring. Theodore was the most obedient one, doing anything she asked just to hear her say that he was a good boy. He instinctively stays close to her. 056 can feel his deep trust and dependence. Even today, she too was thrown into the experiments like a lab rat. She is now on the children's side, at their eye level, forced to look up at the hands of the researchers from the outside world. Hands they are too powerless to resist. At this moment, frozen in shock and fear, she finally realizes what really has stained her hands. She too is among those who have been pushing the lab rats into the abyss. The researchers rarely speak of that experiment. The deaths of their colleagues have cast dark shadows over everyone's hearts. After witnessing the horrors of the corrupted firsthand, they've grown more wary of the constructs, imposing stricter activity schedules, conducting more frequent mind scans, and even reinforcing the cultivation area's gates. Yet 056, who participated in the experiment herself, appears unchanged, remaining as silent as ever. No one wants to approach this distant woman, as if humans who are living among the lab rats are no different from the rats themselves. But 056 is the guide that Dr. Pigman specifically asked for, and the final results proved him right. The researcher reports the experimental data with trembling hands. Compared to the standard infection rate, they discovered that 056 helped Theodore's mind resist corruption for 7 additional seconds. From then on, 056 becomes the connector responsible for stabilizing test subjects' mind. None of the subjects resist her presence, and almost none are marked with 3 X's and discarded anymore. A period of stability follows. Test subjects continue to have their regular episodes of mind illness. Checkmarks are placed on record sheets after each experiment, and the lab rats return to the cultivation area to live their lab rat lives, exactly as arranged by the researchers. "056, it's my turn for a lesson today. Ammon, you can come closer." Ammon, the most mature of the children, has always been wary of 056. Even now he keeps his distance, eyes fixed intently on the small boy with closed eyes beside 056. "His name is Wansha. You don't like him?" Ammon shakes his head. "Then why won't you come closer? Are you afraid of me?" "I never really quite know who you are, but I've never felt scared while I'm here." Ammon points to his own chest, even though the flesh and blood heart there has long since been replaced. "Why?" "Because you seem like a kind person." "A kind person?" "You smile at us sometimes, listen to what we say, and never cut us off when we talk. When the adults outside criticize us, you come to take us away. At bedtime, you hum songs for us, and when Aviana is scared of the dark, you let her hug you for a while. You're the kindest adult I've ever met. The truth is, I don't know any proper lullabies. I just make them up as I go. As for everything else, I had never done any of it before. I only started because the children asked me to. Then you're the first adult who's ever listened to what we wanted. Aviana told me that those adults took away more of my memory data again last time. I've known you for 3 days this time, and you've been like this the whole time. If I could know you for 30 days, I might even stand next to you, Come here, Ammon. Take your time. Come closer to me. There's nothing to be afraid of." Within the mind, Ammon takes 2 tiny steps forward, but he barely moves at all. "I can give you a hug, if you'd like." 056 doesn't know what the children like best, but she's noticed that when given a hug, they become more cooperative and make fewer mistakes during experiments. No matter what happens out there, there will always be open arms here waiting for you. No matter how mature he tries to act, Ammon is still just a child. After a moment's hesitation, he chooses to believe in the embrace, even if this trust will only last 3 days. But Ammon doesn't really like Wansha, who is the parasite, since he must stay away whenever Wansha is conscious. 056 doesn't want Wansha to see this place's true owner. Ammon can tell that 056 loves Wansha more, and that makes him jealous. But it seems all the other children have taken quite a liking to this little brother. Another ordinary day. Aviana is the child coming in for her lesson today. Careful, don't let Wansha see you. You will remember everything. Within Aviana's mind, she sits on a hillside with 056, watching a white-haired boy playing by the shore below. Seeing us might scare him, so we'll make sure to stay well hidden. Aviana glances at the unsightly joints on her body and cautiously studies 056's expression. Only after confirming that 056 isn't in a bad mood does she dare to speak. His fingers were hurt. I'm sorry, it was my fault. Your fault? Yeah, I took a test tube last time and it broke. It was an accident. So he touched it too. He touched the wheat awns in that wheat field below and got pricked. Did he tell you before that he touched the seawater? 056 waits silently for Aviana to confess. It was me. I touched the culture medium. I wanted to know what it tasted like. And that's not all. Everything that child sees, even the sunlight, is fake. The harsh laboratory lights overhead become their sun, and every sunny day marks another experiment between 056 and the test subjects. 056 lets out a soft laugh, or sigh. It's okay. Really? You're not angry at me? 056 recalls a recent evening when she was sitting in the cultivation area, organizing the day's logs and listening to the children's cheerful bedtime chatter. That night, the children's conversation centered around a child named Wansha. I like 056 the most, and 056 likes Wansha the most, so I like Wansha too. Child logic. With him here, I won't be the youngest anymore. Can you be my little brother? Aviana, stop talking. Last time, 056 used a connection lines to show him flowers, and now he can recognize several different types. Oh, really? What kind of flowers? A daisy? I don't know either. Aviana holds up a metal buckle from the restraints, directing her question to 056 in the distance. 056, how about using this one as our next insect? Sitting under the light, 056 nods toward the darkened section of the room. With 056's permission, the other children follow suit. One by one, they prepare to bring out their treasures, joining 056 in crafting a beautiful dream for the boy. Another girl lets out a giggle from within the darkness. It's like we're giving him lessons. Only we could talk to him. These children have never known the warmth of parental love. In the harsh underground lab, they can only learn a faint semblance of love from 056. I see now. So the thing, yeah, okay. So the thing that Wansha sees from the mind, all the flowers and the shit, that's all that she really does mean it. It's all fake to him. It's literally just them making it seem like it with actual objects in this dilapidated room. That's why they mentioned the lights, the lab lights, or the sunlight to Wansha, and that the test tubes were the wheat ons and wheat field for Wansha. I see now. That's why Aviana was like, this can be the next insect. Okay. 056's love is simple, and simple for them to imitate. All they need to do is love the child named Wansha. Though they will never have the chance to grow up, they've learned to love the youngest child as siblings and parents would. 056? 056? Are you deep in thought? Aviana gently pats Wanshu within her mind. I zoned out. Aviana, I want to transmit everything that's happening here in its most complete form. I can't establish contact with the outside world, but I can try to preserve everything that's happening here in someone's memory. There's someone out there, connected to me in a different way. 056 points to their head, and Aviana responds almost instantly. Is it Wansha? I don't understand, but whatever you do must be right. Oh, right. I have a question for you. I'm not the only one who wants to know. Since I'm the one having class today, everyone thought I should ask you. What is it? She fidgets nervously, her gaze wandering. Only after mustering up all her courage does she finally speak to Wanshu in this mind. Can we call you Mom? After a long moment of contemplation, 056 finally nods her head. Night. Sorry. Aight. That's so funny. They didn't put the L and R in all right. They just said aight. She's a gangster. But you'll have to do something in return. From now on, you'll follow all of my instructions. Starting today, sharpen the buckles on your restraining straps. Make them as sharp as you possibly can. Dr. Pigman believes Theodore still has value, so he keeps Theodore locked away in that sealed lab. The researchers always avoid this room, and even when passing by, they keep their heads down, refusing to look at the corrupted inside. 056 believes that while others see Theodore as a fearsome demon, what they are doing is essentially raising that very demon. Meanwhile, 056 secretly prepares a plan of her own. She calls out and invites the children, guiding them across a meadow toward her. Within their mind, she offers them a momentarily comforting embrace, and in a gentle voice, tells them what must be done. From this day forward, no one will ever be abandoned again. The people outside will tell you to gather all your toys in one place, but you can secretly hide some of them. You have the power to resist them. With these toys, you can fight back. When I give the warning signal, this is what you must do. 056 presses her own neck against one of the sharpened toys. Thrust it in and slash. That's all you need to do. She's training them to be killers. Now they have a mother. They are no longer mere test subjects with numbers that can be discarded at will. They are just kids who've never even seen the world, trained to become soldiers connected together by one umbilical cord. They are all demons Renegade 056 has created. Dang. Alright. Last node for tonight. Toys and kaleidoscopes. Can ants kill elephants?
ただあの子を救いたい。救わないといけないの。けれど、子供たちはどうなるの？誰が彼らを救えるの？
So 13.
まだ少しめまいが
Comms
する。
reactivated, receiving transmission.
ここはまだ調べてないエリアだ。
Lasha, you've been taking risks the whole day.
このチャンスを逃すともう二度と見つからないかもしれないと思って。とりあえず研究所の奥まで来れたし、このまま進めよう。
Guess you probably don't need a reminder, but let's make sure we stay connected. And if anything comes up, stop and wait for Rosetta and me to join you. Stay safe.
Ah, 体半分壊されているのか。追いかけよう。またシュトロールのキャンディーだ。なんて手がかりだ。このまま追いかけたらシュトロール、君の首を絞めることになるのかな。
Warning, continued use of Hawkeye may lead to increased mind deviation. Happy birthday to you, and it'll end me. That's what the candy said. Or that's what was said when you picked up the candy. Investigate the scene. A candy, it won't explode. It will sing you a song. Happy birthday to you, happy birthday to you, happy birthday to you, happy birthday to you. There's a lot of data near the elevator shaft. Wait, that's Hypno's frame.
子供を使って実験するなんていつか問題になるぞ。
You don't say, buddy.
偽善は結構。あなた、これまでどれだけの実験品を片付けてきたの？今さら何を心配してるんだか。
She's got a point. Everyone is all the same here.
僕はもういい。仕事を続けよう。全然終わりゃしない。
これは056が見たもの。
Mind beacon disconnected. Connection attempt number 1. Transmission failed.
これがまだいける。状況を把握できてるかな。
おい、何しに来た？ここはお前の管轄じゃないだろ。
実験室に行くのよ。
もう一度言うかい。お前には権限がない。はっ、お前の仕事は実験データを処理することだったか？違うよな。あの被験体たちとのままごとが仕事だろ。
056は研究所での行動を制限されていたのか。彼女を阻んでいるのは誰だ？
Not spotted. Need to act fast. Tonight it is. No.
Smart. 逆転、これが僕の。まだ逃げも隠れもさせないよ。
I was left in the area. Now reporting.
通信が切れた。
I can't interact with videos. Talk to the guard.
何しに来た？
新しい仕事よ。電力システムの監視を頼まれたの。
何をほざいてやがる。お前の後ろの空は何だ？まさか誰かと通信してるのか？
もう黙って。
本気で逆らう気なのか？
Damn.
こんな日が来るのは分かっていたでしょ。
056、あの人たちが07を連れて行こうとしてる。
泣かないで。警報が鳴ったらすぐに動くのよ。
Trying to get the kids out.
まずは電力システムを壊しなさい。
Down the power system.
できたよ。門番は眠ってる。もう行ってもいい？
セキュリティシステムも解除済み。でも予備電源があるはず。予備電源が起動する前に子供たちをここから連れ出さないと。
My mind is overloaded and my visuals are gone. As I collapse, my glove detects a metal casing by a touch alone. A name tag marked 056, heavily worn and torn off with force. It's ice cold to the touch. If she wears that cold name tag, maybe she can cut away one more piece of her conscience.
誰も捨てられることはないって言ってたのに。でも、もう鳴ってるよ、ママ。まだ人がいる。おもちゃを出すんだ。ナイフを持て。
That end. I guess one of the guards caught her, killed her, apprehended her, and now the kids are left alone.
056は成功したのか？
There are way too many enemies. What else can I do? Simulation failed. Pretty sure hopefully.
あれがストロール？ストロール、もう子供たちはいないんだ。これは幻覚だ。どうして赤潮が
Immediately shut down.
幻覚？
Oh god.
僕の意識界が
Danger. He's still got that little bug where, like,
人格データを
hypnosis,
残して
you
お
can
いたか
still
ら
hear him stretch.
忘れることはないわ。起きなさい。
The mine completely collapses, erupting into a tempestuous storm. Tempestuous, sorry. Wansha doesn't resist, submitting quietly to its depths. All memory data, deeply buried in the whirling void, breaks free at once. Type B and C backtrack error. Type D visual data convergence. Warning, my usage exceeds baseline threshold. Mind beacon connection lost. System reboot attempt 1. Attempt 2. Transfer protocol terminated. Reboot failed. Reboot failed. Failed. He hovers above the spiral of memory data as shards of light illuminate one by one around him. The truth buried deep within this place encircles him like a shattered kaleidoscope, revealing its final records. Everything he had forgotten and all the memories that 056 had tried to convey to him finally become whole in this moment. But I forgot. These are 056's memories, experiences synced directly to me. He reaches his hand out, attempting to touch the nearest shard. The shard reflects a blinding light from years past. Having shut down the power system, 056 stands still, a blood-dripping demolition hammer in hand, breathing heavily. Just moments ago, she killed the staff in here. No time to mess around here. There's still backup power. 056 raises the demolition hammer, bringing it down again and again on the power backup console. Sparks fly until the final trace of light is smashed into darkness and the screaming alarms fall silent. Phew. The children are waiting for me. 056's hands tremble as she conceals her weapon at her side, rushing toward the cultivation zone. Oh, never mind. She was safe. The terminal she used to contact the children has gone silent. She can't be sure of their safety anymore. After all, her plan to smuggle the test subjects out of the research facility has been exposed. Why did the power suddenly go out? And what's with the alarm? Quick, the backup power. That lab needs consistent power. Several researchers rush past in panic, but 056 silently walks against their flow through the darkness. Wait a second. Which lab are you from? What are you doing here? As researcher approaches, sweeping a handheld light across 056's face. You're from Project 5, right? I think I remember you. The one who connects with those test subjects? Yes, that's me. I was just heading to check on the cultivation area. If there's anything you need help with, I'd be glad to assist. Who cares about those test subjects right now? This is absolutely not the time to be hung up on that. Come with us. We need to activate the backup power in all experiment zones. They're still punishing in that sealed lab. If anything happens to it, we're dead. Having failed to slip away, 056 tightens her grip on the weapon. She lacks the strength to take down anyone else. The risk might be too great. What are you standing around for? The cautious man glances at 056's side. Hey, she's got something in her hand. The man shouts and points at 056's hand, and lunges forward to seize her weapon. Watch out! I knew something was wrong with her. No wonder Dr. Pigman revoked her clearance. 056 takes 2 steps back, muscles tensing in her arm as she raises her weapon with all her might. Before the weapon plunges, the researchers in front all burst into screams of agony. White figures emerge from the shadows without warning, pouncing on their victims with thin, raised arms, stabbing again and again. Get away! Get away! Human blood splatters and slowly trickles down the construct's smooth, synthetic skin. The test subjects, wielding sharp weapons from unknown sources, mercilessly eliminate the lives before them, as casually as they once disposed of other test subjects in the dump. Aviana! That's enough! Aviana, stop! Emon wraps his hands around the screaming Aviana, whose eyes are squeezed shut, and pulls her away from the fresh corpse. I remember him. He took Joshua and the others away. And just now, Just now he tried to take 07 too. Aviana sheds no tears. She opens her eyes to the gruesome scene before her and steals a timid glance at 056. I've been wanting to stop Mom. I couldn't let him. It's okay. It's okay. Emma hugs Aviana while peeling away the wax coating from the crayon in their hand, revealing a sharp metal spike within. 056, we've sharpened the restraint buckles like you told us to. Aviana hid it in the gaps between bedboards. I hid it inside the crayons, and so did they. Raymond points to the group of test subjects behind him. They remain silent, gripping tightly their only weapon, 056's ultimate command. The alarm went off, but he didn't show up as promised. Instead, the gatekeepers came to check on us. They discovered our weapons and tried to lock us up, so we took care of them. The 056 remains silent for what feels like an eternity. Fear begins to grip Aviana. Mommy? 056? Are you mad? No. Did we do the right thing? 056 avoids answering directly and orders all test subjects to roll up their sleeves. Feel your upper arm. There should be a small lump under the skin. Can you find it? The test subjects nod. Cut it open and extract what's inside. No one complains about the pain. About the pain. The bionic skin parts silently as the tracking chips are extracted from their bodies. Destroy it. All tracking chips are violently smashed against the ground and crushed under little feet. Nice. It's so gritty. It's so... You would never... you would never get this kind of shit in any other game, bro. Of all the different gacha games I've played during my life, I think the only game that comes remotely close to how dark it can be and how violent it can be would be like Near Reincarnation. God bless that game. Rest in peace. Every other gacha game I've played doesn't come close to the level of violence, of dark themes, mature themes, the grittiness. Doesn't come close to what PGR has. To what PGR and Reincarnation had. Like, you'll never see this kind of shit in like fucking Star Rail or Genshin. And honestly, probably Wuwa too. You probably won't see something like this in Wuwa. I mean, sure, there'll be moments where like they'll have little like depictions of it, or not depictions, like little like maybe letters or notes that kind of describe something as dark as this could be, but you would never directly like, you would never like experience it in like an actual main story of any of those games. Man, that was crazy. It's pretty messed up. Like, the kid, like, I wouldn't, like, it's such a gray, it's such a morally gray thing. Like, I don't know. Maybe it's not so morally gray because, like, the kids were experimented on and stuff, so it's just the thought of having these kids defend themselves with actual lethal weapons and killing these researchers and security guards themselves. That's pretty grim. Okay. That's 13 nodes. We are officially 50% the way through this chapter. Super long chapter, wow. But I am enjoying it so far. Again, it reminds me of Cinderburns. With the length, with the backstory and all that stuff, it's pretty good. Whew. But for now, I'm gonna call it a night. It's been about 6 hours of going through this story. So I'll continue this tomorrow. I'll finish up the chapter tomorrow. So with that being said, that's going to be it for me for tonight. Thank you for watching. Thank you for chilling with me. Thank you for chatting with me. I really do appreciate it. I hope you have a great rest of your day or night wherever you are in the world. Take care. Stay safe. Drink plenty of water. Hope you enjoyed the stream. see you tomorrow for the second half of The Long Goodbye. I'm excited to get it done. Like I said, I'd like to see where the story is going to go from there. Again, thank you for watching. And again, I hope you enjoyed the stream. All right, see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.